In Rod P, brought to you by Bud Light on the Horn.
I woke up to the morning sky first.
Oh, yes, sir, and yes, ma'am. You had better wake them up. Sun will be rising here shortly as we get you up and out on a Thursday morning. Football season is back. College football slate aplenty tonight. High school football as well. NFL opens next week. But, boy, we got plenty of pigskin to preview as we launch this, the final day of August 20 and 23, and we appreciate you being there however you are finding us. We make it as easy as possible on platforms all over the place as we launch 5 hours of sports conversation right now. Hit us up on 101.9, also on AM 1260, and, of course, digitally. You find us on that Horn app, which is so easy to use. Download it to your smartphone, push a button, and you are listening to Ian Rod B in the morning. Also on our Twitch channel at hornfm.com. You can watch or just listen at hornfm.com, and you can watch the Twitch channel, and, of course, on YouTube. The YouTube channel at The Horn Austin as well. Those numbers growing, and we appreciate that very, very much on this, the final day of the month. And a lot of football to talk about. Baseball pennant races, including another gut punch loss for that Texas Rangers bullpen last night. What a miserable end to their game. Rangers fall behind the Astros and Mariners. We'll talk a little bit of baseball. NFL. Dust has settled on cutdown day. There are 31 Longhorns who have made NFL rosters. We will discuss, and certainly we'll begin to drill down on the big games of the college football weekend, which start tonight. Longhorns, of course, 2 days away to their season opener. So plenty to do. 5 hours, 5 mornings a week right here on Ian Rod B. Let's hook him up. Look who's across the desk. He is front and center as always. He is our shutdown corner, holding on his side of the program each and every morning at a high level. 5 hours a day, 5 days a week. From DB Hyde down in the 713, DBU right here in the 512, Wells, and then stops in 4 different NFL zip codes. He is our lifetime Longhorn, our football theorist, or 21 in your program, always number 1 in your and our hearts. He is our man, Rod Babers. RB.
I appreciate the intro as always, brother. Feeling good because we are
good in the
basically, this is the weekend to me. I mean, I start the weekend on Thursday. We got football.
Yeah,
there's
Thursday.
Football, baby. Official. It is official. And so I'm excited about that. We'll get into Rice. Yes, I watched more Rice film. I know nobody really cares about that. Yeah, exactly. So I watched some more Rice. We'll talk about the defense a little bit and get into that and how the Texas offense is going to match up against the Rice defense. But, of course, every morning, like we always do, we like to salute those who choose to serve. We appreciate you in so many ways, whether you are, serving God, country, or community. We appreciate your service. So this morning we know that our society is built on the selflessness of service, and we want to make sure that we give a shout out to all of those who are up early serving our communities, whether that be soldiers, first responders, teachers, nurses, waste management, all the officers of the law. What doesn't matter. If you're serving, we appreciate you this morning.
No question. Adios to August. This will be it. And we've got football on the brain, which is a good thing, as you and I have snickered about for a while now, Rod. The talking season is about to be over. The talk about it
Thank the Lord.
Campaign,
The
speculation.
hypotheticals. Oh, man.
The ifs, the whats, the maybes, the could-bes.
The butts. Oh, the big butts.
The big butts,
I'm talking the Kim Kardashian-sized butts. I'm tired of them.
Man.
I'm not
we're
tired of
trying to
I'm not
talk
tired of
about
those
some
butts.
games. We've got games.
Good games, baby.
Give me your Allen Iverson. We're done with practice. Talking about practice?
Talking about practice? We talked about a lot of practice.
We're talking about the game.
Spring practice, training camp practice, scrimmages, which are glorified practices. Oh, man. I'm tired of talking about practice, too.
Give me a game. Give me a game.
Even if it's against Rice, give me a game.
Oh, man. And, the dust is settled in the NFL, and we still have some drama, but at the same time, it's all about Jerry Jones and Trey Lance and Dak Prescott and Jonathan Taylor in Indianapolis and what's going to happen. Oh, my gosh, just play football. Just play football, which they will do, and that is a good thing, and we'll preview the games. There's a good one tonight, a real good one. You got a couple of marquee national games, a very light night in baseball if you're into the Major League Baseball race here, but only 4 ball games. They're stepping aside for the college football tonight. Utah will be hosting Florida in a good Pac-12 SEC matchup. Like that ball game. There's actually a Big Ten conference game tonight that will be on prime time. That's Matt Rule making his debut at Nebraska against Minnesota. And that's going to be on, I think, the big Fox network
That'll
there.
Be interesting.
Yeah, that start their college football coverage. Yeah, Nebraska and Minnesota. So there's some games. We'll dabble in those and preview what's to come in college football. Speaking of Nebraska, did you see last night they used their football stadium, Memorial Stadium there in Nebraska, to set.
I saw that with the volleyball team.
Yeah, they set a women's sports attendance record last night.
Yeah,
packed house. They 92,003 fans showed up in a sea of red to watch the Cornhuskers volleyball team beat Omaha.
That's amazing.
The Omaha Mavericks.
Wow.
And let's just say there's not a lot else to do in Nebraska, I don't think. But at the same time,
that's still impressive, though. I don't
that
care.
is incredibly impressive.
Yeah, I don't care what if it's. I know there's not a lot to do. I've heard it's actually pretty nice up there, though.
Well,
but I don't know if there's a lot to do.
Weather looked nice.
Yeah.
Well, they play. They do NHL ice hockey games outside these days, and I'm assuming if you were up in the top of that stadium, you couldn't see much. Posted stamp of a volleyball court, but they all have the big screens now, and you're amongst your sea of fans, and that's always cool. Reminds me of the video pictures I saw remind me of when what was it when UCLA played the University of Houston in the Astrodome way back in the '60s? Elvin Hayes against Lou Alcindor. Remember that? And they played in the Astrodome, Rod.
That's
played
crazy.
in the Astrodome, and they put a basketball floor right in the middle of the cavernous
That's pretty
Astrodome.
wild.
Yeah.
No, Astrodome was. They thought it was one of the wonders of the world.
Well,
at
that's
one
why
point.
they did it, right? It was a game of the century. You had the Big E Elvin Hayes against Lou Alcindor and UCLA, and
that's pretty cool.
Spectacle. So that's what they created last night. And good for volleyball, right? They called it Volleyball Day or Volleyball Night, and they packed the house, and that is now the largest on-site crowd to see a female sporting event ever before. So
in Lincoln?
Well, ever anywhere.
No, anywhere. Really?
Anywhere.
Yeah.
That surpassed, I think, a soccer match.
Wow.
That had held that mark of the largest female sport. So pretty cool. There you go. That's how we start our weekend, as Rod B just said.
You just gave up a what? That's supposed to be What the Facts.
Oh, that was a What the Facts.
You just gave it up.
Well, I saw I mentioned Nebraska. It's on my brain. You're getting ready for the show. So I apologize if I took a What the. You can still use it.
Still use it?
We'll have a new audience coming up at about 6:50 this hour. We'll do some What the Facts. We'll also go behind the burnt orange curtain. Right now, let's pick up the headlines, get you caught up. News of the Thursday morning. Top Gun Equipment Rentals bring you the news. Start with the Longhorns. T-minus 2 days to the opener for Texas. They welcome the Rice Owls to DKR to open the 2023 season. It features an interesting matchup of starting quarterbacks. Texas, of course, a 35-point favorite in the game, but you got Texas quarterback Quinn Ewers set to make his 6th career start at DKR. His Rice counterpart, JT Daniels, will be making his 3rd with a 3rd different school. The poster boy for the modern transfer portal began his career at USC, started against Texas as a true freshman and lost in 2018. He then transferred to Georgia, then again to West Virginia, where he started for the Mountaineers here in Austin last October, also took the L. Well, now he's landed at Rice for what we believe is his final college season. Earlier this week, Texas head coach Steve Sarkisian previewed the Rice offensive attack that Daniels will lead.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, like I said, they got great schemes. Coach Bloomgren, his staff do a tremendous job in all 3 phases. They're going to tax you. They're going to try to exploit your weaknesses like any good coaching staff would. So we need to prepare for what they're going to provide and get ourselves ready to play.
You're ready to play? We'll be 2:30 on Saturday. Our pregame coverage here on the Horn will go live at 12 noon from the Mockingbird Saloon on West Campus. Rod Babers and myself, noon up until kickoff. Lock it in and get ready for the game. In soccer, another tough night on the pitch for the tumbling Austin FC. Seattle's Albert Rusnak scored the go-ahead goal in the 90th minute to lead the visiting Seattle Sounders to a 2-1 win in front of a disappointing crowd at Q2. Sebastian Driussi tied the match at 1s in the 72nd minute for the Verde, but that was the only strike they could tally as their losing match skid has now reached 6. Haven't won a match in 46 days. They're going to play at New England this Saturday night. Major League Baseball last night wins for Houston and Seattle yesterday afternoon. That was followed up by a gut punch loss for the Texas Rangers. Houston finished off the club's first ever sweep at Fenway Park with a 7-4 win over the Bo Sox. Framber Valdez earned his 10th win. Seattle rallied to beat Oakland 5-4. Then the Rangers carrying a 5-3 lead into the 9th inning. But Mets right fielder DJ Stewart smacked a 2-run game-tying homer off of Jose Leclerc to send the game to extras. In the 10th, Texas reliever Aroldis Chapman loaded the bases with back-to-back walks. He then hit DJ Stewart to bring home the game-winning run, and the Rangers lose that. They fall a game back of Houston and Seattle in the West. All 3 teams are off today. Back to football. The dust is settled on the league NFL's cut-down day Tuesday. There are still 31 former Texas Longhorn players on NFL rosters across the league, including all of the Longhorns drafted this past April. That number doesn't include free agent defensive back Deshaun Jameson. He was claimed off waivers by the Carolina Panthers yesterday after he was one of the final cuts made by the 49ers after an impressive preseason. 3 teams, Arizona, Miami, and New England, will carry 3 former Longhorns into the season. 5 others have 2, and that includes Chicago, where the Bears have the double-barrel backfield of Roschon Johnson and Deontay Foreman. In Houston, the Texans have Andrew Beck and Hassan Ridgeway. And in Atlanta, the Falcons have Taquan Graham and, of course, Bijan Robinson, who remains the betting favorite to win the NFL's Offensive Rookie of the Year award. NFL season kicks off next Thursday.
And congratulations to the 31 lifetime Longhorns who find themselves on the 53-man rosters of the NFL teams. They survived cut down day.
What's that feeling like when you know you're at least going to start the season on a team?
It is.
Game checks.
It's right. Oh, it's exhilarating. Oh, there's no doubt about it. Well, not for, except for, Bijan Robinson, some of these guys, Justin Tucker, different discussion. But for the guys who, they were, they know they were right there on the cusp of being cut. They probably were being discussed, and debated at the table, the round table with all the coaches. And that's what you need in this situation. Trust me, I've been the guy that was about to be cut, on the verge of being cut a lot.
You need a coach.
All right. You need somebody to bat. Somebody that's going to, go to bat for you. You need somebody that's going to go up there and they'll argue to keep you on the team for whatever reason. And the more coaches at that table, that's what they do. They sit around that table and they debate about, hey, man, why should we keep this guy over this guy? And you need 3-4 coaches going, nah, man, we got to keep Rod Babers. Oh, man, we got to keep this guy. That could be the strength and conditioning coach going, man, he's up here every day. He's up here an hour before everybody else. He's asking me to come open up the weight room for him. I'm like, dude, we're not doing anything. He's like trying to get in work. He's staying later than everybody else. You need the special teams coach going, oh, man, I need Babers. He's a great gunner. All right, he covers kicks like nobody's business. Everything I ask him to do, he does it, gives up his body. That guy, we need that guy. And then you need the DB coach going, I like him. I like him too, man. I think you need multiple coaches. Because if you only got one coach fighting for you, you're probably going to get cut if you're on the verge of it. You need 3. So you need to be basically impressing coaches with your presence around there constantly.
Yeah.
And
it's funny because
you're trying to gain support with your presence around there.
And you can picture that in your mind's eye that you're doing that, but there's 10, 12 other guys doing that same
everybody's
thing.
Doing it. Everybody's
brown nosers, butt kissing.
Come on, man.
Bringing the strength
call
coach.
Call it what you want. You need the training staff going. Yeah, you know what? Every time I
you guys need some coffee or something.
That was my strategy. I'm like, hey man, I need all these coaches, trying to go for the bat for Robbie when they say, we're cutting Babers. Oh no, hey coach, can I say something about that real good? Love that guy. That guy's great.
Why are you cutting him?
Is he a good player? I'm not sure, but he's a good guy. I love that guy. So, you're trying to get as many people on your side as you can.
Advocates.
Yes, that's
we
what
all
you
need
want.
them in life.
Yes, you do, man.
We all need advocates. Well, congrats to those guys, because there were some guys on the edge there. But as you said, Bijan Robinson, he is still the betting favorite to win the Rookie of the Year. That's going to be interesting because in Atlanta, there's just so many weapons, right? I mean, that's Arthur Smith is their head coach, and he came in from Tennessee, where he was, when Tennessee was at their high water with Derrick Henry and Ryan Tannehill, and A.J. Brown was still there. They were a pretty good offense, and he landed that Atlanta job. And now he's got toys, right? They've got Desmond Ridder as their starting quarterback, and they've got Bijan now. They
believe in Ridder, too. They had a chance to upgrade, or not upgrade, but get another quarterback.
Yeah, they want him to be, he's a second-round pick, and they're looking at him like, okay, he's not this elite franchise quarterback that we drafted at the top of the first round. This is a guy that we need to put weapons around, but if we do and protect him, we can run the ball. We're going to have, he's got to come in and play point guard and throw the ball to Bijan and hand the ball to Bijan. And they had a 1,000-yard rookie rusher last year in Tyler Algiers out of BYU. Cordarrelle Patterson is there. Drake London is a big wide receiver they took in the top 10 of the draft a couple of years ago. Kyle Pitts is there. Yeah. And you just wonder how they're going to navigate all that. But, more weapons, the better. Behind my man Kyle Shanahan's offense, I think Atlanta is probably the second best team when it comes to their deployment of positionless football players. They want guys that can movable chess pieces. They can move around the chessboard, and they can manipulate matchups.
And Bijan, of course, is one of those guys. You mentioned Kyle Pitts, one of those guys. Cordarrelle Patterson, one of those guys. All right, they got like 3 weapons now within their top 5 or 6 skill guys that are essentially can play multiple positions and that can play them at a relatively high level in the NFL. That is really interesting to see. Shano, of course, with the 49ers, man, you got Christian McCaffrey, you got Debo, you got Kyle Juszczyk, the modern fullback. You got Kittle. They got like 4 different guys that they can move around. So nobody has structured their roster and structured their offense in a more positionless football manner than Shano. But I think the second team, and they end up getting Bijan because he was that type of player in the draft. They actually specialize in that as well. And that's why everybody's really all in on him winning Rookie of the Year. He's the overwhelming favorite is because the way they're going to weaponize him is going to be probably it's the best case scenario other than Bijan going to San Francisco that Bijan could be in. It's the perfect position.
Yeah, and a lot of questions was when he went 7th overall. Do you take running backs in the top 10? We know the debate about running backs and their value, but you're right. He's a weapon. And no one ran the ball more often than Atlanta last year. No one, as far as number of handoffs, whether it was Tyler Algiers or Cordarrelle Patterson or whoever they were handing the ball to. And, they had Marcus Mariota for a long time last year in Atlanta, and so he was running himself, designed run plays for the quarterback. So, Arthur Smith, that's why I mentioned he came from Tennessee, where he was ground and pound with Derrick Henry. They'll get creative to create run game, and that's also like Kyle Shanahan, right? Kyle Shanahan, they're going to run the ball, and then they're going to run play action off of that run game and find the George Kittles and the Brandon Ayuks and get Debo Samuel as a runner and a catcher. That's how they want to use Bijan, and I think that's why you're seeing Bijan not only as the favorite to win the Rookie of the Year, he's getting drafted in the top 5 or 6 in like fantasy football drafts.
Yes, he is.
They're going to use him while they've got him on a rookie deal. They're going to weaponize this dude, and he's going to catch it, hand it to him, find the end zone is what you're looking for out of Bijan because they need to score more points. And again, that AFC South is interesting to me in that. Who knows, right? Who knows? I mean, New Orleans looked like the safest pick with Derek Carr now at quarterback and some good health on that team. They've got to deal with the Alvin Kamara early suspension, but Atlanta's, who knows? Tampa Bay, who knows? Carolina's with a rookie quarterback and a new head coach. So
it's all about the quarterbacks, though, because Baker Mayfield's going to start for Tampa.
Yeah,
right. You got a rookie, Bryce Young, but #1 overall pick in Carolina. You talking about Desmond Ridder? Can he be the point guard, right? And just get the ball to the right matchups in that offense because you have so many matchup advantages. I'm with you. And then you talk about Derek Carr, new quarterback for New Orleans, and New Orleans defense usually leads the way for them. So, it's really about which quarterback excels. And to your point about Atlanta running the football so much, how about this little factoid? They ran the ball 48.8% of the time when they were playing from behind, all right, which is 5 percentage points higher than any other team in the NFL. So even when they
won't give up on it.
Even when they were losing, they decided, we're still going to run the rock.
They're
stubborn about it.
And their quarterback last year was Marcus Mariota for most of the year, and he's not the best thrower of the ball. So maybe there's, we got to be careful. But at the same time, you're right. They're going to be devoted to the run and stick with it. And I think that stays the same with a young quarterback like Desmond Ridder, who, remember Desmond Ridder at Cincinnati? I mean, he led the Bearcats into the Final Four. He was a Conference Player of the Year twice. He's a good player. He's a really good leader and a winner. They're putting enough weapons around him. They could be fun. The one lifetime Longhorn I'm rooting for the most this year?
Who's that?
Because look, you got Justin Tucker, who's nothing less than the greatest kicker in NFL history. I read this tweet from the Ravens. On this day, 2012, a pivotal shift in NFL history. The Ravens released Billy Cundiff and named rookie Justin Tucker the starter. This was 2012. Remember, he kicked that field goal to beat the Aggies, and then ended up in the NFL. It says here from the Raven, Tucker, nothing less than the greatest kicker in NFL history.
I was there for that.
That is so odd.
Oh man.
And then he's gone on to 10 years in. He's still the best. But Joseph Osai is who I'm rooting for because Joe Osai, one of my favorite Longhorns to cover over the years out of Conroe, had a great junior season, went to the NFL, got drafted, got hurt, and then he was back last year playing meaningful snaps and playing well for the Bengals. And remember, it was his
I remember this.
Late hit out of bounds, which was just a bang-bang play against the Chiefs.
Kept it alive.
Kept the drive alive and allowed without Joseph Osai's penalty, the Chiefs wouldn't have won the Super Bowl. They wouldn't even made the Super Bowl. That's how close the margins were. I mean, we talk about the Chiefs and heavy favorites and Mahomes and all this, and he's the best. But it was a play like that put them into the Super Bowl. And then the Super Bowl was a very close game with Philadelphia. So the margins in the NFL are so slim, but it was not one of those, it was a boneheaded play for Joseph Osai, but it happened so quickly. And he tried to pull up, and Mahomes had run out of bounds. And I root for Joseph Osai to have a big year. I really do. I mean, I just think that guy is a hell of a player. He's on a good team. The Bengals are going to be in contention. Looks like Joe Burrow is healthy.
He got an interception in the preseason.
Yeah, he did. I'll be rooting for him. Rooting for him.
No, I agree with you. He's a guy that his game just translated to the next level.
Yeah.
He had the injury too, right? The injury early on his first year.
Yes.
And then
he was having a great preseason, got hurt, like DeMarvion Overshown did.
Yeah, so he had a couple of setbacks, but I'm with you. I think he's going to end up having a good year. I actually love the fact that Kendrick Coburn and Moro Ojimo
both made the team
roster, and that's pretty impressive. And I've seen that Kendrick Coburn has also had a good preseason. Like he was instantly an impact player with them, and I think the Chris Jones holdout might have helped them look at the defensive tackle position a little bit differently. Maybe they wanted to make sure they had some depth and contingency plans there in case they don't figure out the Chris Jones thing, worst case scenario. But good for Kendrick Coburn and Moro Ojimo too, because Ojimo, of course, had the concussion in the preseason too.
And also I'll say it'll be interesting to see in Chicago. Chicago has Khalil Herbert at running back, but then you've got Roshan Johnson and
Deontay Foreman.
Yeah. Both had good camps. How are they going to deploy those running backs around Justin Fields? That'll be of interest to NFL fans.
I think they'll trade a running back at one point.
You wonder.
It makes sense.
Well, remember, there were talk the Bears were in the Jonathan Taylor conversation, along with Miami and maybe some others. So, but boy, Roshan, and again, they've got Justin Fields on a rookie deal, so they would be willing to go for it, kind of like Tua with the Dolphins. All right, so the NFL will kick off next Thursday.
Did you hear about the ESPN reporting who the mystery? Stephen Holder, I think, is the reporter that he claims the mystery team in the Jonathan Taylor trade saga. He says it was Green Bay.
Ooh, what does that mean for Aaron Jones and AJ Dillon?
I have no idea. Just throwing it out there. I read that on ESPN this morning that the Packers sources say that the Packers talked to the Colts about Jonathan Taylor.
Well, mystery team, but it didn't happen. And according to the Colts side, they never got anything formal that was near good enough. There was also a report yesterday that when they were talking to the Dolphins, that Chris Ballard, the GM of the Dolphins, asked about Jalen Waddle, and that the GM Chris Greer in Miami laughed at it.
Now we're
Come on, man.
This dude,
Jalen Waddle. Get out of here.
Please.
Get out of here. If you want Jalen Waddle, go ahead and pay your running back what he's asking for because you're valuing him way too high.
1,000-yard receiver, right? On a rookie deal still?
Out of Alabama and City of Houston.
On a rookie deal, we're good.
Playing opposite Tariq Hill. You got to deal with those two freaks. Okay, so we're just getting warmed up. One of the things you and I were a part of a really cool Longhorn live stream last night on Inside Texas, and they're
it was great.
on Texas football.
Your
YouTube.
debut, brother.
Yeah, my debut. We had a good time doing that. Well, one of the conversations we had with Jeff Wells and yourself and Justin Wells, I should say, is how many players off of this Longhorn team could get drafted in next April's draft? One of the questions came in and said, what do you think the number is of Longhorns that could be into the NFL next year? And that is we won't pick this up now, but at some point this morning we'll get into that because the guy on the question said, could he get up as high as 10? And we all said, no, come on, it's not going to be 10. But then we started counting guys who could get drafted in April if the Longhorns have a good season, and it wasn't too far from double digits.
I think he gets that number from, if I'm not mistaken, Matt Miller.
Okay.
Matt Miller, right? The
NFL draft scout.
NFL draft scout. He said originally, and I'm not saying that's exactly, maybe great minds think alike, and he was thinking that, but he at one point did say at Inside Texas that he thinks Texas could have around 10 draft picks.
Well, we come back
season.
Before we go into the burnt orange curtain or in the burnt orange curtain. We can talk about that, guys who we think
it's good.
can be draftable players. And again, there's 7 rounds. And I'm not saying they're all going to go super high, but we'll run through who guys who again, they have to have great seasons, got to stay healthy this year, but could. Because it's interesting that, last year at this time, in the last day of August, we wouldn't have been talking about Moro Ojimo or Keandre Coburn being draftable players.
No.
They just weren't seen that way, but they had really, really good years last year, and both got drafted, both made the team, which, that can happen too. The guys we're not even thinking about have a big year. We'll run through some of those coming up, and that gets you ready. Primer for Texas and Rice. Plus, Rod's been doing the deep dive on the Rice Owls for you, so you don't have to do it. He's been watching Rice football, and now he's going to bring you what he found.
That is my purpose, yes.
You don't have time to do it. You don't want to do it.
You don't want to do that. No.
Rod did it. So he will take you behind the Rice, what to expect from this game, because you're going to watch it, and you're going to say, okay, well, that makes sense. Rod told me that. All right, we'll come back. We'll also do the What the Fact segment before the end of the hour. We got you. Last day of August, getting into football season. A lot to do as we crank it up on a Thursday. Hook 'em up indeed. 5 hours, 5 days a week here on the Horn. Appreciate you being there. And if, as if 25 hours a week not enough, Rod, we're going to do 2 more on game day, Saturday.
Oh, yeah.
Live on campus.
That's not work, man.
That ain't work.
No, that ain't work.
That ain't work. But yes,
Let's play.
Our first pregame broadcast comes Saturday. We're going to be at the Mockingbird Saloon on Guadalupe, right down from the University Co-op. And our friend Jeff over there with that 40 Acres Apparel. You can go get yourself a good-looking shirt and then come on by. We're a couple, block 2 down from there.
Oh, yeah.
Right by the hole in the wall, a little bit further down past Kirby Lane, and that's the Mockingbird Saloon. Just if you've gotten to the In-N-Out Burger, you've gone too far. Too far. They have parking in the back, and, come on in. Come hang with us. We out there noon to 2. 2, we're a little longer, kickoff to 2:30, but you'll be watching Colorado and TCU.
I do want to watch that, actually.
I've got a feeling that's going to be a purple.
It's going to be a bludgeon. It's going to be a bludgeon.
I know Shadur Sanders is going to be a good quarterback. They've got, the cornerbacks are elite. I just don't know that they have the lines of scrimmage yet to compete with a Sonny Dykes team,
Not
especially
yet.
in Fort Worth.
Did you hear what Dion said about culture? I have to get that quote. We might get into that in BS or bullish or BS.
Do it.
We might do that then. He had a quote that's a little controversial or something right now.
Can't wait to hear that.
Well, he's always got a quote that's controversial.
Well, and I want to say it again.
Dion.
I mean, don't think that Sonny Dykes is a good dude, but he is right now. Sonny Dykes is in control of the DFW Metroplex. As far as his TCU is the brand is as strong as it's ever been, coming off a trip to the national championship game last year.
No question. Yep.
And you got to protect your turf. And Deion Sanders also favors the DFW Metroplex. They're going to be in the Big 12 Conference. If you don't think Sonny Dykes and the Horned Frogs would like to send a message, if they can, to Colorado and Deion.
Oh, I'm with you. And your future Big 12 member.
Yeah.
Colorado, which, gives them even more reason to come to DFW because of the brand that Deion has built in Dallas.
Even if the game's close, Deion's going to get a lot of positive press.
No doubt.
Well, I mean, you can write the story yourself. I mean, they were in the national championship game last year, and Deion and his Colorado Buffaloes, who were 1-11 a year ago, played them off their feet on their field. I mean, those are. Yeah, they need to come strong in that game. If you that's at least would be my way of thinking.
No doubt. Yeah, and DFW. There's a lot of people fighting for DFW right now too. And that includes Texas because they've recognized a trend that I've talked about. Other than the Atlanta Metroplex, there's not a more fertile recruiting ground for college football in the country. They have produced more NFL draftable prospects at DFW area than any other Metroplex region in the country other than Atlanta, which explains why Georgia is doing what they're doing.
Look at this year's Longhorns: Quinn Ewers, Jatavion Sanders, Anthony Hill. Just go down the list of guys from the DFW who are going to be featured attractions. Jalen Catalon, starting at safety for the Longhorns. I mean, you could whatever you consider the DFW. Ryan Watson, Terrence Brooks out of Little Elm.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Lately, he's just blown up. I mean, Houston. It used to be Houston and Dallas.
Jalen Ford.
They were right there, kind of tight. And actually, Houston would have more players actually drafted year to year. But in the last probably since 2020. DFW has been separating from Houston. Houston's still one of the top 10 probably most fertile recruiting grounds in the country, but DFW is ahead of LA. It's ahead of, Miami, Dade, that area. It's right now it's popping, as the youngsters will say.
Our man Chris Bennett up early because he's on the West Coast and he's listening this morning. He says, "Remember, Deion was almost the TCU head coach." They made a good hire.
They
hired Sonny Dykes, but they interviewed. They gave an interview to Deion Sanders.
That was good.
Money. Yeah,
they should have.
They heard him out and were impressed, but they went with Sonny because he was in the Metroplex already at SMU.
Yeah. Well, Deion knows that it's basically TCU's got their brand is at its zenith right now, at its apex. It's never been higher. And Deion's brand right now, his brand is doing pretty good too. Deion's brand versus TCU.
But his brand needs some substance.
It
as far as on-field performance, he's got the substance himself, but they got to play a good brand.
Well,
of
he hasn't had a chance to coach a season yet at Colorado,
right.
but when he was at Jackson State, he showed some substance there.
Absolutely,
yeah, they won games.
Absolutely, I'm just saying that's why this game is important for him, right? They need to look like even if they're competitive. Because that's the thing about Colorado last year. They weren't competitive.
No.
That's why he ran off 60 dudes and said, "You guys just can't cut it. You're not good enough." Remember, they went 1-11, and they were they got blown out by more than 20 points like every game but 2. They weren't competitive last year, and that's part of why Deion argued, "I got to flip the roster. None of these guys are going to be something we want to build
I
around.
know, and everybody was upset with them. Like, well, you can't have it both ways. You're admitting they were terrible last year, and then you want Dion to come in and
make terrible players good.
Exactly, and rejuvenate the program. And it's like, well, the players are bad. That's why they only won one game. I got to get rid of the bad players, bring in good players. It may take me a little time, and that's how we're going to win games. And they were just mad about, I guess, the way he did it. I guess he could have went about it with a different method, but still. I'm with you.
Hey, listen, somebody mentioned I'm rooting for Joseph Osai this year. Somebody said, Joseph out 4 to 6 weeks with an ankle.
Dude, I'm telling you, his luck.
The Bengals, man.
Yeah, early on in the league.
I hate that.
He's had some bad luck.
Well, you can't make the club in a tub, and you got to be healthy, and especially for a young player trying to make his way.
Hey, the number one ability, availability.
Yeah, dang it.
Trust me, that's for Rod B, who had 3 shoulder surgeries.
I know.
I wasn't available enough.
Also, CB, Chris Bennett, said Matt Miller was doing a video with Bobby Burton a few weeks ago, and he made the claim that 9 to 10 NFL draft picks on this current Texas team.
I literally just said that last segment.
You did. But he just put it in that it was with Bobby.
I know, but I said he was on with Inside Texas. That's Inside Texas.
There you go.
Yeah.
So there is the launch into that if we want to get into the 9 to 10 Longhorns that could be drafted. But it is time to go behind the burnt orange curtain, talk some Texas football 2 days away to the kickoff.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right, getting ready for Texas versus Rice. I know a lot of you guys out there don't want to dive deep into Rice, and I get it. I do think, and we talked about it yesterday on Texas football last night, that I do think in a covert, very clandestine way, that whether the players don't even know it, I bet Sark is slowly, but probably last week too, he is implementing Bama material. They may not even know it. Like I said, the players may not even know they're working on Bama material. It's like the CIA. The agents don't even know the overall plan, the grand plan. They just know what their role is, their mission is. I think that's kind of how, if I was a coach, that's what I'd be doing. I bet Sark's doing a little bit. I'm not saying the whole thing. I bet like 20-30%. I bet it's being sprinkled in even during the Rice week.
Yep.
That would just be my theory out there. But one thing to think about, too, we were talking about yesterday about the Rice offense versus the Texas defense, and we got into some of the different concepts that you may end up seeing and some of the things that Rice would try to exploit against the Texas defense. What will be their thought process, how they're going to attack that Texas defense. I think they're going to throw the run. All right, they're going to open up, not vertically downfield. I'm talking about short, quick passes, screen game, bootleg, rollout, RPO, which is quick game plus run game, stuff like that. But this is something I don't think people talked about enough. And honestly, I don't know what the turnover goal is. Going back to the goal board that Ty talks about with Coach Dodge all the time, I'm sure Texas does have a goal about how many takeaways they want to get in this game.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know that Rice led the country in turnovers last year? Led the country.
Like most given up or most?
Most given up.
Yeah.
They gave up the most. They had the most. I didn't even realize that until I was doing some more research. They had the most turnovers in the country.
Oh.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Well,
That's
this game
30,
will get,
32 of them.
will get ugly.
32. They had 32 turnovers, the most in the FBS. So if it's 32, so basically their average is around 2.4, something like that per game.
Yeah.
Okay. So Texas, if they don't have at least 2 takeaways in this game, and I know they got a different quarterback.
Yeah, that's part of the reason they chased JT Daniels, and part of they rotated quarterbacks last year quite a bit at Rice.
Oh man. Okay, I'll give you a little stat that, like I said, nobody cares. But Rice has used 3 different starting quarterbacks in each year of the Bloomgren era.
That's not optimal.
That's crazy.
That's not optimal.
That is wild, isn't it? That is unbelievable. That is so. Actually, some of these really impressive numbers that they've had in the passing game, they're even more impressive because, like I said, they've been doing it with 3 different starting quarterbacks with Tuiasa Sopo as the offensive coordinator in the last 2 years. They've actually had their best passing offense at Rice since 2008, and they're 65th. So they're somewhat proud of what they've done in the passing game, and they're bringing in the highest rated signee in program history in JT Daniels, who, as E mentioned in the updates, that's a great factoid that Basically, it's his third. You said it's his third start at DKR as a quarterback.
This will be his third. Quinn sixth.
That is a great little factoid. Obviously with a different team for him.
And JT is 0-2.
Every time.
He's 0-2.
Wow.
So far.
And he's gotten blown out, I believe. Somewhat. Texas won.
Remember when he was a freshman, having been at the game against with USC, USC went up 14-3 in that game.
That is true.
And then Texas blew him out. I think it was 37.
It happened fast too.
Yeah.
I don't know how it happened like that. Yeah.
They got up, and that was a Tom Herman team. Remember that Tom Herman team had lost to Maryland to start the year, and then
they lost twice to.
I know. Well, Maryland. The USC game there was game 3, and they had already lost to Maryland. And then they were down 14-3 to USC, and there was
that was a great that was a great game.
And Amon-Ra St. Brown was the receiver, his top receiver. He's now with the Lions.
That year was that in at USC?
Oh, the next year.
The next year.
Remember, they went home and home.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Sam Darnold was the year before.
The year before,
that's
right? That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
At L.A., yep.
Yeah.
But Texas then blew them out. I think it was 37-20 or 37-14. And then Texas beat West Virginia last year at the stadium with JT Daniels at quarterback.
So, he's got some experience at DKR. So I think because they believe, he gives them a chance to at least keep things close early on. He's your highest rated signee ever. Why would you take the ball out of his hands? I think they'll try to throw. And Luke McCaffrey is their best weapon too, so they'll try to get it to Luke McCaffrey as much as possible. But we'll get back to offense when we're breaking everything down. I want to talk about their defense a little bit because their secondary is their strength. And we've kind of talked about this a little bit too. We did it on Longhorn Blitz, talked about it on Texas football as well. Their cornerbacks, although more preventative than playmaking, they believe in their cornerbacks. They'll actually, and I was shocked and surprised, even against USC, they'll leave them in man coverage. And they really will. They'll leave them in man coverage. They trust their corners so that it allows their safeties to move around so they can kind of manipulate the pre-snap shell disguise. And the guys, and I don't know what happened to Sean Fresh. He's actually from LBJ here in Austin.
Oh, nice.
He's a 5'8", 177 corner. He was number 1 for them. Started most of the year, and then I didn't see him in the bowl game, so I don't know what was going on. He's still on the roster. No depth chart for Rice, so we have no idea either. That's the new thing. Coaches don't have depth charts, probably for this very reason, because people are doing research on their team and they want to leave it up in the air. But Sean Fresh is a good player. Like I said, don't know what happened in the bowl game. They may have went with some other corners. They had another guy, Trayshawn Devonis, and also a Miles McCord. I think he has graduated now. That was also manning that corner in the bowl game. Jordan Dunbar is probably their best corner. He is really steady. I mean, he plays, like I said, they play press man sometimes, and they're not afraid to leave those guys on an island. And they like to use their safeties. One of their safeties, Gabe Taylor, best safety actually. He's their slot corner. Sometimes they actually even will throw out a 3 high safety look and put him at safety, but he's their slot corner / safety. He's the younger brother of Sean Taylor.
Oh, wow. The late, great Sean Taylor.
Yes, and he's a playmaker. 2 interceptions last year, 6 PBUs, 2 forced fumbles, 60 tackles in 2022, and that's coming off that 2021 performance, 2 interceptions, forced fumble, a fumble recovery, 5 PBUs. He's a havoc player. He's a havoc-minded player, and he's trending in the right direction. You want to watch out for Gabe Taylor. He's a really good player for them. So they got 3 good players that they trust in the secondary, and that's why. And I was talking to Ian Boyd about this. He made a great point on our football theory show that he believes, and I agree with him, that they're going to try to invite Texas to throw the ball because they can't stop Texas running. If this game could be really boring if Sark decides, you know what, we're just going to run it 45 times. Sark's not like that. Sark likes his offense to be sexy and aesthetically pleasing. He does. Even the Washington defensive coordinator remarked about that before the bowl game. He said Sark doesn't have the patience for quick game, to go quick game down the field. So they backed up their defensive backs and corners, and they just let their front 7 stop the run without Bijan and Rojo. And if Texas wanted to, they probably could have marched down the field just throwing quick game. And the defensive coordinator said he don't have the patience for that. He'll have to throw it deep at one point. He's got to have a spectacular play. We stop that, and then that'll put him behind the chains. And then from that point, their offense will regress. Well, and he was right about that. That's on Sark. Sometimes when you're matching wits with a coordinator, you don't play the hand, you play the man. And Sark has tendencies we all know, and one of them is he's gonna throw the deep ball.
He's going to take some shots.
Take some shots.
And you know, in an effort to be as vanilla as possible with Alabama looming, to your point. I mean, a school like Rice, as they recruit, they're going to recruit outside players, weapons, DB, secondary. The lines of scrimmage is where Rice is going to have a hard time competing with a Power 5 program. Yeah. And that's where Texas should have a huge advantage, offensive and defensive lines, if their offensive and defensive lines are improved to the point where we think they are, where they should be able to line up and smash it right at them and not worry about the good players in their secondary or the good players, quarterback and receiver that Rice is going to bring to the table. Just dominate the trenches and wear this thing out and get a lot of guys on the field. And as we said last night on Inside Texas, the goal is going to get Arch Manning on the field. Get all three quarterbacks in the game and let them either hand off or throw or make some plays. But you're right, Sark has to avoid that tendency and just pound the rock. Because that's the other part. Sark said this week on Monday, the position group he's most excited to see is running back. Well, we'll saddle them up. Let's go.
That's true. And you know what? This is a slump buster. Yeah. Basically, right? The running game against Washington.
Not good.
Not good. 2.8 yards per rush. That was not a great display post Bijan and Rojo. You need a slump buster? How about a team last year that allowed 5.3 yards per rush? That's the 8th highest opposing rushing average in college football last season. This is your slump buster. If you can't run the ball versus Rice, well, we know we're going to have issues running the ball all year long.
I remember after the
it was Rice.
The 09.
It was Rice.
Yeah, the 09 season when Mac Brown changed the offense to a power offense and they couldn't run against Rice. And
they had a short yardage and they couldn't get it versus Rice.
And they played that. That was the start of the 2010 season, and it was at Rice. It was actually at NRG Stadium in Houston. Yeah. And everyone was sitting there in the press box going, "Oh gosh."
You can't
much for a power running game, Mac Brown. Hey, we come back. It'll be What the Facts?
What the Facts?
On a Thursday morning, back into the Longhorn conversation. Which Longhorns on this team does Matt Miller and the NFL scouting community think are draftable players? He says up to 9 or 10. We'll run through some of those coming up as well. Plus the headlines, just the facts next. Time for What the Facts from last night in sports and around the sports world, including it happened in Nashville last night. Inter Miami did not score a match for the first time since Lionel Messi's arrival as they played to a 0-0 draw with Nashville last night. Inter Miami did 0-0, the draw.
That's not good.
Yeah,
It's
and because it was
very
just an
anticlimactic.
and just because it was just an MLS match, they did not go to PKs. It just ends at a draw.
That's not why they brought in Messi. How much did Messi play? Do we know? I know he didn't start. They're not starting him yet.
Yeah.
So.
I'll get a number on that, but
Okay.
he did not. As for soccer, over at Q2 Stadium, it's now the fact number, Rod, is 46 days. 46 days since the Austin FC won a match. Since they've hired their new sporting manager, Rodolfo Burrell, they have not been very good.
Yeah, what's
Six-match loss streak.
So the new sporting director was right when he said,
Or he's willing.
he said basically last year was an outlier. He's like, that was
We're
an
not very
anomaly.
good.
We're not. No,
Our roster needs a lot of help.
Quit referencing last year is basically what he was trying to say. I'm paraphrasing.
Of course, they played in the Final Four of the league.
He's like, quit bringing that up. That's nothing to do with what we are this year.
Yeah.
We're a totally different team this year.
They're playing up to down to his expectations. They're 0 for their last 6.
Those were controversial comments at the time. They are not now.
With 8 matches left, and they're outside the Western Conference playoffs, and it's disappointing that they lost 2-1 to the Seattle Sounders.
I'm going to bring
last
on
night.
Eric Goodman and ask him exactly what happened.
Yeah.
We
will. We will. They play New England.
Drop
They
off.
play New England because they play at New England against the Revolution on Saturday, and that's not going to be good. It doesn't feel like.
Texter simply says the Rangers suck.
Oh, can I give you a fact on that?
That's all the texter said. They are collapsed. That's all the text said.
How about Justin
Rangers.
Wells last night on our Inside Texas thing?
Oh man,
Because we were
should've-
finishing that up when the home run went out of the park in the ninth inning, and it was 5-3.
grown man temper tantrum.
Well, if you're asking how the Rangers are no longer in first place in the AL West, I mean, pretty simple. The Seattle Mariners just finished the month of August with a club record for victories in the month of August ever, and the Rangers last night with their 6-5 loss. This is not good. They go 3-6 on the road trip. They're 10-17 on the road since July 1, Rod.
What is going on?
And in tough and tight late game situations, Texas is 2-7 in extra inning games this year. They're 15-27 in games decided in the 7th inning or later. 15-27. That is not the makings of a championship caliber ball club.
I know. Yes, I mean, you don't need to freak out because we got a texter here says, "Go Rangers, relax. Only one game out." So
When you're playing a last place Mets team with a 2-run lead in the 9th inning, you got to close that out.
yeah, hey man, they're just in the funk. It's okay.
They are. Well, bad
It's all right.
time for it.
Bad time for the funk. They haven't had a stretch of bad baseball. This is the first bad stretch of baseball they've had all season long. They got to figure out a way. This is the troubling thing is they've been bad for a while now. So do they have enough fortitude and do they have enough veterans who have the savvy to help them get out of this funk? Like how do they pull it? Bruce Bochy probably knows how to pull
I think they do in
them
their
out.
lineup. I think their lineup is as good as any because they battled from 3-0 back last night to take that 5-3 lead into the 9th, and they again couldn't close it. And then in the 9th inning, in extra frames now, they start with a runner at second base. So Aroldis Chapman comes in, promptly walks the first 2 batters so the bases are loaded, and then on the first pitch to the next guy, hit him, and the game's over. Like you didn't even make them hit the ball to score the game-winning run. That's not clutch, but to your point, you got a month of baseball to play, and the jump start can start this weekend, and then they play the Astros starting on Monday.
Go Astros!
So there you go. Monday would be the start of that because the Astros play the Yankees this weekend. Rangers have a home series, and then here comes Houston and Seattle Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of next week, and their final 3 games of the year, which will be pretty good.
Yeah. Oh, how about this little factoid since we're doing What the Facts?
What the facts?
According to Adam Schefter, these are the teams with the most players claimed off waivers on the final cut day since 2018. So we're talking about basically going back the last 5 years, excluding 2020, it says, because there was no preseason there because of the COVID stuff.
Yep.
Buffalo, 16. The Jets with 13. Baltimore with 12. Rams with 9. And the 49ers were 9. And this little factoid I found, because I went down a rabbit hole after I saw that. And how about this? Found this little factoid. Shout out to Jason I believe it's OTC. The Cowboys currently lead the NFL, being responsible for starting the career of 82 players currently in the NFL.
Wow.
The Ravens are second with 77. Then the Vikings with 75. Then the 49ers with 74. Then the Patriots with 71. So the Cowboys lead the NFL with being responsible for starting the career of 82 players currently in the NFL. That includes like guys they've drafted that they end up cutting, undrafted free agents that started their career. You started your career with the Cowboys, and then you ended up being...
That's the number, right?
Yeah, being picked up elsewhere.
That's huge credit to Will McClay and the
It
scouting
is.
staff.
That's a Will McClay stat. That's exactly right. Yeah.
Well found.
What, Jerry Jones stat? Not a Jerry Jones stat?
No, Will McClay finds good players, and then Jerry Jones mismanages. Sorry. My morningly shot at Jerry Jones.
You had to do it. It wouldn't be the 6 o'clock hour if you didn't do it.
That's right. Come on, Jerry. Just hire a GM.
He did. Will McClay is a GM. You just can't have the title.
Let him GM.
Can't have the title,
Then
baby.
give it to him and let him do it.
Can't have the title. That's Jerry's
Go sell
title.
pizzas. We'll be back. I had a stat on Scotty Scheffler that I'll give you next hour of just how frustratingly great his season was in 2023 as we head into the Ryder Cup. We'll get you details on that. Plus, we'll have our headlines. Rod has a rant coming up, and we're talking Texas football all the way to kickoff. Indeed, hook them up on a Thursday, and that means the weekend is here. Football is on the brain. We got games tonight. We'll begin to preview a couple of good ones, a couple that will be worth your time. Utah, Florida from Salt Lake, and the Utah campus, also Minnesota and Nebraska in the Big Ten, the best two games of the night. Also, Rod, our friends over at the University of Texas Co-op are going to have a meet and greet tonight. We told you about this yesterday in our Setlist ATX, our live music segment, which we do every Wednesday at 9:30. But tonight, between 6 and 7, about 5:30, doors will open. You're going to have the football athletes meet and greet. And if you want to get on out there, you're going to meet some of the big names of the Texas football team.
Oh, wow. That's cool.
Yeah, that's at UT Co-op tonight. So get on out there. And
Starts at, 6 o'clock?
6 o'clock. Get you some of that 40 Acres apparel that you and I both love. I'm wearing that shirt tomorrow, Rod.
Oh, that's my game day.
Game day. Yeah, man.
No doubt.
Game Friday.
Yeah, because, we actually, we're going to be out and about, actually. Today.
Yeah, you and I both.
Tomorrow. Oh, man. And Saturday. All right, we got to give people details on that. We'll do that later on. We'll give you some details about where we'll be.
Yeah, we're going to be at Lavaca Street tonight, you and I, in Rock Rose. With our friends from Bud Light, getting you ready for the football weekend. We'll get you more details. But, yeah, the co-op tonight features Byron Murphy, Barron Sorrell, Jade Barron, Kelvin Banks, J.T. Sanders, Tavondre Sweat, Jordan Whittington, Jalen Ford, Bert Auburn, and Terrence Brooks.
A lot of star power. Oh, you can go there and just kind of see if they got their mind right. You can tell. You can tell if they're ready. Go up there and just see if they're ready. Just look them in their eyes. See if they're ready to go. I think they are.
Yeah, and that'll be tonight at the University of Co-op down on Guadalupe. And you can check that out. So there we go. That's happening. Also, the people on the Just the Fact second are mad at me. Look, we're Ranger fans, Austin MLS, Austin FC. We can't. They're just facts. I mean, Austin FC hadn't won a match in 46 days. We're not criticizing the team. We're just saying they're not very good.
We used to give great Ranger facts when they were playing really well.
Winning. Now it's like, oh man.
Now
Guy says, please go back to the way you used to not talk about the Rangers and stay with your usual Astros drivel. Thank you. Thank you very much. I didn't say a word about the Astros, Rod. Did we say anything about the Astros?
Probably my Ghost Trolls is probably
they're in first place. I know that.
Rangers fan. There you go.
Seattle, Astros. Yeah, that was a tough loss for Texas last night. That was one of those that just.
I want to say the Mariners set a franchise record now for wins in a month.
Yeah, in August.
They
had a great month.
Franchise. They've had the best month in the history of the franchise.
Best 2 Augusts were had by the Seattle Mariners and the LA Dodgers.
The Dodgers are hot right now?
August is their month. They really crank it up, and they're it's between them and the Braves in the National League. I wouldn't forget about.
My man Craigway's happy about that.
Absolutely,
Dodgers are playing well,
but their pitching staff is so banged up. But I wouldn't forget about the Brewers either in the National League. But it really looks like Braves, Dodgers, and then in the
Braves.
American League,
just forget how good the Braves are.
I know.
They just take it for granted because they've just been so good. They've been good like that all year. They've just been that good all year. They actually have dropped off a little bit in their home run pace. They actually were on pace to threaten the single-season home run record for a team. They're not on that pace anymore. That's not going to happen. But they're still lighting it up, though. And they still lighting it up in the first inning, which I love that little stat, too.
Yeah, they're to me, they're still the team to beat. And American League is completely wide open because, is Baltimore or Tampa, are they ready for, the Astros and, in the playoffs? Who knows? I mean, the Rangers, Seattle. I mean, it's all there.
The Rangers ain't going. This funk is not going to continue for the rest of the month. I mean, they're going to break out of it at one point, and when they do,
not to be negative, texters, but their bullpen's been rough all year, and that's the problem. You got to be able to finish games. In the Aroldis Chapman, acquisition was supposed to help with that. They still struggle to finish. That's why I gave those numbers that, seventh inning or beyond, they're 15 and 27.
Clutch time.
That's
where they're struggling,
and they give up a lot of leads, and then that's not a recipe to be a good team in October if you can't close games out. Because Corey Seager's having one of the best offensive seasons the Rangers ever had. He has been phenomenal. The lineup has just been rock solid. Bruce Bochy's the right guy. You just got to be able to close games. Got to be able to finish close and tough and tight games. As we talk about Texas football, critical execution and pressure moments.
Sarks last year 2-5 in one-score games. Go. That number needs to be flipped.
Yep, 5-2.
And they actually outscored their opponents by 179 points, I believe, in the first 3 quarters. But in fourth quarter and overtime last season, Texas actually was outscored by their opponents. So yeah, Texas. I'm glad you said that. Texas football dealing with the same issue. Learn how to win in clutch time.
No doubt. So let's go to the other headlines though to start your 7 o'clock hour. Top Gun Equipment Rentals bring you the news. T-minus 2 days to the opener for the Longhorns. They welcome the Rice Owls to DKR to open the year. Features an interesting matchup of quarterbacks, as we mentioned. Texas QB Quinn Ewers will get the start for the Horns, making his 6th career start at DKR. His counterpart, JT Daniels for Rice, his third. A third different school, too. He got here in 2018 as a freshman with USC, then in West Virginia, where he started last October. Of course, he is the poster boy for the transfer portal. He's now landed at Rice, and what we think is his final collegiate season with the Owls. Earlier this week, head coach Steve Sarkisian previewed what he expects to see from this Rice offense.
They got great schemes. Coach Bloomgrim, his staff do a tremendous job in all 3 phases. They're going to tax you. They're going to try to exploit your weaknesses like any good coaching staff would. So we need to prepare for what they're going to provide and get ourselves ready to play. Texas
and Rice kick at 2:30 Saturday. Pregame coverage live at noon from the Mockingbird Saloon on West Campus, right on Guadalupe, with Rod and myself. Come out and join us and get ready for the ball game. In soccer, another tough night on the pitch for the tumbling Austin FC. They fell to the Seattle Sounders last night 2-1 in front of a disappointing crowd at Q2 Stadium. Seattle's Albert Rusnak scored the go-ahead goal in the 90th minute. Late in that match, Sebastian Gerisi did have a goal in the 72nd minute to tie it, but not enough. They're going to play at New England on Saturday. As we said, Major League Baseball yesterday and last night, Houston and Seattle posted victories, and then a gut punch loss for the Rangers. Houston finished off the club's first ever sweep at Fenway Park, 7-4 over the Bo Sox. But Seattle rallied to beat Oakland 5-4. Then the Rangers had a 5-3 lead in the 9th inning, but Mets right fielder DJ Stewart smacked a 2-run game-tying homer in that frame off of Jose Leclerc to send it to extras. In the 10th, Texas reliever Aroldis Chapman, with the bases loaded, hit the same guy, DJ Stewart, with a pitch. That ended the ball game on a walk-off hit by pitch. Texas falls a game back of Houston and Seattle in the West. All 3 teams off today. NFL football, dust is settled on the league's cut-down day. Still 31 former Texas Longhorn players in the NFL and headed into Week 1. That number does not include undrafted free agent Deshaun Jameson, who was claimed off of waivers yesterday by the Carolina Panthers, which is great. He made one of the final cuts by the Niners, had a great preseason. 3 teams have 3 Longhorns on their roster into the season: Arizona, Miami, and New England. 5 others have 2, including the Texans. They have Andrew Beck at H-back and Hassan Ridgeway on the defensive line. Chicago has 2 former Longhorn running backs, the double-barrel backfield of Roshan Johnson and Deontay Foreman. And in Atlanta, Falcons will have Taquan Graham and, of course, Bijan Robinson, who remains the betting favorite to win the Rookie of the Year award in the NFL.
Yeah, congratulations, like you said, to the 31 Longhorns who end up making 53-man rosters. And the article at Inside Texas, really good job. I believe Justin Welsh wrote it. He didn't include the practice squad guys on there, did he? This is all just 53.
That was Joe Cook. It was Joe Cook.
It was Joe Cook. Sorry, Joe Cook. It was 53-man roster guys. So they didn't get into the practice squad players. So hopefully some guys, because practice squads are still being sorted out.
Well, DeMarvion Overshown will be on that list, but he's hurt for the Cowboys.
Yeah, he's going to be on there, either PUP or IR. I don't know how they want to designate. It depends on how they.
Probably season-ending IR. Yeah, would be the call for Demo, and then Colt McCoy is likely to get picked up. Right, he's right now still a free agent, but
teams are probably clearing making some room for him right now because he'd be a backup, so they probably are making some. And remember, they changed the practice squad rules now, where you can have 3 designations, means you can call up a player from the practice squad, 3 times before you have to make them a part of your 53-man roster. So if you do it a 4th time, you'd have to make them a part of your 53-man roster if you did that. But that's still big time. You can basically hide a player now on the practice squad, and they allow you. I want to say they allow you to do it basically the day of the game now, too. Like you can actually do it last minute, the day of the game. But a certain amount of hours before, but you can actually make that designation on the day of the game when you couldn't before. Right? Yeah.
I think that's the way the rules work.
So they basically changed it where practice squad, man, you put players on the practice squad now.
Well,
and hide guys.
I remember there was talk yesterday of Colt to New England because New England only had 1 quarterback on the roster, but both of their backups that they waived cleared waivers, and they brought them back. So Bailey Zappi is back, the pride of Victoria, Texas, and their 3rd-string guy both cleared waivers, so both are back with New England. We'll keep an eye on the Colt McCoy watch where he's going to land. But the NFL season starts 1 week from tonight with Detroit and Kansas City, where Keandre Coburn made that Chiefs team as a late-round draft pick. Good for him.
Oh, yeah, man, hard. And let me know that Malik Jefferson
is on the Cowboys practice squad?
Cowboys, yeah.
Good for Malik.
Man, Malik, I got to tell you, that's He's been bounced around. I forgot how many teams, probably 4 teams now. And the Cowboys like him because Dan Quinn likes hybrid linebackers that can run. He likes speed, and Malik's got speed, and Malik's a linebacker that you can kind of move around a little bit too. So I think Dan Quinn likes Malik and his skill set. That's why he's been able to stick with the Cowboys for a little while. And they need linebackers. They only kept 3. They kept 4, but Marquise Bell, I believe, is also one of the guys they kept as a linebacker, but he's more of a project. Right? He's a safety / hybrid guy.
Yeah, they're keeping a lot of like J-Ron Curse.
Yeah, they want the hybrids. You know? So to me, they only got 3 real linebackers that they kept on the roster. That's probably why they want to put Malik. They can hide him on the practice squad.
Leighton, Damone Clark, and
LV Damone Clark. One more too.
And then
that's one more.
I forget his name. He was a rookie last year. Harper.
Yeah. Oh yes, the kid from Oklahoma State.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. You're right. Those are the 3. So, and then there's Marquise Bell, the project. So I think that's why Malik also, he may, depending on what happens, he may end up getting some playing time. Hopefully, there's no injuries, but it might be.
Well, he's got to play on special teams too. You know that.
Oh, no question.
Okay, so that's some NFL. We'll get into coming up. I've been compiling the list of because Matt Miller of the NFL Draft Scout says there's 10. Up to 9 to 10 players that could be drafted off this current Longhorn roster for next year, right?
It's a good conversation.
Which is interesting.
It's a good thought experiment.
It is, and we'll do that coming up bottom of the hour. But right now, it's time for Rod's Rant on this Thursday morning. It's Game Thursday. Game Week Thursday. Let's do it. We got games tonight.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore!
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it real.
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Oh, you've done it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butt.
All right. And yes, Texter, I think they cut Jabril Cox. I thought they loved Jabril Cox, but the Cowboys did not keep him. Maybe they'll bring him back on the practice squad. So, because I was a Jabril Cox fan coming out of LSU. And he dealt with some injuries early on too. So anyway, that's something that we'll get back to, of course, as the team start to really, reconfigure their practice squads and settle on their practice squads. All right. So let's get to Rod's Rant today. I saw this article from 247 Sports, so I'll give them credit. And they did a survey. All right. They did a survey of recruits. So they wanted to get the opinion of the recruits. And I'm not sure exactly how the question was phrased, but basically the premise of the article is the 25 biggest brands ranked according to recruits.
Ooh, that's important.
Exactly. Right? It is. I'm with you. It said, here are the top 25 college football programs in terms of brand recognition according to high school athletes. So they did a survey. I can kind of try to read through it. They said the brand recognition is essential in college football from a recruiting standpoint. Being recognizable and having a recognizable name is paramount to talent acquisition. Official Visit surveyed 1,000 high school football players last year on brand strength and asked athletes to rank college football programs according to brand recognition. All right, you guys want to try to guess who's on this list? Now they got 25 programs on the list. They're 25. Now remember, this was last year. High school prospects coming out.
You want to start at number 1?
You can throw them out to me, and
Alabama.
I'm gonna go with
Alabama's number 1.
Yep.
That would be Ohio State.
We're just trying to get in the top 10 here. Yes, Ohio State's number 2. He's out. He's doing a good job. Georgia's number 3. You guys are doing a good job. Clemson's number 5.
Ooh, so who is Michigan 4?
Michigan did not make the top 10.
Ooh,
USC.
That doesn't surprise me.
USC did not make the top 10. I'll give you that in a second. They did not make the top 10.
Well, that would make sense because they haven't been on the national radar, really.
Yeah.
Here in a little while. Now, Lincoln Riley's put them back there, and then Caleb, but you said this was last year.
Yes.
Brand recognition, LSU.
LSU is number 6.
Number 6. Okay. What about? I'm trying to think who's been Oklahoma.
Oklahoma is number 4.
There you go. That was okay.
Because Lincoln Riley's had him on the map before he left. That's a great. So that's basically Lincoln Riley. You were thinking Lincoln Riley tied by USC, but he ain't put them on the map yet.
They'll be there.
They'll be there. Yes, great point.
What about Oregon?
Oregon is number 9.
Okay.
There you go.
So we're getting our top 10 knocked out here.
You got 3 more you haven't named in the top 10 here.
In Texas?
Texas, number 8.
Okay. So now we've got most of the top 10. I need what, 7 and 9?
You need 7 and 10.
7 and 10. Okay. So SEC, you give me the conference.
1 SEC, 1 ACC.
Okay. Oh, ACC. Florida State.
No, not in the top 10. I'll give you those.
Miami, the U?
Miami, the U. They're 10.
Okay.
And now you just missing number 7. Remember, this is ahead of the Longhorns, too.
Is it Florida?
Nope.
SEC. I got Alabama. We got Georgia. Have already been LSU's already been taken. Who you got there, Ty? Who am I not?
Yeah, you don't want to say it, huh?
Aggies.
Yes, they are.
Aggies. I'm sorry. I forgot they were the SEC.
You don't want to do it. You don't want to do it. I was like, y'all don't want to do it. Y'all don't want to do it. Yeah, they have, according to this list, they have the Aggies. This is 1,000 high school football players last year. They were surveyed on brand recognition and brand strength.
The Aggies were up there, because they beat Alabama the one year in the big recruiting class, and the Jimbo and Nick Saban spat and all that.
Yeah, so here's the top 25 for you. South Carolina at 25, Maryland Terrapins at 24, Mississippi State Bulldogs at 23, 22 Michigan State, 21 Auburn, 20 UCLA, USC at 19, Tennessee at 18, Florida State at 17, 16 Michigan. I'm surprised. They're a little low, I think, but maybe Harbaugh is kind of just bringing that thing back. Ole Miss at 15, North Carolina at 14, Mac Brown doing well there, Penn State at 13, Notre Dame Fighting Irish at 12, and then Florida Gators at 11. And then top 10, Miami, Oregon at 9, Texas at 8, and yes, the Aggies at 7, according to this survey. LSU at 6, Clemson at 5. At 4, you have Oklahoma. At 3, there's Georgia. 2, Ohio State, and number 1, Alabama.
Well,
what do we say? Roll Tide.
Roll Tide. Duh. Yeah, they.
So that's interesting. I thought they got the Aggies ahead of the Longhorns. How you feel about that?
Well, that's a poll, right, of recruiting age kids,
high school kids,
and I think that doesn't surprise me, to be quite honest with you. And I would also say it's why we've talked about, there are those within the recruiting landscape who cover that for a living that will tell you that a Longhorn win over Alabama would mean significantly more on the recruiting trail than it would even winning the Big 12 championship.
Jerry Hamilton said that. I mean, and Jerry's as plugged into recruiting as anybody. He said it'd be bigger than winning the Big 12.
When it comes down to some of these swing guys that are 4- and 5-star players, a win over Alabama would be bigger than even winning the whole Big 12.
That'd be the biggest Texas win since when?
Oh,
man. Georgia? You got to go back to the Sugar Bowl? Texas beating Georgia?
I would think it would be Ohio State and Columbus.
Exactly. Exactly. It'd be big.
Might be 05.
It'd be bigger.
Might be 05 Columbus.
I'm with you. I think it would be bigger than Texas beating Georgia.
Well, because remember that year, Texas had won the Rose Bowl the previous year, and they were 1-2. So it was. This would be when Texas is 11 and Alabama's 2, 3, or 4, depending on what poll you're looking at. So it would be a huge win. It would be a signature victory. Charlie Strong's biggest win ever was against Notre Dame, right? Is that right? That's his biggest win. Had an Oklahoma victory.
Yeah.
But on the national stage, the win over Notre Dame for Tom Herman, that Georgia win was probably his biggest. But yeah, this would surpass all of those. And that's how long it's been since the Longhorns have had a, signature. Well, I mean, look, you go back to 2008. When Texas was playing all those ranked teams through October.
Oh, that was
there were some huge wins there. But
it's the greatest year in the history of the Big 12, though.
But you just said it. I mean, 17, 18-year-old kids would tell you the most brand-aware program is Alabama. So if you beat Alabama in their place,
ding, ding, ding,
that's going to resonate.
Yeah. One thing I was also
because who knows what it means beyond that? Because it wouldn't be unlike Texas to win that game and then not win the Big 12.
Oh, well, TCU didn't win the Big 12.
Right.
And they had the greatest recruiting year in the history of their program because their brand is at an all-time high. I didn't even see TCU on there because it was just last year. They just made their run. Well, hopefully they do this every year, then we get to kind of see how things change and fluctuate. But I'll say this for Longhorn fans who may be freaked out about, oh, man, how's the Aggies ahead of Texas? That may be the case with the survey, of course, because I'm all about the data and numbers. But for Texas, here's your trump card. Is that, you got potentially the greatest celebrity endorsement in the history of college football when Arch Manning and the Manning family decided, you know what, the future of the Manning brand, we trusted to the University of Texas and Steve Sarkisian. That, to me, there's never been a better celebrity endorsement in the history of college football, because a lot of people believe, and that's probably not true, that it was a family decision rather than just Arch's decision. It's been said that it was Arch's decision, mostly not a family decision, but most people still believe the perception is reality that, oh man, it was a family. The family decided, all right, you know what's best for the Manning family and the brand? That Arch go to the University of Texas. So, yeah, in terms of brand recognition, you may have some youngsters who see the Aggies as a better brand and the Texas brand being lower down on the totem pole. But in terms of celebrity endorsements from the folks in the know, the first family of football, they trusted that brand and they put Texas's brand higher on their evaluation than any other brand in college football. So that's what I'll throw out there.
Well, and that's why I would say that endorsement on top of a win at Alabama would be, oh my gosh. I mean, every kid would be like, oh, Arch wanted to go there, and now they can beat Alabama, and now they're in the SEC. Okay,
together.
That's the significant, because you know the lifeblood of your program is going to be high school players and bringing in talent, and that's great stuff from Rod and Rod's rant of the day. Good stuff right there. We'll dive into the draftable Longhorns and on this year's roster, according to Matt Miller, the NFL draft scout, and then our opinion of that or who they could be. We got a lot to do before the end of the hour. Bullish or BS as we roll through a Thursday. Football is back. We are almost done with the talking about football season. We're going to be talking about game season beginning tonight, so we're looking forward to that. We'll be back with you here on The Horn. Little bullish and BS before the top of the hour. Also, Rod, after the top of the hour, we're going to talk to a former Rice football player, local player from right here in Central Texas, played his college ball at Rice.
Nice.
He's now a college football analyst for ESPN and CBS Sports.
There we go.
Tyler McCarg will be with us, or Taylor McCarg, I should say.
Oh, I remember him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Taylor's a good dude. And
did he play football, high school football around here?
Did I think Cedar Park?
Yeah,
Taylor?
I think I remember him actually.
He's a quarterback.
I think I remember watching him in high school, actually, if I'm not mistaken. That's why I think he might have played high school football around here.
I think he did. I'm going to get it wrong, but I think it was at Cedar Park. Or
you're right about it. I think, yeah, because why else would I know that name?
Yeah, well, because he also was a former, he played quarterback at Rice.
He did play quarterback at Rice, but I want to say, and I remember him from high school for some reason.
I do too. He did play high school ball. Taylor McCarg will be with us.
Nice.
And we'll talk some football. He's got games tonight. He's doing UAB tonight. Also, he's got a game on CBS on Saturday with Bowling Green and Liberty. He's doing ESPN and college games, or ESPN and CBS for college football as a rising analyst.
He's a hard worker.
Rising analyst in college football. His thoughts on Texas.
Yeah, he was born in Austin, so yeah, he definitely played high school football around here.
He did.
Yeah,
I remember him.
There you go.
I remember him. Taylor McCarg will be with us, previewing the games of the weekend, including the Rice-Texas matchup where he played, so he's still tied to that program, knows what
I got some questions for him. I'm excited about Taylor coming on, actually.
Yeah, we're looking forward to that. Sharp
I've
guy.
I've been watching Rice film, so I got some questions.
There you go. Deep dive.
He's going to be like, what the hell? Who's paying this much attention to Rice? I'm like, I am.
Yeah.
I am. Yeah, there you go. I'm representing Texas, baby.
Taylor McCarg will be with us. We'll also hit the Bullish or BS. And tonight, remember you said, Rod, we're busy. You and I, we're going to be out and about, do the morning show. But then with our friends at Bud Light, we're going to be out and about in the afternoon, joining Patrick Davis on the Sports Complex.
Yeah.
You and I will be at the La Vaca Street Bar. My buddy Matt Lucky's spot there. This will be the Domain location in Rock Rose, or on Rock Rose, that little cool area of the Domain. We'll be there from 5 to 7.
Love that spot.
Getting you ready, talking football, talking ball with Patrick. And so come on out. If you live in and around and near the Domain, come on and get it. And we'll have a good time there. So yeah, and then
that's tonight, and then tomorrow. Actually, you guys are representing out as well, right?
Yeah, I'll be out with Patrick at Round Rock Hyundai.
Okay,
which is cool. And then on Saturday, come see us for our game pregame out at
Mockingbird
Saloon on Guadalupe.
Great.
It's gonna be fun.
It's gonna be great. It's gonna be a good spot.
I'm gonna come out a little bit early. What time does that TCU game start?
11 a.m.
I'll say, you know what? Hey, maybe I'll try to get out there a little bit early so I can watch that game.
I'll be there.
Yeah, Ty's gonna be there.
Ty might be there 11 to 11.
Quite. That's a real possibility.
That'd be fantastic.
Call an Uber. But yes, so now I'll be there. We'll be there till about 2, a little bit after, doing a pregame show here on the Horn, getting you ready for kickoff at 2:30. And yeah, as we told you yesterday, looking forward to it. I did my debut with Inside Texas last night, Rod, on the Longhorn on Texas football stream with you and Justin Wells. And on Saturday, I'm going to be debuting the new Watch With Us through Inside Texas and watch the game. Kind of a Manning cast. Speaking of the Manning family, they've taken it to new levels. We're going to do that with Inside Texas and the YouTube stream and watch the game with us. So fire it up on your laptop and your computer or even on YouTube, and you're watching along with us with comments and questions and the analysts and the experts and the guests. It's a cool way to watch a football game. Learn about the game, complain about the game, talk about the game as it's happening.
Whatever you decide to do, it's a community, so go ahead.
Yeah,
we're going to welcome all comers, all opinions and comments.
So that is how we will roll. So today, Rock Rose in the Domain will be at La Vaca Street Bar, so just come see us. Let's start with that. Come on out.
Is Rock Rose a bar or a restaurant?
It's La Vaca Street.
Yeah.
Well, Rock Rose is the name of the street.
Area.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's like that street.
It's like the area of the Domain that's Rock Rose.
I might come up there tonight too.
Come on, man.
It's a nice. We've had several broadcasts up there. It's really nice.
It's a good spot.
Yeah. Cool.
And I don't know. Well, they have some tickets to give away to something. I don't know what that might be, but we may. We might have been. Who knows? Hey,
Vista Ridge.
Vista Ridge, the high school of Taylor McCarg.
Okay. I figured, I was like, I know I've seen this kid play high school football. There you go. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Thank you, Texters. Appreciate you guys.
All right, Rod. Before we get to the deep dive conversation with Taylor and their Bullish or BS. So again, you and I were doing the live stream last night, and someone asked a question, one of the Inside Texas fans, and asked, more or less than 10 players on this of this team drafted next April. And we all kind of rolled our eyes like, oh, that's a big number. But then as you pointed out last hour, that Matt Miller, the NFL draft scout, now working for ESPN, who made the claim to Bobby Burton.
Yeah, he's the one that threw
that
it
he
out
thinks
there.
there's 9 or 10. And I don't know if it was draftable players big picture or was it draftable
I
off
think
of
it's
this
next
year's
year.
team?
I think he was talking about players being drafted in next year's draft.
So as you said, it's a fun mental exercise. But you start at the top. Quinn Ewers, if he has a good year, is a draftable player at quarterback, right?
Yeah.
We have to see it, but the arm talent, number one recruit. I mean, he makes throws that not many people in the world can. If he has a strong year in this offense, he's a draftable player without a doubt. How high? Because this isn't about what round. This is about draftable in the 7-round draft.
Yes. Oh, no, there's no doubt. Quinn, even if he has a ordinary, season, average, above average season, if he makes spectacular throws that they see enough of that potential and upside, they'll give him a 2nd-round grade or a late 1st-round grade. It depends on how deep the quarterback draft is too. A lot of those Pac-12 guys might be coming out. That'll push him down.
That'll push him down too,
Yeah.
or might push him back into college.
But
Quinn, but we'll see. But he is draftable.
Yes.
And we know, again, I say this about Quinn. He wants to be drafted, right? There's a reason he gave up his high school football season. It wasn't just for NIL money at Ohio State. It was to start the clock.
He's fast-tracked this thing.
To be, and this is a family decision. When he reclassified his senior grade, this puts him on the ability to be in this draft in April.
Agreed.
He's got to have a good year. His top 3 targets are Xavier Worthy, A.D. Mitchell, and J.T. Sanders. I think all 3 of those players would be draftable if they have good years.
Well, even if they don't have good, X-Man doesn't have a good year, he'll still end up being drafted. Hopefully, 1st round is what the hope is for Xavier Worthy. Does he have that type of upside? He's got to have a great year bouncing back off a regression last year to do that. A.D. Mitchell is the interesting one. All the reports, and you've heard them all too, E, is that he has been the breakout player, the most consistent breakout player of the offseason in all the practices. So the report is that that guy is probably going to end up having a breakout year, and if he does, he can end up getting drafted too. And then J.T. Sanders is going to be the second highest rated tight end coming out behind Brock Bowers.
Brock Bowers, yeah.
So he's going to end up drafted in the 2nd round, somewhere down there, wherever the second tight end goes. So
freakish athlete,
5-star. Oh yeah, no doubt.
And the fact that he took to the tight end role, he's willing to be physical, willing to be an in-blind, and his leadership, Rod. I mean, he's an alpha. J.T. Sanders,
he is.
Which we like. Now, there's 2 names that maybe you don't think about, but Christian Jones is the right tackle, who, as you talked about, came in as a project because he was a soccer player until he got to high school and then picked up football late. But he's played now. This will be his 6th year at Texas, and I think he put his feelers out last year. They told him, look, go back 1 year, and Christian Jones at right tackle at 6'6" and 320 becomes a draftable player.
I'm with you because of the size. I mean, you really can't ignore it. And what they love about, and the Cowboys are famous for this too, they look at his upside, a tremendous upside, because he's only been playing football, organized football. I believe this is like his 8th year total. Like
2 in high school, and now this will be his 6th in college.
Yeah, so I mean his 8th year playing organized football.
And one of those is a redshirt year where he didn't play.
And then even going back to high school, he was playing like D-line. They were moving around because he was small. He was 6'3", 215 as a freshman in high school.
And now he's 6'6",
320.
about 320.
Yeah, so like that. So so his body has changed so drastically in such a short time span. You can see NFL scouts just salivating at the thought, man, this guy maybe just, at the tip of the iceberg with his potential.
And one other name I'd mention on offense and get your thoughts is Isaiah Nayer, because we haven't seen him play.
No.
He's the Wyoming transfer, and this one might be a little bit over the skis, but he, by all accounts, it has the body at 6'3". He's the deep threat. I don't know if all 4 of those targets, Worthy, Mitchell, Sanders, and Nayor, would all be in the draft, but I think when you hear Matt Mitchell say there are that many draftable players, I think you would put Isaiah Nayer in that conversation just from the NFL perspective. When they see him on the practice field, see his size. We haven't seen him play yet, but the practice field has seen and had rave reviews about what Isaiah Nayer is. The kid out of the Metroplex who went to Wyoming because of COVID.
He's out of Wyoming.
Yeah, remember he
transferred.
Had
double-digit touchdowns there too. Like he was really productive at Wyoming.
You remember he had like 12 touchdowns.
Yeah.
High Point. I mean, he was there, and so that's why he wanted to play at a higher level, which is why he transferred back to Texas, and then got hurt last year, unfortunately. But he's draftable. Those would be your 6 on offense. Give me the guys on defense you would look at, Rod.
I would say Isaiah Nayor. It might be a little tougher just because I think wide receiver is such a deep position. Man.
You're right about
that.
It's
just loaded. So, and I wonder about him will he get enough targets? Because
Yeah.
Jay Witt, you're going to throw in there too. Jay Witt's going to take some of them targets.
Yeah.
And X-Men. So my only question with him would be the depth of the position, and then will he get enough productivity to showcase his skills. On defense, Jalen Ford's top of the list. He's definitely a guy that's going to end up being drafted. It's not a premium position, the linebacker position that he plays, off-ball linebacker, but he's such a great player that I think he will get drafted, relatively high, and that's like second round, something like that. T'Vondre Sweat, him and Byron Murphy. I think both. Byron Murphy and T'Vondre Sweat, just like Ojimo and Kendrick Coburn last season. I think Byron Murphy and T'Vondre Sweat they will probably get drafted higher than Ojimo, where Ojimo went and where Kendrick Coburn went.
Yeah. And
for the back-to-back years, you could have T'Vondre Sweat. You could have two defensive linemen drafted with T'Vondre Sweat and Byron Murphy. What's the last time Texas had that? Back-to-back years with multiple defensive linemen drafted in the same draft.
Yeah.
It had to have been a while.
Been a bit.
And then, who knows, Alfred Collins' breakout campaign, man. If he has a breakout campaign this year, his body alone, just the measurables, somebody's going to think about drafting that dude. Just taking a flyer on him. Because he's got that kind of body. And then there's, I like Jaron Thompson, but the safety position is not a premium position, and I wonder if he'll end up making a place to get drafted. I think he's a guy that can end up making a roster. And Jalen Catalon's going to make a lot of plays. But remember, he's small, guys. He's like smallish. He's like a 5'9" safety.
Yes.
Is he? I thought he was like 6 foot. Is he
I don't
that
think
small?
I think he's like 5'10", 5'9". He's smaller.
He packs a punch for being that small.
Yeah,
Well, remember,
he's a smaller safety.
Well, he's
I'm
been
gonna look at
compared
it.
to Bob Sanders.
Yeah,
right?
he's a smaller safety.
Remember Bob Sanders with the Colts?
Oh, he was a defensive player of the year.
Yeah, great player.
Yeah.
Now, that he's got to play to that level, but if you saw him at Arkansas early in his career before the shoulder injuries, he played that way.
They got him at 5'10", but I bet that's being a little generous. A little generous.
All right. So
almost, is he kind of like a Quandre Diggs kind of safety?
Yes. Yeah, you're a little bigger than Quandre, but yes.
Quandre the Giant.
Yeah, thank you. Look at Quandre. Quandre, come on, man. He's one of the best safeties in the league. And remember, he came into the league as a corner and a slot corner, but he has the mentality and the skill set of a safety. So finally, they decided, man, let him play safety. Even though his stature doesn't really fit safety, he can play it because of the style of play and his skill set. That's Jalen Catalon.
Our show historian, CB, Chris Bennett, reminded us Texas hasn't had 3 first-round draft picks in the same draft since 1980. Now, I don't know if you'd have 3 in the first round. Quinn Ewers, X-Man, and A.D. Mitchell would probably be the most likely. I think Jatavion Sanders could push for that with a great season.
Yeah, depending on how high Brock Bowers goes in the draft, which he might go pretty high.
If
Brock Bowers can go top 5.
Yeah, he could.
If Jalen Carter, comes back and has a year similar, wreaks as much havoc as he did last year, but they don't take linebackers typically in the first round of draft.
Yeah, they don't. Not like that.
And he doesn't have just the raw physical traits, right? He's just a super smart player.
He's a hell of a ball player.
Hell of a ball player.
Yeah.
So, and the NFL knocks you for that. They're looking for elite athleticism, elite traits, and production if they're going to draft you in the top of the draft. And that's where you look at Quinn Ewers because he has an elite trait, right? He's got an arm. He's got the ability to zing the football.
Golden arm.
And spin it like very few. X-Man's got that elite quickness.
Speed.
A.D. Mitchell, elite,
he's twitchy.
Radius and
he's twitchy, man.
Twitchy.
He is, yeah.
And J.T. Sanders for his size and what he is at tight end.
He's a five-star talent.
Freak, yeah.
And he's only been playing tight end, guys, for what, 2 years now?
2 years, yeah. Well, because they didn't have a position for him in high school. They just said, go out for passes.
And I would, too. Wherever we need you, wherever you need a quarterback, go play quarterback. Where you need linebacker, go play linebacker. Yeah, he's just that damn good.
Well, and you mentioned the other, and Alfred Collins has those elite traits, but he hasn't played to it, right? So he's a weird one because he has the size, the long arms, the twitchiness to his game. But, again, he's another kind of like Christian Jones who grew up playing soccer. Alfred Collins grew up playing basketball and took to football but late and is still trying to figure out how to find that every down motor.
Someone says, what about Watts? I wonder what Ryan Watts runs in the 40. That's one of my concerns. And he's so specialized. Maybe even Steve Sarkisian has remarked that he likes these young corners, Malik Muhammad and Terrence Brooks, because they can play both boundary and field. And I think the coaches should do Ryan Watts a favor and let him play both. Now, maybe they just think he can't play both. He's going to get exposed if we try to put him on that field side. Or maybe it's just best for us that he just worked the technique of being the boundary corner, using the sideline and repping the perfect, bump and run technique over and over again. But that's very specialized in the NFL. You're just a boundary bump and run corner. You're good at it, but man, how much of that's going to be your game in the NFL?
Yeah.
You got to showcase more. So I think the coaches should do him a
as you
favor
said, he's
and
big.
showcase
He's
more.
a bigger guy.
And he's big.
Maybe projects as a safety the next level.
That's what Michael Griffin believes, and I'm with Griff on that. I think Griff might be on the
He
song.
could be a Dan Quinn kind of guy. Big safety, big corner.
Ooh, ding, ding, ding,
now he's got to run,
ding.
right? He's got to put up numbers on the combine that show speed.
But if he doesn't run fast, Ty's point is, I think, a good one. Just move him to safety, because a 4 or 5 at corner, that's not great. 4 or 5 at safety, blazing.
This says you think Christian Jones would be better at guard in the NFL? Possibly, but they're going to draft the traits, right? They're drafting the size, the arms, and if guard becomes his projectable position, that's fine too. But Christian Jones, no matter what he does this year, will not be a super high draft pick. But again, day 2, day 3, potentially if he has a great year. All right, we'll be back when we do it some bullish or BS. And as we said, Taylor McCarg, former Vista Ridge Ranger, will be with us. Now doing great work. Played quarterback at Rice. We'll do a deep dive on the Rice Owls coming up just after the top of the hour. It's Ian Rod B. Hook 'em up on a Thursday. Appreciate the Austin Gamblers as we wrap up the month. What a month they had. They're 12-1 in the PBR Team Series, professional bull riding. And what a weekend they had. Props to them, without a doubt.
When the playoffs happening? They got a playoffs, right? Postseason.
End of the year in Vegas.
Yeah. In Vegas, that's right.
And
it's
remember, the Gamblers have called this their redemption year because they won the league last year in the regular season, then lost when they got to Vegas. They couldn't finish the deal.
JJ wasn't happy about that when he talked about it. He was basically they were kind of a disappointment. Because it's a big letdown.
They said it's fueled their entire offseason.
I love it.
They took their riders to Brazil for training camp. That's where Jose Vitor Leme's from, and a couple of other riders. And we've learned that about the bull riding that half of the best riders in the world come from Brazil. Soccer is obviously the sport you think of when you think of Brazil.
You're right.
But the bull riding has become huge out of that great country. And they did that for team building.
Getting bigger here too, brother.
It is. It was huge. Man, I wasn't surprised, but I was a little bit missed how large and passionate the crowds were, all weekend long out there. That was awesome to see people coming from all over that wanted to watch the high adrenaline of bull riding. So bullish on the Austin Gamblers, bullish on that growing group. Not bullish, Rod, on Austin FC, who lost their 6th straight match last night, 4th straight in the MLS. They have gone almost 50 days without winning a match. And
this is like that streak of triple digit days, right? Triple digit days we had here in Texas.
Well, that's about how long it's been since they won a match.
Exactly. They won't stop keeping track of it. It's depressing after so long.
Well, are you bullish or BS on the fact that it coincides with the hiring of their new sporting director, Rodolfo Burrell? Not that he's the reason, but it seems like since he's gotten there, behind the scenes, something has happened. There's been a shakeup. There's been change of operating procedure or something.
Culture.
Because actually, when he was hired, they were actually playing pretty good soccer for about a month leading up to that. And, they had to hire someone to replace Claudio Reyna. I get that. But it's been terrible since they made that move. And as you said, he was very candid of his assessment of the roster when he got here.
Yeah,
wasn't positive.
Yeah, people did not like that. Basically, he said the success last season was an anomaly. That was an outlier. That quit referencing that success in regards to this season because they are a different team, and the Austin FC fans did not like to hear that.
Truth hurts sometimes.
It does. It hurts. It does hurt.
Well, and as I said earlier, the team and the club is playing up to his low expectations of them. They're not playing well. What do you have in bullish or BS, Rod?
Deion Sanders recently told ESPN that basically he's not into the word. He's not into culture. Ooh. He says, quote, "I'm not welcoming to that word culture. That's all I heard when I was in Jackson. Culture, 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 culture. Now culture, culture. What the heck does that mean? I don't think you got to have unity whatsoever. You got to have good players. I don't care about culture. I don't care. I don't care if they like each other, man. I want to win. I've been on some teams where the quarterback didn't like the receiver, but they darn sure made harmony when the ball was snapped." BS or bullish or BS, Deion Sanders basically saying he doesn't care about culture. Overrated.
BS.
I say BS, but at the same time, I do think the word culture gets thrown around a lot.
It gets overused. I was once told by Mike Shanahan also that culture to him also is a bit overrated because he said he was a different take on it than Deion. He said you just hire the right people. If you hire the right people, good people, then the culture will just take care of itself. Like the culture, it organically comes together if you're hiring good people, the right people for the right reasons. He said, so that's what he focused on, more about getting the right people together, people that were compatible, different, mindsets, relationships, skill sets, that kind of thing. And then the culture would take care of itself. You have to tweak it, but to focus solely on it, that is, that may be, with you, like that may be a little overrated.
Well, you can say the word culture, but you have to have a plan to get to that culture, right?
Yes.
You have to have an activated plan that creates the culture that you're seeking. You can't just say culture.
People love to say it.
You can't just say it. You can't just say, whatever, I'm going to lose. I weigh 300. I want to be 200. Well, what's the plan to get there?
Mm-hmm.
What's the activatable plan, step by step, day by day to get there? If you start with the weight loss goal, you need to start with the plan, and then you'll get to that goal eventually.
That's true.
All right, so I want to play this for you. Got to play Nick Saban in bullish or BS. Nick Saban, you'll hear the question and his answer to it, and then I have a question for you.
game expecting to use multiple quarterbacks, or is there a game plan just drawn up for whoever's the starter?
I don't have any expectations for that right now. I mean, we're going one day at a time, and we're repping the players, and even regardless of what happens in this game, it's the same thing that I told you guys before. Just because whoever starts in the first game, that doesn't mean that you don't have to continue to compete and play throughout the season, because the competition doesn't end with the first game at any position, including quarterback. So, my expectation is what can we do to get them better today so that we can play better the next day and the next day, and then when the game comes, we'll be playing as well as we need to be playing to create value for themselves as players, as well as our team to be able to have success.
Our Nick Saban, Rod Bullisher, BS. Not only will we see all three quarterbacks for Alabama in their game with Middle Tennessee this weekend, we will see multiple Alabama quarterbacks in the game against Texas week 2.
Actually, I'm bullish on that. I think even if one of the other quarterbacks other than Jalen Milroe wins the job, you'll have a Jalen Milroe package versus Texas, because Texas does not have a dual threat quarterback in practice to simulate what Jalen Milroe is going to, the problems he's going to present to them. So, yeah, I'm bullish on it.
Bullish on that.
I'm bullish on it.
Whereas if Texas, Quinn Ewers stays healthy against Alabama, he'll play the whole snap and play the whole game.
That's it.
Texas could be facing multiple quarterbacks, at least 2, when they play at Tuscaloosa week 2. We'll see all 3 for both teams, probably, hopefully. And speaking of that, we'll talk Texas Rice in a deep dive. We're going to talk to a local product who's done himself proud. He's a Vista Ridge product in high school, played quarterback at Rice, and now he's a rising analyst for CBS Sports and ESPN. We'll talk to Taylor McCarg coming up, talk college football, his thoughts on Texas and Rice. It'll be fun coming up after the headlines on the other side of a quick timeout.
We're rolling take A. We're rolling take over 5. Double duck.
Thursday is here. That means football season is here. College, high school, college, and pro. Bullish and BS. Rod, are you more bullish on Utah tonight or Florida? What are you feeling? You have to give me your pick, but what are you feeling? Where are you leaning?
I'm more bullish on Utah at home. Even though no Cameron Rising, that worries me.
I think they've kind of known that the whole camp. Does that help that they've been able to prep somebody for him?
That's kind of my thing. And I wonder if you'll see a Jaquindon package. Jaquindon package at quarterback.
Jaquindon Jackson, former Longhorn commit on the Duncanville, Texas.
Wildcat package with Jaquindon, who's now at running back for them. But
Duncanville High.
Yeah. Speaking of that DFW, I've been talking about it again. So I don't know. I'm leaning Utah, but I don't know how Florida's gonna look. I like Billy Napier as a coach, but I have no idea how Florida's gonna look.
I'm pretty sure when he was there last year that Billy Napier thought he'd have Anthony Richardson back for another season because most people who saw Anthony last year said, man, he's just raw. 56, 57% completion percentage and inaccurate at a lot of times. But, man, just a freak athlete. There was never anybody that doubted that about Anthony Richardson.
And they lost John Kitna's son to that crazy child pornography thing.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Absolutely.
Whoa.
But,
and he was supposed to be he was a very high recruit.
Whoa.
Or highly rated recruit.
So, yeah, what are they going to be at quarterback becomes a huge question, especially on the road. We'll see. By the way, there's some whispers out of Indianapolis that I saw yesterday, during the week, that Anthony Richardson, in addition to being the rookie starting quarterback, he's also got an aspiring rap career. That maybe they're worried that he's taking too much time in his hip hop.
Well, he's just been. I think he's just freestyling. A lot of freestyles now that I've seen, but I don't know if he's. Yeah, actually dedicating studio time.
Yeah.
Instead of watching film and practicing and working on his mechanics. If that is the case, then I might need you to, just table that. Put that on the back burner
for a little while.
For now. Just for now.
Hard to do both at once.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes, all right. Yeah, Utah's a favored team in that by 4.5. We also have a Big Ten game tonight on Fox, Big Fox, Nebraska and Minnesota, where the P.J. Fleck and the Row the Boat Gophers are a 7-point favorite. That'll be a game of interest tonight. So we'll go through some of those coming up. Also, Rod will take us behind the burnt orange curtain at the bottom of the hour. A lot of Longhorn chatter. And somebody just texted and said, hey, where will you guys be for game day? I always pregame with you guys before games.
We got a spot.
And I reminded him that Rod and I will be live from Mockingbird Saloon, 27th and Guadalupe, or just before 27th, if you're coming from campus. We'll be there about 11:30. We'll be on air till 2:30 and have a good old time out there hanging out. I think we're on air from noon to 2, but we'll be there watching football and hanging out.
Todd's going to kick it. I'm going to try to come early. I want to watch that TCU Colorado game.
I think a lot of people do. Okay, we'll get to the headlines, though. Then we're talking college football, Texas Rice with a former Rice quarterback right after the headlines. Top Gun Equipment Rentals bring you that news. I'll start with Texas. T-minus 2 days to the opener now. Rice Owls in town. We know that. Features an interesting matchup of starting quarterbacks with Texas quarterback Quinn Ewers set to make just his 6th start of his career at DKR. His counterpart for Rice is going to be making his third. And a third different school for the poster boy for the transfer portal. JT Daniels began his career at USC, started against Texas as a true freshman in 2018. Lost that game. Then transferred to Georgia. Again, then moved to West Virginia, where he started here in Austin last October. Lost that game. He's now landed at Rice for what we believe to be his final college season. Earlier this week, Texas head coach Steve Sarkisian previewed the Rice offensive attack that Daniels will lead on Saturday afternoon.
They got great schemes. Coach Bloomgrim, his staff do a tremendous job in all three phases. They're going to tax you. They're going to try to exploit your weaknesses like any good coaching staff would. So we need to prepare for what they're going to provide and get ourselves ready to play.
Also from football, the NFL, dust has settled on the league's cut-down day, which came Tuesday. There are still 31, at last count, former Longhorn players on the rosters headed into Week 1 of the NFL season. Numbers don't include all of the players who were drafted in April's draft made the roster. DeMarvion Overshown would have without an injury. Numbers don't include the undrafted free agent defensive back Deshaun Jamison. He was claimed off waivers by the Carolina Panthers, one of the final cuts made by the 49ers, but he landed in Carolina. There are 3 teams, Arizona, Miami, New England, that carry 3 former Longhorns. 5 others have 2, including those Chicago Bears who have that double-barrel backfield of Roshan Johnson and Deontay Foreman. Soccer last night, another rough night on the pitch for Austin FC. They are tumbling right now. Seattle's Albert Rusnak scored the go-ahead goal in the 90th minute to lead the Sounders of Seattle to a 2-1 win in front of a disappointing crowd at Q2 Stadium. In Major League Baseball, Houston and Seattle win yesterday. Rangers lose last night in really tough fashion. Aroldis Chapman hit a batter with the bases loaded in the 10th inning. That brought in the winning run. Mets get the victory there 6-5. So Texas falls a game back of Houston and Seattle in the AL West. All 3 teams are off today.
All right. Congratulations to the 31 Longhorns, lifetime Longhorns, who officially made 53-man rosters. When the practice squads all get settled, because still some teams they're maneuvering some things with their rosters. We talked about guys like Colt McCoy who end up with a home, just don't have one just yet. That's when we'll see how many Longhorns made practice squads as well as 53-man rosters. But 31 guys on 53-man rosters is actually a really good number for Texas. I think there were 41 guys you said were in camp.
In camps.
And based on the Inside Texas story, I believe it's Steve Abel that actually wrote the story that there are 31 players that actually made 53-man rosters. So 10 guys that were on the bubble or still maybe on the bubble into making practice squads, which, by the way, have been expanded. And now you can put more veteran players on your practice squad, older players on your practice squad, and they've changed the designations where you can now you can basically promote a practice squad player 3 times before you have to make them a part of your active roster. So the 4th time you do it, that's when you'll have to make them a part of your active roster. And I believe on game day, you can make that designation. You can actually take a practice squad player, put them on the active roster the day of the game. Which is really good. The NFL, it's good for guys that were like me, that were, Jags and jabronis who 3.5 to 5 year careers in the NFL, which, by the way, that's the average, is 3.5 years. They were just trying to make a roster. And I remember when I kind of aged out of practice squads and I couldn't get on a practice squad, even though it would have helped me because I had 3 shoulder surgeries. So I actually only got to play 2 years of reps in the NFL. Could have used another year of seasoning on a practice squad. Now some guys could get that opportunity. So, yeah.
Guys who aren't jabronis, obviously Bijan Robinson, a lot of expectation. He's still the favorite to win the Rookie of the Year in the NFL.
I agree with that. He's in a perfect system for his skill set. There's no player for the Longhorns who was drafted, honestly, or any Longhorn in the NFL right now that is in a better system that is more compatible with their skill set and that can put them in a position to be successful. I truly believe that. Not one Longhorn that isn't the 31 that are on rosters right now, none of them are in a better position to succeed based on the scheme and the system and the culture of that team and organization, more so than Bijan Robinson.
All right, good. We've got more on that coming up. The Longhorns in the NFL, the Longhorns getting ready for Rice. And with that in mind, let's go to the Vaqueros hotline and check in with someone familiar to this area. He played high school ball at Vista Ridge. He played quarterback at Rice, and now he's a rising commentator and analyst for CBS and ESPN. Grew up listening to the radio shows that we're on, Rod. He is Taylor McCarg, who is going to be calling some games this weekend. Taylor, how are you, man?
What's up, Taylor?
I'm good. How are you guys doing? Thanks for having me on.
Appreciate you doing it. How's rising analyst life for you? How are things? You've got some games this weekend, right?
Yeah, no, it's good. I mean, this is a busy one. I've got a Thursday night game tonight. I've got UAB, and Trent Dilfer's first game is their new head coach, and then we go to Lynchburg, Virginia on Saturday and have Bowling Green and Liberty, and Jamie Chatterwell's first game at Liberty, and then TCU next week, and then it just, the show goes on from there. But excited to be back on the road and have the season get going.
Yeah, and you, like us, Taylor, probably happy to be done talking about games and ready to watch some football, including the games you have tonight. So talking season is over. Rod, you've been doing the deep dive on the Rice Owls and watching old games, so go ahead.
Yeah, Taylor, thanks for joining us, man. And I just want to get your thoughts about the offense. Marcus Tuiasosopo is the new offensive coordinator, and I know he wants to run the football, but they have been slowly transitioning to more of a passing game. Last year had their best passing offense since 2008, 65th in the country. country. Now you got JT Daniels, who is the highest rated signee, I believe, in program history at the quarterback position. Luke McCaffrey's the best weapon they have also offensively. That's going to be in the passing game. Am I crazy to think that they could open up this game passing so they can run to try to soften Texas up a little bit? Not vertical, just high percentage, easy completions, RPO, quick game, screen game. That's what I'm thinking. Am I off thinking about that?
No, I don't think you're crazy for thinking that. If Texas fans think back 2 years ago to Texas coming on the road or Rice coming on the road and playing Texas, and Texas just totally dismantled Rice. That offense, it's evolved over the past couple years, similar to what you mentioned. And for people that don't know, Mike Bloomgren came from Stanford. He was the offensive coordinator during that stretch where he had Christian McCaffrey. They were in a lot of 2 tight end sets. They're running the ball right at you. And at Stanford, there were a lot of first-round picks. There was a lot of NFL talent on that team where they could really bully people around in the Pac-12. It's a lot harder to do at a place like Rice, especially with the offensive line talent that you tend to get at Rice. And so the first couple of years for Mike Bloomgren, it was a lot of continuing to try and run that philosophy and run the ball right at people. And slowly over time, like you mentioned, they have morphed into more of a pro-style, still a pro-style offense, but expanding the downfield passing game. And the piece that's been missing for a long time now has been the quarterback spot. They have really underperformed at the quarterback level. I think they were second to last in the country last year in interceptions thrown. So JT Daniels, even though he's on his 4th stop and there's been a lot made of how a lot of people feel like he certainly hasn't lived up to the hype, this is still, Rice is expecting this to be an upgrade for what they've had at quarterback for a long time. And so I would expect you will see more shot plays than you have in years past from Rice. I think you'll see more downfield, multi-leveled, full field reads, things that Rice just hasn't had the ability to do for a long time. And then the last piece is you got to be able to protect for it, and Texas is certainly going to be a challenge there for Rice. But I do think you'll see more of the playbook opened up against Texas in this week 1 for Rice than you have, especially 2 years ago, the last time Texas played Rice at home.
Good stuff right there. And, yeah, they've rotated 3 different quarterbacks each of the last 3 years and trying to find that consistent player at the position. And, obviously JT Daniels has bounced around, but, to start at his 4th different Power 5, this level of college football, pretty impressive. And at least you're going to have a guy that's a veteran that is not going to be intimidated by DKR. He's played here twice already with different programs, so at least that gives you an opportunity. Taylor, since you played at Rice, Mike Bloomgren, all the word is the recruiting has picked up. He's kind of understanding the level at which he's recruiting and playing at, and they're moving into the American Athletic Conference. I think there's some, whether they're confident about this game against Texas week 1, there's confidence that they can compete and try to get themselves into a bowl game this year.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And this also is the best schedule that Rice has had in a long time. They have 7 home games for the first time since the 80s. Rice tends to be, and look, when I was there, we played a lot of games like the Texas and A&Ms and Baylors and Texas Techs where you look at your non-conference schedule and you hoped that you could get 1 win. A lot of times it was 1-3, 0-4 in non-conference, and it was what it was. This is the first year that Rice really feels like in a long time. They've got Houston at home. Not sure what Houston's going to look like this year. They've got Texas Southern and they've got UConn at home, and so they feel like there's a real chance for them to get a couple wins, 2 or 3 and out of conference, and then play well in conference, should be able to have a pretty good opportunity to get to the postseason in the first year in the American. And that was a big deal for Rice to get out of Conference USA and move up to the American Conference. If you follow where power rankings are for college football, Conference USA is now dead last, and the American is in the 6th spot. So right after the Power 5 conferences, the American is right there with teams like Tulane, Memphis, SMU. So it was a big deal for Rice to get up to the American Conference.
Hey, Taylor, I want to ask you about weapons in the passing game because for JT Daniels, because Luke McCaffrey, he's the real deal for them. They'll find different ways to scheme him open, but they had a lot of receivers end up leaving. Transfer portal end up getting Bradley Rosner. I believe Isaiah Esdale just end up graduating, Cedric Patterson as well. If those guys had come back, man, this receiving core would be really impressive. What do they have in addition to Luke McCaffrey that are going to be able to help juice up this passing game?
Yeah, that's a big unknown. You're exactly right. Losing Brad Rosner was a big deal. And for people that haven't followed who Brad Rosner is, he's an 8th-year senior. I think he's 25 years old. He might be 20, and I'm not kidding. I think he's either 25 or 26.
Wow.
Had a couple years of junior college. I think 2 medical red shirts. And then obviously the COVID year. He's been around a long time, and he's a really good ball player, but has gotten hurt a lot. Had injury issues in junior college and at Rice, and he transferred out to North Carolina State. That was a loss on the outside because he was so good at 50-50 scenarios.
Mm-hmm.
He also got hurt a lot and got to where that was a player that Rice wasn't always really counting on. And so there was contingency plans for him, assuming that either he wasn't going to be healthy, or I think by the end of spring ball they had an idea that he may be testing out the portal. Luke McCaffrey is the piece that I really would highlight because we had them last year, Rice against Houston, and they did such a good job of manufacturing ways to get him the ball, whether that was in speed sweeps, split screens, vertical shots. He had a really long ball touchdown against Houston where he got over the top of the safety, and he's got elite speed, and it's deceptive because you see him get off the bus. He doesn't look quite like his brother, but he's still a phenomenal athlete. And that is a guy that I would highlight for Texas fans to pay attention to because Rice will do everything they can to get Luke McCaffrey the ball.
Absolutely. Yep. All right, the Texas side of it. Do you still make your home here in Central Texas, Taylor, when you're not traveling to games?
Hey, I do, and I married a former Palm Squad Texas Longhorn.
There you go.
Well done.
Our kid. Our kid, we have a 15-month-old son, and his nursery room is all Texas Longhorn, burnt orange stuff. So
I love it.
We still live in Austin. My wife will be at the tailgate this weekend. So the house is, if you walked into our house, you'd think it's 80-20 UT to Rice. But we're still in Austin.
Well, that's awesome. Now, do you have high hopes for the Horns? I know your wife does, and your baby does. But do you think this might be the year that the expectations that are there are actually lived up to?
Yeah, I think I was on Sirius Radio last week and had this exact same conversation, and I don't think it's unreasonable to think that Texas has a legitimate shot at the Final Four this year to make it to the playoffs. And when you look at how their conference schedule lines up, you look at the tests that they have in out of conference, and then most importantly, you look at the depth. This is the best offensive line Texas has had, in my opinion, since 2009. This is a really deep wide receiver room. Catalan at safety coming in from Arkansas. That's a huge pickup on the defensive end. And then a healthy Quinn Ewers. You saw obviously what he was when he was healthy last year. If you can get that consistent performance all year, even if they lose close in Tuscaloosa to Alabama, a one-loss Texas team is a Big 12 champion. That team is going to get into the Final Four almost certainly. And I think they have that talent and that capability. Now, to me, the game that I have circled is their first Big 12 game on the road at Baylor. I think that's the one that I would have circled if I'm a Texas fan as your first test in the Big 12. It's a challenging place to play. TCU almost lost there last year, took a last-second field goal. But all that to say, I do think Texas, I think their season win total was 9.5. I would expect them to go over that. I think 10 wins is the bottom for them. And I do think they have a very realistic chance of making the Final Four.
Hey, Taylor, one more question about Rice. Since nobody around here wants to do the deep dive on it. I love the secondary that Rice has. I want you to get into it just a little bit. And what happened to Sean Fresh? Because in the bowl game against Southern Miss, I didn't see Sean Fresh, the cornerback, who's from LBJ, actually from Austin. But he was a good player for them. And also Jordan Dunbar, the corner, and Gabe Taylor, who's Sean Taylor's little brother. That is the strength of this defense, is it not?
It is, and it has been. Josh Piercy also in the front seven. They'll move him around a little bit, but Josh Piercy is probably a first-team all-conference type of player. He's really, really solid in the front seven. That's a guy that could have transferred and played at the Power 5 level, but stayed at Rice, which was a really big deal for them to keep him. Gabe Taylor, for people that don't know, that is Sean Taylor from the Washington, formerly Redskins. That is his little brother. And really dynamic player, plays with a ton of energy. Anytime you go to practice or a walkthrough, he's kind of the tempo setter. He's the one that brings the juice, so to speak. And that's a veteran. He's played a lot of college football, and they definitely look to him on the back end for leadership. The defense for Rice, in my opinion, I actually think there's more production there than there is on the offensive side that's coming back, even for guys that were backups last year, but that played a lot of football. And I do think this will be, however you want to slice it, this will be the best defense that Mike Bloomgren has had since he's been there.
Wow.
All right. Well, looking forward to it. 2:30 is the kick time, and Taylor McCarg has been helping us talk about it. Former Rice quarterback, former Vista Ridge quarterback, a local product who's still local but doing great work, rising as an analyst, as you can hear with his work at ESPN and CBS. And hopefully will join us more often during the college football season. Thank you, Taylor.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks, Taylor. You the man.
That's good stuff right there.
Yeah.
Sounds like a Rice kid.
I love the ATX Jags fan comment here. That man called out the Palm Squad like the brag he knows it is. You're damn right. Everybody who's dated a Palm Squad girl, and by the way, I dated a Palm Squad girl.
Shout out.
I dated the Palm Squad captain who actually invented the chaps. Mm-hmm.
Thanks to her.
Yes, so we're all we're all in debt to this. Yes. Yes.
She invented them?
Yeah. That's what I was told. Throwing it out there.
Way to go, Rod B. Way to go, Taylor. Yeah. Former Vista Ridge Ranger in his day. So a familiar name and to high school football fans in the area, college football fans, and still living here. And, yes, he called it out. I married a Texas Palm Squad.
You damn right you did. Good for you.
Good for you. All right, we come back. It'll be more Texas football talk. Obviously, we'll go behind that burnt orange curtain going off the record for the end of the hour, as it is here. It's game time. No more talking about games. We're going to watch and talk and be able to break down the games that are actually going to happen, which we're excited about here on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. Hey, the game tonight, Florida and Utah. How about this, Rod Babers? Kind of like some just the facts. Utah 14-0 straight up in their last 14 home games.
I was gonna say, at home, they're a different monster.
14-0.
Yeah, man.
Florida Gators?
I wouldn't mess with that.
Florida Gators have won 1 of their last 8 road games.
Exactly.
1-7.
Yeah, Kyle Whittingham's a damn good coach, man.
Altitude you play at Salt Lake, certainly not what it is at the Swamp.
It's such a physical brand of football Utah plays, too.
Yeah, and
they can pound the rock.
And you remember last year they played down there in the Swamp, and you could just tell Utah was having a hard time with the humidity and the heat coming from the mountains, but it was still a really good game.
Do you know who the starting quarterback for Florida is this year?
I do not.
Graham Mertz.
Graham Mertz from Michigan, from Wisconsin?
Yes. So.
Damn, he's still there? These quarterbacks playing forever. That's wild.
Yeah, that is wild.
So I'm taking Utah, even with the bad.
So I'm taking Utah, just based on who the starting quarterback in Florida is. And if that's their best option, you're like, if that's your best option.
The physicality of Utah, the home advantage, I think it seems like a pretty surefire bet.
Ooh, surefire. Is that your Sex Panther pick?
It might be.
Ooh.
I'm doing some research back here.
All right. 60% of the time, it works every time.
Well, remember last year the game was 29-26 Florida, and it was 29-26. A good football game. Yeah. We'll see. But, yeah, there's your number, 14-0, last 14 home games. That's a good little streak going, and then 1-7 with Billy Napier on the road, start of year 2 for the Gator Chomp this evening. We also have the Minnesota-Nebraska game, which should be of interest as well. All right, so don't forget Cam Rising not playing. No, we mentioned that several times. He's not going to play tonight. They hope to get him back at some point. He's kind of in that Kyler Murray mode, right, where he got hurt in the Rose Bowl in early January. So he's 8 months off surgery, and he's going to play this year at some point, they believe, but certainly not going to be in this game.
I'm seeing that they're expecting Kyler Murray to play after like week 5.
That's not that wouldn't be smart for anybody, because if you're going to be tanking, why would you want?
I don't expect to see Kyler Murray this year.
Yeah, why would you want a better option at quarterback? They just let go of a competent Colt McCoy because he would have been too competent and would have won a couple of games, and this is the tankathon. Also, you want to be able to trade Kyler Murray, so you can't risk him going out there prematurely and then re-injuring himself, and he's got no trade value at all. The trade value is already pretty low anyway, but it's going to be even lower if he goes out there and gets hurt again.
Right, if he gets hurt again, it becomes a problem, because everybody will talk about the contract where they owe him $180 million, but if they don't play him and they can trade him in the offseason,
you can trade him.
Or release him and get out from under the contract. If it's based on injury, you get locked into that contract. That they won't. There's a good chance they don't play him this year. Again, this is a tanking season. The Colt McCoy release told you everything you needed to know to release the quarterback who's led your team as QB1 all offseason, and then to cut him a week before to bring in a guy named Josh Dobbs who just.
Yeah. You're right, because they watched him all offseason. They're like, damn it, his leadership is pretty damn good. This guy's competent. He's working hard. He's inspiring.
Who is this guy?
You know what?
Getting with the program.
This guy might win a couple of damn games. We got to get him out of here, Coach. We got to get him out of here. We thought he'd just be some bum around here. No, Coach he's walking around inspired with that look in his eye.
What's wrong
He's
with
talking about, Coach, we're going to win some games. It's like, all right, we get him out of here. We ain't trying to win games, Coach. Get out of here.
Get on out. Hey, before the top of the hour, off the record is where we'll go. Also, I'll play you some sound in the next hour, Rod, from a former league executive explaining just how the contracts will work and why. If you want to bet, will we see Kyler Murray at all this year, the bet may be no. Also, because it's the smart financial decision, too, according to a former league executive. Hey, Rod, also, but that dove back to the Cam Rising thing, that he'll play this year because he's playing college football. Yeah. And he will play.
And they just got to survive the storm while he's away.
Because remember, Utah, this team you'll see tonight, plays at Baylor in week 2.
Yeah, they got a tough start.
They're coming to Waco.
Yeah, it's a tough start to the season for them.
So Florida, and then their week 4 game is UCLA. And they're not expecting maybe another month before you see Cam Rising, the former Texas quarterback, there. Hey, speaking of Texas, here's a texter that says, where'd the text go? It says, what are the main things you'd want to see accomplished against Rice that can give you confidence going into next week's game?
That's easy.
Well, can we do it in the curtain?
Yeah, let's do it in the curtain.
Get behind the curtain.
That's easy.
Themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
And I don't think I'm alone in this. Honestly, I think I agree with Sark. You want to see what the running game is going to look like post Bijan and post Rojo.
Yeah, that's when Sark was asked what position group are you most excited to see or interested to see. He said running back.
Yeah, because to me, that is going to be either a bad omen, all right, foreshadowing bad things to come for Texas, mostly being kind of a one-dimensional offense, or if you can run the ball against Rice, you should be able to run the ball against Rice. All right, we're talking about
a damn shame if you can.
This is a slump buster. You're right. You're in a slump because you're post Bijan and post Rojo. Your first game without them in the backfield, you average less than 3 yards per rush. 2.8 yards per rush versus Washington. And Washington wasn't necessarily selling out to stop the run. Matter of fact, they just didn't believe you could run the ball without Bijan and Rojo, and they gambled and won. They were correct in their assessment, in their prediction there. So the thing is for Texas, going up against Rice, who allowed 181 rushing yards per game last year, 5.3 yards per rush, the 8th highest opposing rushing average in college football. If Texas cannot, look really competent and look like they're a powerhouse running game versus Rice, then yes, you may have some issues running the football in the future, especially versus Alabama, and then when you get to the conference schedule. So, yeah, that's what I want to see. And we don't even know who the starting running back is going to be right now. We've heard whispers and rumors, conjecture about, young kid Cedric Baxter is making a move. Jonathan Brooks, he's the guy that's pretty much been considered to be the starter for most of the offseason, but Sark hasn't put out a depth chart, and Sark has not said one way or the other who's starting at the running back position. So that's something to watch too. We don't even know who the starter is going to be at running back necessarily. We think it's going to be Jonathan Brooks, but we don't know. And last time we saw, for the first time, this offense without Bijan and Rojo, that running game looked bad. It was terrible, as Charles Barkley would say.
When you said it in the behind the burnt orange curtain early, it's in the 6 o'clock hour, and you just heard Taylor McCarg say it. The strength of this Rice team is probably a quarterback and receiver and defensive back that's not up front. He mentioned one guy up front, and Texas should be able to bully this team, and you should see a lot of running backs get carries. You shouldn't have to throw the ball that much at all. But as you said, will Sark be patient with it and take the run because he wants to see it, and he wants to get this team physicaled up, ready for Alabama next week and be as vanilla as possible. Well, what better way than just
hand it off? 45 rush attempts.
Yeah,
he could. Sark could do that. It would be pretty much a boring game for Longhorn fans.
It's gonna be hot anyhow. Keep running the ball.
Yeah, you could just run the ball and just impose your will. You have the biggest offensive line in the Big 12. So imagine how mammoth that offensive line is compared to the Rice offensive defensive front. So yeah, you could just play bully ball and run them over. But as we pointed out, Sark, he does have a tendency. He likes the sexy, dramatic, climactic play. He wants those big plays.
Shot plays.
He wants them. He's a big game hunter, and he is not satisfied with small game. He don't like dove. He don't like quail. All right, he wants.
What do you
big
mean? Dove
game.
Season's tomorrow.
I know, but that ain't Sark. All right, he can eat on that dove, but no, he wants big game.
He's like in the safari. He's hunting. Hello,
he's trying to go to Africa to go get some
big game.
Some big game. That's what he's about, and he's all but admitted that. And right, I told you guys, if you go watch that Washington game, the broadcasters say they talked to the defensive coordinator, and he said Sark's too impatient to stick with quick game and short throws the entire way. He'll take his shots. We defend the shots, and then we can stop Texas because they don't have Bijan and Rojo. And he was right. That was exactly what their game plan was, and he was right because Sark needs to take those shots. He's not going to settle for quick game, short game all the way down the field. And I wonder in this game, will he take the bait? Because my man Ian Boyd on our Football Theory show, and when it's released, we'll get into it, but he hypothesized that Rice, if you're Rice, you invite Texas to throw.
Yeah.
You invite you basically you say no. We give you one-on-ones. With all your great talent on the outside, we give you the one-on-ones. Why don't you take them? Because if Texas decides to just run the football against Rice, then Rice is done. I mean, they're DOA. They got no chance in this game. But if they can convince Texas, Sark, the play caller, and even Quinn Ewers, because they'll run a lot of RPOs, the quarterback is just counting the numbers in the box. And if you have the numbers advantage in the box, you hand it off. If you don't, then you throw it outside where you do have the numbers advantage. They may decide to just give them the numbers advantage in the passing game every damn time and hope and pray that Texas takes it, because Texas truly can run against a stacked box versus Rice and still get tons of yardage. So that's my biggest thing is how does this run game look without post Bijan and Rojo, and that's the strength of Rice. They're gonna invite you to play. They put their corners in man-to-man, bump and run. Actually, sometimes in predictable passing situations, they'll do that because they trust their corners, and they're also they do a lot of pre-snap shell disguise. So they trust their corners so they can move and move their safeties around and make them malleable to try to confuse a quarterback with his pre-snap reads. That's also going to be a test for one Quinn Ewers.
Well, and that's what we've said about this matchup with Rice. It's a 5-touchdown favorite, and who cares about the odds except for Ty and a lot of you out there. But if you're going to bet on it, you care. But for me, this is a nice tune-up for Alabama, right? It's a game you're going to win. And it's a game that not only where you're going to be able to prove can you bully someone you should be able to bully to not be concerned. At the same time, the one thing about Rice, and you just get broken down, they're good in the secondary. These are smart kids, right?
Yes,
These are smart players. Mm-hmm. And what's the question on Quinn Ewers? Has he learned to make more than one progression, right? Can he not lock in on one target? Can he go through progressions? And as you said, a team that's healthy right now at Rice, it's going to disguise coverages. They've had all offseason to prepare for Texas. They're gonna throw some things at Quinn Ewers that they're going to try to confuse him, quite honestly, and that's a good prep. And Texas should be able to push them around, but at the same time, if you're Sark, maybe it's not just he wants the big game. He wants to see Arch Manning. He doesn't want He doesn't see Arch Manning until the fourth quarter.
We want to see Arch Manning too.
He wants to see Quinn Ewers make some decisions in real time in the pocket, read a defense, preach and get your guys, get your protections proper. All the things that are going to be a must for 4 quarters against Alabama. Need to see that, and because we've heard Quinn Ewers is really bought into that and taken a better grasp of the playbook, pre-snap, decisions, and then post-snap reads. That can all be seen in this game, even though it's against a team that you're much better than.
Yep, I totally agree because that's where they're going to try to get their advantage in the kind of the intellectual realm, right?
Yeah.
They literally call the offense their motto is intellectual brutality. So that you're exactly right. They know they cannot, be on your level in terms of the athleticism and the overall explosivity that Texas presents, but maybe they can confuse Texas a little bit and force Texas into making some bad decisions and some mistakes. That's exactly what you're talking about with their defensive approach with Quinn Ewers.
All right, come back. It's off the record time. We got some good stuff, including, Rod, I would be happy to say this, that there was a poll done, 5 biggest tourist traps in the world. Tourist traps. Like, don't go here.
Don't do it.
It's not worth – the juice ain't worth the squeeze. Half of them are in the United States of America, and one of them is one I've always warned you people not to mess around with. We'll get to that coming back. And off the record plus more, it's Ian Rodby. Off the record never sucks. Never sucks. Well, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Rod.
What's up?
Final day of August. Labor Day weekend is upon us.
Thank
we
God.
love that. And a lot of people like to travel for Labor Day. We like to watch football for Labor Day weekend.
Damn
maybe
right.
Memorial Day, you know, we'll honor our vets and our fallen, and maybe do a little traveling. But no, football season gets here. We don't travel.
No, we focus.
But a lot of people will travel. USA Today ranked the 500 tourist attractions across the globe that are not worth it. Tourist traps. Don't mess with it.
It's a trap.
And maybe not surprisingly, they've been ranked, and the top 5 tourist traps are all in America. All of them. USA Today analyzed over 23.2 million Google reviews of the 500 most popular tourist attractions
It's because
in the
places
world.
they're trying to hustle you in these spots.
Well, not hustle.
Just not worth.
And one of
your
them that's
time.
on the list is one that I've forever mentioned because I've been there, and it's a long drive, and it's Mount Rushmore in South Dakota.
Oh wow! You say it's not worth it.
No,
really? I always wanted to go there.
well, it's
not worth
it's
it.
very hard to get to.
Well,
And then you get there, and then you look, and it looks just like it did in every picture you've ever seen. And then you turn around, and you get in your car, and now there's a little museum, and you can learn about the presidents that are up there. Also on the list, the Four Corners Monument in Arizona.
Mount Rushmore is overrated.
Four Corners Monument is in there because
Well, there's nothing to see really. You just go.
the whole attraction is you can be standing in four different states at one time.
Yes, that's it. Come on.
Yeah, and it's hard to get to. It's way out there.
Yeah, it's not worth
The
it.
Salem Witch Hunt Museum in Massachusetts. Not much to see there.
That one, I might be curious if I'm in the area. That one might be pretty cool. I'm into that kind of stuff.
Calico Ghost Town in California.
No.
The Crazy Horse Memorial in South Dakota. That's Chief Crazy Horse.
Ooh, that might be fun.
And here's one that Ty would go to, but people said the reviews were poor. They didn't get anything out of it. The International UFO Museum in New Mexico.
You said in Roswell or something? Like, where's that?
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd check it out.
I know.
There's not much. There's not much in New Mexico though. I've been there a few times.
Have you been there? Why'd you go to New Mexico? That's a great
Usually
question.
just driving through.
Okay.
But
yeah,
you know, it's a pretty barren state.
And yeah.
Also in the United States, the Voodoo Donuts in Oregon.
Is that the same?
It's the same people, right?
I guess. Pike's Market in Washington, Seattle, Washington got voted boo, thumbs down.
What about the Whataburger in Corpus Christi?
What about the first ever Whataburger with the Dobson family? Come on, man.
Oh, man.
No, that's good. That's good. But, yeah, tourist traps.
That's
Maybe
legitimately where my family, like, we'd go to Corpus Christi for vacation when I was young, and that was like, oh, we're going to go to the Whataburger.
The first one ever.
The big one. Yeah, the 2-story one.
Did you have the burger from the original?
Of course.
Was it good?
Yeah, and that Whataburger I love. It's my favorite fast food, but if you find a really good Whataburger, there's nothing better, but there's also nothing worse than when they don't put any effort in.
Oh, yeah.
Because the expectations are high.
Yeah.
And you get a dry burger.
I'm with you. Subpar
no
Whataburger.
melted cheese. Yeah.
Come on, man. Put some effort into it. Act like you care.
Says female listener number 19, Mount Rushmore, totally worth it.
I know. I think it's whatever their thing is, because I'm into national parks now. Like, I'm real big into them. So I went to Glacier, and now I've been into them.
National parks.
Oh, I love me some national parks. So I think I might be into, because I like history and that kind of stuff. So I might be into Mount Rushmore more than you were.
It says if you do go to South Dakota, hit Crazy Horse, Sturgis, and Rushmore. That's a good trip. Yeah, I did. I've done the Rushmore Sturgis trip when I was working in Wyoming. Maybe it's because I was a college kid.
That might be it too. Yeah, exactly. You were focused. You were distracted.
Where's the
with
chicks
other
and
stuff.
Bud Light? What is this? Presidents?
Where's the bar? Is that a bar around here?
Yeah, where's the bar? No, but if you're going to be out that way, man, gosh, get up to, as you said, Glacier National Park,
it's
into
so much beauty.
Bighorn National Forest, where I worked, over into
amazing.
Cody, Wyoming, into the Jackson Hole area. All that, man,
it is God's
there's
country.
so much to see in the West. Four Corners.
There's so much open space, just uninhabited. It really is.
Hit the Grand Canyon, hit the Zion Canyon, hit those sites. But we'll run through some more of those coming up as we roll on. We have 5 hours to get done. Rob, what do you have for us on Off the Record?
Okay, so Andy Reid was on with Chris Long. He has his green light simulcast that he does. And I think all the audio will pretty much set the table for you. But it's a great story just showing you how deep Andy Reid will go for a damn good play.
high school, college. I mean, at least I've heard rumors that you've got guys that go down to the bottom of the ranks to find new concepts and things you might want to go with. Have you ever actually taken something from high school?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I took one from a janitor one time at Green Bay. I mean,
no, wait, you got to tell me this.
No, we had a janitor. It was a mom and pop group that cleaned our facility forever. And then they worked game day. And, this guy kept telling me he was the owner of the company, the father of the family. And he goes, "I've got this play for you." And he kept telling me this over and over. Finally, I said, "Okay, here's a card, draw up the play." And he drew up the play. I go, "Dang, that's pretty good. That's pretty good." We called the play just before halftime, and it scored. And he starts hitting his wife, and he's going, "That's my play. That's my play." And she's going, "Yeah, right. Yeah, sure it is." And that, that's, we'll take it from anywhere.
I love that story. You got it from a janitor. He's like, "Hey, I got to play for you." How long do you think it took that janitor to convince Andy Reid to actually consider his play? Years?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to.
It's like Goodwill Hunting. He found it on the janitor wrote it on the whiteboard at MIT.
Yeah, you're right. Matt Damon's gonna play that janitor in the movie.
Oh, it's a movie. All you got to do is Hollywoodize it, and he wrote the whole playbook out.
That is fantastic. That was a great story.
And that's how Andy Reid became Andy Reid. He's like, "There's a janitor at the MIT."
What is this? Yeah, exactly. What is this, Rudy?
That's awesome.
That is a great story. That's one of the best stories I've heard from Andy Reid. And he is famous for he famously says, and when he talks at coaching clinics, he says the college game is 5 years ahead of the NFL, and high school is usually about 5 years ahead of college.
Yeah, just because at
the lower levels they can afford to take chances. And they can afford to experiment, where the higher you get up in the game, the more, the expectations are bigger, and obviously there's a lot more pressure on you, and you can't be experimenting with a lot of crazy stuff at the NFL level unless you've already proven yourself. Andy Reid can do that, but most coaches, no, they kind of go with the tried, true, proven methods.
That's why it took him so long to borrow the zone read and the RPO game and all the things in the Big 12 style of offenses.
Still's been ahead of it for years.
Yeah,
and they've been doing that at high school level for years too.
Remember the coach in Arkansas that used to go for it on every fourth down. He would never punt. Well, now we're seeing more and more of that percolate up.
You're damn right. Exactly right. That's a great point. I remember that guy. He's now, I want to say he went to college.
Yeah, he did.
I forgot what college he went to, though.
Yeah. Outside Mike Leach was always inventing new ways to think of the game.
Hey, man, you got to think outside the box, man.
Hey, Rod, you lived most of your life without children. You're about to have your first.
About to have the first.
And you made a lot of plane flights without children. You'll find out here coming up. But there's an airline, a Turkish Dutch airline, that is introducing adult zones only for $50 more per seat. Would you pay for that to sit in a child-free airline area?
I'd do that with my kid. I'd basically pay for them. We can stay in the gin pot with them, and when I need some time to myself, I can go up to the adult-only zone.
Yeah, I'd pay for that.
Me and my wife, we can take turns. She's like, "I'm going to the adult-only zone." All right, babe. I'll get there in like 10 minutes.
Listen, we had 3 kids under 5 and tried to take flights. It's a nightmare. We did it. So we were those people, and we did our best.
Oh, that's hard.
But now that my kids are all grown and gone, I'll pay for that.
I feel bad for all those people.
And they all get to be together, so the kids can all talk and cry together, and you know what I mean?
And disturb everybody else on the plane.
Thank you, Corendon Airlines, for the adult-only zones.
It does sound like something that'd be like a little R-rated or X-rated, adult-only zone.
Hey now. Hey now. It's just childless.
Yeah, you
essentially what it is.
Cool with that.
No babies crying. We'll be back. We've got a lot to do, including number 2 in our countdown next hour. And did you hear Aaron Rodgers going jawing with a New York Giants player? Got to have that for you too. We roll on, and a lot to do between now and 11 o'clock. Of course, next hour will be our fabulous fifth hour. Sometimes the freaky fifth hour. Never know. I do know that in that fifth hour, we're going to talk to our weekly conversation with Vandergrift head football coach Drew Sanders.
Oh, yeah.
Vipers appearing on our airwaves every Friday night. They had a big win over Dripping last week, and we'll talk to Drew. I'll tell you something about Drew. Drew is a former neighbor of mine. Remember when I mentioned on Airlines we had 3 kids under 5? We lived in a neighborhood down in Kyle called Plum Creek. And
that's
right
cool.
down the street from us lived Coach Sanders and his young family, and he was coaching at Travis High School at that point.
Okay.
Travis High. And got to know he and
Small
our kids were
world.
of similar ages, and now here I am, and there he's been at Vandergrift. He built that program, which is awesome. Also, bottom of the hour, it's number 2 in our countdown, Rod. Number 2 in our countdown. And it's a team that a lot of people think might be able to kick in the door and upset if there's a team that can go toe-to-toe with Georgia physically and with skill players, might be our number 2 team coming up at the bottom of the hour, and that's the Michigan Wolverines.
Yeah, the lines of scrimmage for Michigan really have made them the new kings of the Big Ten, and that's why people think they can compete with Georgia potentially.
Well, so no, it's interesting. The new Sports Illustrated, this week's Sports Illustrated, if people still get the hard copy of the magazine, like I did for 25 years, but not any longer. It's out, and it's got Georgia on the cover, and they've got Georgia at number 1 and has a good chance to go back to back, which no one has done since the 30s.
The Gophers did it? Was that who it was?
Minnesota in the Great Depression.
Yeah.
And I had a fact for you all about them being Georgia's favored for the first time okay, sorry, let me backtrack here. For the first time in 8 years, a team not Alabama and Clemson is favored to win the national championship.
Yeah, and Georgia's won them without being favored the last 2 years.
That's a good stat.
Good stat, Ty.
That is a good stat.
And yeah, I mean, but at some point, as we said, Texas derailed the last 2 teams that had a real good look at national championships 3 times in a row, USC in 05, and then that Nebraska team that Texas won to win the first Big 12 championship in the mid-'90s was looking for a 3rd straight.
Okay.
And so Texas has been a big part of the derailment. Now, we'll see.
The only place they'll see Georgia is in the College Football Playoff.
That's right.
Oh.
Exactly right. Now,
Okay.
Michigan, of course, didn't get to the championship game last year. They got to the semifinal, lost that wild game with TCU. Georgia beat Ohio State, and then that was our national championship game. But also in this list, they have Michigan at number 2 at Sports Illustrated, Georgia number 1. They have Penn State number 3, and that's interesting. I was going to mention.
Yeah, that's
because we have
really
Penn
high.
State now, because they have Penn State ahead of Ohio State. And the conversation at Penn State is this finally the year they get over the hump and can handle Michigan? And I saw this note, and I want your thoughts, Rod. Their sophomore quarterback is Drew Aller. He's the big guy, 5-star kid. But then I looked at Pro Football Focus, and they've got their big board, college football big board out. And of their top 10 players, 3 are Penn State players. 3 of the top 9.
Defense or offense?
Offense, it's the offensive tackle, Olu Fashanu.
So 2 defense,
and
1
then
offense.
Kalen King at corner and Chop Robinson at defensive edge. And so, and they've got a big time player. Penn State does. The linebacker Abdul Carter had 6.5 sacks as a freshman. So people are noticing, and Penn. That's interesting. That's an interesting team. That if you're looking for, like, a lot of people are putting Texas in the Final Four as kind of a trendy team as the heavy favorites in the Big 12. Can they live up to the billing? Georgia was that team that we doubted, right? Oh man, they're really talented, but they can never get over the hump. They're going to stumble along the way. Well, now Georgia has eliminated that moniker because they've smashed it with back-to-back championships. Penn State, Texas, Florida State, all teams that are in kind of that mindset that they're good, just not good enough to compete at that level.
Yeah, James Franklin, he can't win the big game, right? That's
right.
the knock. The knock is not that he's not a good coach. He's proven that he's a good coach.
Heck, he won at Vanderbilt.
Exactly, right? He's proven he's a good coach. Now the next hurdle for him to overcome, or the narrative that he's got to change, is can he win the big game? Because now there's basically waiting on him to beat Ohio State, beat Michigan, whenever you play Ohio State, Michigan, and win the Big Ten title.
And I think they get Michigan at home, but they have to play in Columbus.
Yeah, it's like that's all Penn State fans care about now. They don't even care about the double-digit wins you're getting year after year.
Yeah.
All they care about is, hey, man, did we beat Ohio State? Did we beat Michigan?
Well, and as we talked about, because they all play on the eastern side of the Big Ten for the last year, they only have to beat one of those teams.
That's true.
And
Good
they
point.
can still play
for the Big
Ten championship and as a one-loss team. They need to run the table the rest of the way.
Which they did last year, basically.
And then they would need whoever they beat. If they beat Michigan at home, they would then need Ohio State to beat Michigan. And then they'd both be, Ohio State would have to take a loss somewhere. if they, so again, we'll see. But Penn State, a team, I look at this Sports Illustrated top 25. Pat Forty, Richard Johnson, and Ross Dellinger all worked to put it together. They have 3 Big Ten teams in the top 5. They have Michigan 2, Ohio State, and Penn State all in the top 5 with LSU and Georgia. They don't have Alabama in the top 5 in the country.
Yeah, a lot of people are expecting a regression from Alabama. That's why a lot of people are picking Texas potentially to pull the upset over Alabama because new OC, new DC, don't know who the quarterback is, and there's a belief that that's going to lead to a regression of some sort. We don't know how that looks. That could just mean them going from winning 12, 11 games usually to winning 9 or 10 games.
Can I mention
that's a big difference for Bama.
Something else on the Longhorns because you're going to give us a Rod's rant of the day here coming up. What are these watch lists that come out? Everybody's on these watch lists. Quinn Ewers on a bunch of watch lists.
Oh, yeah.
X-Man.
Mm-hmm.
There's also something called the Sean Alexander Freshman of the Year Award.
I saw this. This is definitely something new.
Yeah, the Longhorns, I guess, a new award. But the Longhorns have 4 players that are in this freshman class that have made the watch list for the Sean Alexander Freshman of the Year Award. You can probably guess who they are.
Yeah, I mean, Anthony Hill's going to be on there.
Anthony Hill.
Cedric Baxter's probably going to be on there.
He is.
Malik Muhammad.
Yep.
And Jonte Cook.
Jonte Cook, yep.
Easy, yeah.
Those 4 players. Again.
And that's the most of any school.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So not only Texas with veteran players, with all the returning offensive linemen and guys like Jalen Ford and guys like Jordan Whittington and X-Man, a lot of returning, starts at Texas, but a young crop of players. And as we've told you and you've seen with your own eyes, Sark doesn't care what grade you are or how old you are. If you're good enough, you're old enough. I mean, he'll put you on the field.
And those guys are going to play. When you think about it, listen, Anthony Hill, you just had the injury to Mo Blackwell at that off-ball linebacker spot. So Anthony Hill's going to play, whether it be situation as a pass rusher or just outright winning that job over David Benda. So he's playing. Jonte Cook, I know Sark wants to play Jonte Cook because he's trying to create a pipeline of basically young wide receivers in high school. They want to come to Texas because he already can drop you know what? I had a wide receiver that won the Heisman in my system and also was drafted in the top 10. And he wants to keep that going. So 2 things are important for him this year. Making sure Xavier Worthy is first-round caliber talent, all right, so he can keep bragging about that pipeline he's created, and getting Jonte Cook involved in the passing game as a freshman so that he's recruiting high school kids at wide receiver and go, oh, man, you're going to play as a freshman. In my system, have you not seen X-Man? You not see Jonte Cook? Oh, they play right away. They get a lot of playing time as freshmen. And, by the way, once you prove yourself, you're going first round in my system. Yeah, so it's easy recruiting for him. So he definitely wants that to happen. And then you go look at the running back spot. We just said, man, if they don't end up splitting carries with Jonathan Brooks and Cedric Baxter might just win the damn job by himself.
Well, Manny Muhammad may have played his way that they can't keep him off the field.
Exactly. He's going to play too. He said that's one of his top 4 corners include Manny Muhammad. So all those guys are going to play.
Man, and it's interesting. We did the live stream, the On Texas Football conversation last night, you and myself and Justin Wells. And Justin said something. He said that word is out of Longhorn camp that Manny Muhammad. Maybe that's why Sark calls him Manny, because he's got a Malik Murphy and he's got a Malik Muhammad.
You might be right
and I
about
get
that.
Confused too.
Because you know what? You might be right because he says Manny. I had to look and I was like, who the hell is Manny? And he's like, talking about Manny Muhammad.
Because he's got Malik Murphy at quarterback, and he's got.
You might be right about that actually.
And Malik Muhammad playing cornerback. So either way. He said that word is that Manny Muhammad has stretched out to like 6'2" now. And if you saw him playing in high school,
he's still growing?
Yeah, like he's getting taller. Well, now all of a sudden he's this 5-star corner who was 6 foot, who's now 6'2".
That's just straight up freakish,
and that's why he's pushing your guy Ryan Watts at the boundary.
Yes, he is.
That he can be physical and reroute people, and we've seen through the practice scrimmages that he can force turnovers and is a ball hawk. Before we get into the rant, can I play this for you, Rod? Because I don't know if you've seen the latest episode of Hard Knocks.
I have not. I plan on watching it, though.
I'm going to play this for you because, of course, the whole storyline is that Aaron Rodgers is playing for the first time.
Little sneak preview,
and the first episode, the first preseason action Aaron Rodgers has seen since 2018. He never plays in the preseason. Well, he did in this game because they're lacking continuity on the Jets' offense, and they need to find some before the season begins. So here's a little clip from NFL Films. They're playing the Giants. After he makes a throw, I'm just going to set this up because it happens fast. He gets bumped into by a guy named Jihad Ward, a linebacker.
Jihad Ward.
Yeah. And then they go toe-to-toe. Here's some jaw talk from the field level from NFL Films, Aaron Rodgers and Jihad Ward.
Bootleg out to the left, flipping it left, McCole Hardman.
bull, bro. That. Show some respect, bro. Come on, what the f is that? 5 damn steps? I don't even know who you are, bro. I don't know who you don't? I never heard of you. Let's go.
And the officials having to separate Jihad Ward and Aaron Rodgers. Drops back, lobs one, front left pylon. It is caught. Garrett Wilson. That's a jet touchdown.
Poke the bear. I ain't doing that, bro. I'm not heard of you. Then I gave him the line that's uncomeback with a bowl. I said, I don't even know who you are. But he said, I don't know who you are. I said, both.
There you go. The 2-time MVPs going.
What was that term? Uncomeback-wittable?
Yeah, uncomeback-withable.
Uncomeback-withable? Yeah.
I gave him that one. I don't know who you are. And he said, I don't know who you are either. He's like, oh, come on.
Now, you know who I am, man.
You know who I am.
You know, he dropped that. You know who I am. Jihad Ward? I didn't know.
Former Cowboy.
Oh, Jihad Ward?
I think so.
Okay.
Raider and Cowboy, I think.
It's an interesting name.
Could have said, hey, do you know your name's Jihad?
Jihad. That would have been the line. Bro, your name is Jihad, man. Your parents named you Jihad? That's what I would have been like, bro, have they not read anything about geopolitics in the last 70 years? They named you Jihad?
Not a Cowboy. I was wrong.
Okay. That would have been the uncomeback-wittable line. Aaron Rodgers be like, bro, you need to go talk to your parents.
That would have been very.
They named you Jihad, man.
Erudite and high level by.
Yeah, that'd have been next level. Like, what? Has he ever looked it up? He had to. It's his name.
Yeah. Look up Wage Jihad.
I'd be like, exactly. Like, bro, your name's Jihad. I don't even have to. I don't really have to insult you. You walking around. Your parents did it. Your name is Jihad.
Okay, I like Aaron Rodgers.
They couldn't come up with a better name than Jihad for your name.
Hey, bottom of the hour, Zach Shaw, the beat reporter for the Michigan Wolverines, will join us to preview our number 2 team in our countdown. This guy says Aaron Rodgers, horrible trash talker. Here's my thing with Aaron Rodgers.
That was bad trash talk.
You can trash talk, but then don't brag about your trash talk. Just let your trash talk stay on the field.
You know who I am?
I gave you the uncomebackable, whatever he said.
Yeah, I agree. Because I don't think people usually talk trash to Aaron Rodgers. They probably stay away from the trash talk with Aaron Rodgers.
He wasn't even talking trash, though. He just tapped him a little bit.
He kind of bumped him. He said, come on, man, have some respect. That's 5 steps. That's 5 steps. And Ward's like, I don't even know who you are.
Because he's playing the preseason. He's probably a little aggravated. They agitate. He's got to play in the preseason anyway. He's like, man, I don't want to.
Well, then he threw a touchdown pass to Garrett Wilson right after that and said, don't poke the bear. Don't poke the bear. Hey, let's go to the rants for the 9 o'clock hour.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore!
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it real.
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Oh, you've done it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butts.
I'll give you a quick piece of quick breaking news.
Throw it out there.
Pro Football Talk suggests as a local level story that the Dolphins cut 6th-round rookie Elijah Higgins, the former Bowie Bulldog.
Oh, wow.
But 5 different teams put in waiver claims, the most any player in the league has gotten. So there's a lot of demand for Elijah Higgins out of Stanford by way of Bowie High. Cardinals with the first waiver pick guy.
Don't do it.
Cardinals, they're tanking. Why is they're looking to the future.
They should not be the ones. They should not be the ones that are putting in the waiver claim for him. No. Let him go somewhere else. But that's interesting that many teams had him high up on their board, obviously.
Yeah, and according to Mike Florio, more than any other players received as far as a waiver claim goes.
And he plays what, D-line?
He's a wide receiver.
Wide receiver. Okay.
Out of Bowie High. Yep.
Wow. All right. There you go. Shout out. What college did he go to?
Stanford.
Oh, dang.
We got that good degree.
Does jihad mean soldier?
I'm not sure. I think it means a holy war or something. I don't know.
It means a struggle or fight against the enemies of Islam.
Okay, there you go.
And so he declared jihad against the infidels.
So maybe, as I said, maybe that's what they meant. I don't know.
Struggle ward.
Struggle
ward.
So maybe that's what they meant. But it's like that would have been nice trash talk. But yeah, maybe that's a little too insensitive. So anyway,
it's spelled differently.
It's spelled differently than the jihad.
It's in Islam. It's spelled G-E-H-A-D, but in English it's G-I or J-I.
J-I. Yeah. And that's how his name is spelled too?
Yes.
Okay, how about this little nugget?
Love nuggets.
Love the nuggets. And I got this from Over the Cap. It's basically they keep up with salary cap stuff in the NFL.
Love it.
And giving these giving these little nuggets about the Cowboys and really about all the teams in the NFL, but I've been kind of gathering up some of the Cowboys nuggets. Cowboys, 83% of their current roster basically began their career with the Cowboys, which is the most in the NFL, basically, which means they're the most homegrown team for the second year in a row. Remember, I tracked it last year. They're the most homegrown team in the NFL for the second year in a row. Nobody builds their roster through homegrown drafted talent or undrafted talent, undrafted free agents who start their career with the Cowboys, then the Cowboys. The Rams are second, followed by the Ravens, Packers, and Bucks. The Ravens, Packers, and Bucks are around 73%, but says here that 83% number for the Cowboys' current roster is the highest in the NFL, that's a really good thing. It shows you they like to build their roster with the cheapest way to acquire talent and value, which is through the draft. Almost cost effective is probably the best way to say it. Also, how about this? And I threw this out there earlier. The Cowboys currently lead the NFL with being responsible for starting the careers of 82 players currently in the NFL, which means players that either the Cowboys drafted or Cowboys brought in as undrafted free agents. Starting their career with the Cowboys, they initially acquired them. They have more players on rosters than any other team in the NFL. The Ravens are second with 77 players who started their careers with the Ravens, who are now on rosters. The Vikings at 75, 49ers 74, Patriots 71. So give Will McClay some credit, man.
Big time credit.
That's a Will McClay effect. You brought that up earlier. Got to give him, even though he's not the GM in title.
Well, think about if Jerry Jones would just give him the GM title and let him draft players and then decide who to keep and who not to keep.
Yeah, that's a good point. You're right. That's a great point. Yeah,
because they're all still in the league.
So you're doing a good job. He's evaluating initially the talent.
Yeah, he's bringing in the right players.
He's got a good eye. I thought Cowboys fans might like that. Even teams like the 49ers and the Patriots, you actually are drafting better. The Cowboys technically are drafting better than in terms of draft talent and even undrafted free agents. So your talent acquisition during draft time, whether it be draft or undrafted free agents, is right now as good, if not better, than damn near every team in the league. Maybe not the 49ers and, I don't know, maybe name the Eagles. Maybe throw them two teams out there.
Yeah, well, and then this is why they believe that they don't have to play in the free agent market, which is usually overpriced. I get that. I do think the Cowboys have done a smart thing this offseason, got into that trade market, as you've talked about, to add key pieces at key spots.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, maybe this is the year, Jerry Jones. But that's a Will McClay stat. That is a scouting department.
It is.
Chris Vaughn. I mean, those guys are it's like recruiting, right? You can recruit 5 stars all you want, but you got to evaluate the right players that are going to fit your scheme, fit your system. And the Cowboys have certainly done that. And more, they're not. This is why they're happy to have Dan Quinn back again, that they'll be able to acquire and go get players that fit what Dan Quinn wants to do, which is different than a lot of people.
And he'll find very kind of, bargain, discounted talent, if you will. They did it with J-Run Curse, right? Did it with Malik Hooker. These are guys now that are foundational pieces of your defense that you essentially got as rehabilitation projects for the most part, that maybe we can rehabilitate their skill set. Dan Quinn has done it for you. As a matter of fact, you now, remember the Cowboys, their really philosophy about safety, which is they don't spend a lot of draft capital on safety, high draft capital, and they don't spend a lot of salary dollars on safety. They have since changed that because they play more safeties than anybody in the league, but also Dan Quinn's the reason. Because remember, at first they would just basically look at the safety position as a place where they could get value. They would kind of find guys on the scrap heap, find guys in late rounds, and those would become the safeties. With Dan Quinn, now they prioritized it, but mostly still finding value because Malik Hooker, former first-round pick with another team. J-Run Curse was a pick for the Vikings, I believe, and then they decided they want to move on from him. These are guys that were having their second chances, redemption stories with the Cowboys. So I like that about Dan Quinn. One other quick nugget, since we're talking about cut down day in the NFL, and I was thinking about this too. The NFL is just so brilliant, being America's #1 television program. They're always thinking about the best ways to market the sport. We call it cut down day now officially because that was basically yesterday. It almost lasts like 2 or 3 days.
People tune in for all day to see who gets cut.
See who gets cut. The NFL is better than almost any other company in America at turning what is supposed to be an administrative task or an administrative duty or responsibility.
Mundane and boring.
Yep, turning something that should be standard operating procedure into an annual primetime television event or a live show, right? You're talking about a cut down day where basically you're talking about a reduction in staff. This is staff reduction, right? Across the board, downsizing across the board. They're like, yeah, let's make it an event. People will keep up with this. National Cut Down Day. The draft, it's the same thing. The draft is basically their annual televised conference call where they're just naming people. They're just naming who got drafted by what team.
Call.
Yeah, and now it is the NFL has turned into an NFL festival, a fan festival, and a revival where they travel to town, and now hundreds of thousands of people, more people attend the NFL draft than do go to South by Southwest now, all because they turned an administrative task, the draft, into a primetime made-for-television event. They do it with the schedule release, which is the company schedule. They put that out, big event. They do it with their interview process, which is the combine. They're brilliant at it. It's just little, like I said, administrative tasks, but they've turned them into primetime television events.
Yeah, it's well said. And it starts with the passion of the fans, right? Because the fans care. It's like fans will pay money to watch Lionel Messi practice, right? I mean, they'll,
You're right. They will. Right.
Because they're passionate about it. They care. And the NFL has seized upon that Kansas City Chiefs fans will pretty much do anything to see Patrick Mahomes do pretty much anything.
Man.
But again, the draft itself and that whole procedural process is all built on the passion of college football fans and pro football fans because you bring them together. And your favorite college players end up because there are a lot of people that only love college football, could care less about the NFL. But they'll tune in for the draft and the combine to see how their dudes run and how their guys perform and then where they get drafted. Hey, we come back. We're talking number 2 in our countdown. The Michigan Wolverines. We'll play a fight song that was never allowed to be played anywhere near my house when I was growing up, Rod. Even to this day, if this fight song were played, someone's getting stabbed. We'll hit that coming up. Also, some very sad news breaking from the world of football. Details coming.
direction of Professor Jamie L. Nix, the M Fanfare.
Oh, man. The fight song that was forbidden at my house, Rod. When I was growing up on the mean streets of Akron, Ohio. That team up north.
They shall not be named. They who shall not be named.
They who shall not be named. And I told you in the break, my father's a huge Ohio State fan. I was kind of indoctrinated into it, but he's still passionate about his Buckeyes. So Michigan is a problem, and it become a problem. So I had a buddy that came to the house, and we walked in. I said, I wouldn't wear that hat in the house. He had a Michigan hat on, and my dad's just. Hat, you can stay. Hat's got to go.
Charles to tell you.
Hat's got to go.
He didn't believe you. Your friend didn't believe you.
Didn't believe me.
He thought you was joking with him.
Thought he would get away with it.
It's
no.
like, man, come on now.
And then my dad says, "You were welcome in our house anytime. That hat's got to go.
Got to go. Got to leave it outside. I don't even want.
That's a rivalry.
I don't even want it on the porch.
Remember,
right?
Urban
I want
Meyer?
it on the grass.
Yeah. Not even on my property.
Yeah, on the sidewalk. That's acceptable. All right, by the curb where the trash is. That's where you can put your hat. It'll be there when you come back for it.
Yeah. Remember when Urban Meyer, there was somebody in the media wore a maize or blue shirt.
I remember this.
And he made him change it.
He made him change it
to the practice field. He's like, no, get out of here. Get out of here with that hat.
I remember that. That was actually kind of cool. It's kind of an a-hole move, but I get it.
And of course, Michigan has bragging rights right now. They've turned the tide as we had our Ohio State insider. At number? Where were the Buckeyes on our countdown? Four. Mm-hmm. Just earlier in the week. Steve Hellwagon, and he said, gosh, the last 2 decades, Ohio State dominated the rivalry. Mm-hmm. Michigan and Jim Harbaugh have turned it, obviously, with double-digit wins in each of the last 2 years. And that's got people wondering if Michigan's ready to take the rise and go win a national championship for the first time since 1997. To discuss that on a deeper level, let's go to the Vaqueros hotline. He covers the Michigan Wolverines for 24/7, their beat reporter. He is Zach Shaw. Zach, how are you?
I'm doing good. I'm ready for football season to start tonight. I'm excited about it. It feels like the off season gets longer each year.
It does. And we talk more and more about it. There's more lists and predictions and speculation.
Talking season
is ending. Hey, you've covered Michigan a long time now, or been around the program, and it's been steadily on the rise. There was, Jim Harbaugh had to weather some rough times as he built the program in his image and his likeness, what he wanted, and now he's got it there. Is this a team that can take hail to the victors to a national championship?
Well, they can. I mean, right? There's still a lot of things that can go wrong. I think every fan of a good football program knows, injuries happen, or sometimes just another team is in their peak, right? I think Georgia's kind of the one that kind of looks like that right now. But yeah, this team, they've been really good the last 2 years, and they have so many players back. I think they returned 15 or 16 starters. They added not a huge transfer portal class, but I think they have 9 guys who are in serious contention for a starting job, who've played at other power programs. And then they have guys who've been waiting a couple years, guys who were top 100 recruits or, high 4-star recruits and have played a lot the last couple years. And now this year they might even get a bigger role. So I think I counted it. They have 31 players who have started at least 3 games at the Power 5 level, and they're big in the trenches. They're strong in the trenches. They have obviously the run game. I think most people who have watched Michigan know what their running back tandem can do. I feel like they're athletic in the secondary. It's not a team with a lot of red flags. There's things that they still have to sort out, but in a sport where every year people are trying to replace, this or that, or come up with an answer here or there, Michigan kind of goes into the season knowing what they have at pretty much every spot. There's just a couple positions where we'll be watching closely, but that's a nice luxury for Michigan to have, is that they can just build off what they had last year, not necessarily figure out who's going to do what and where.
How good is J.J. McCarthy?
I like the brevity of that question. He's what Michigan. He was exactly what Michigan needed last year. I know nationally people were talking about the 2 pick sixes, but I think his blend of athleticism, I think his positivity is really infectious with the team. He's not a selfish guy. He's not just about his stats. He doesn't care if he throws for 150 yards. If Michigan wins and wins by the way it should win, he's going to be a happy guy. He's going to be supportive of his teammates. So I think that part he's done. Now I think and he knows that, this year is the so-called contract year, right? Because NFL scouts are going to be watching more closely. Michigan's going to be asking him to do better than last season in a lot of spots. The third down passing, the red zone passing, the deep ball passing. There is that next step in his game. Last year was about winning the starting job, winning, each and every game. This year it's not entirely his show. They've got good running backs, but if he wants to be a first round draft pick, if he wants to, be in the running for awards that he's talent wise capable of being in the running for, there is that next step decision making. And I know one thing that Michigan has started doing more this fall camp than they've done any year under Jim Harbaugh is they're having JJ call more plays, in terms of seeing what he sees on the defense and making those calls. And to me, that says that there's an increased trust level between Jim Harbaugh and JJ McCarthy that, that other quarterbacks at Michigan under Harbaugh haven't had. And that Harbaugh sees, JJ McCarthy is kind of someone who can really take this offense to an even higher level than they were last year.
Yeah, J.J. McCarthy. I said last year watching him play, of course, in this time of year there was a complete quarterback battle, and it wasn't really settled until middle of the season, and then they're playing in the playoff. But McCarthy, I know he had the rough game against TCU, but he also had some spectacular plays against TCU in the semifinal. Reminds me a little bit of a kind of a Joe Burrow starter kit. This is the ad-lib ability, the athleticism, the ability to avoid rush, buy time, and still make a big play down the field. I don't want to say Joe Burrow because Joe Burrow is an elite player, but do you see that in him?
Yeah, I think he's got that nice blend. He doesn't have the strongest arm in the country, but I think he's got a strong enough arm for every throw they're going to ask him to make. And then he also can run a little bit. He led the Big Ten in quarterback rushing yards last year, and I know he feels like he's gotten even faster this year. So I think he's got that talent, but I think and here's the thing with Joe Burrow. You look at the year before he won the Heisman, he had a very solid season,
right?
But he was not in the running for number one pick. He was not a Heisman, favorite. He elevated his game. He figured out, he never stopped growing as a quarterback. And so if JJ McCarthy can do that, then yeah, I think he's going to be starting to be even more in those first round conversations, maybe even award conversations. But I do think there is that next step for JJ McCarthy, because I think last year he had great throws when he had time, when the receivers were open. When the defenses were really stacking the box for the run game. Well, this year, if he's going to make those plays, he also has to be ready to make those plays when teams kind of know what's coming or are playing to defend the pass. So there's a next step for him. But man, part of why Michigan fans and Michigan, the team, are so excited is I think it's been really Chad Henne was probably the last quarterback they've had who's had this blend of leadership, maturity, but also on-field talent.
Hey, Zach, let me ask you about the defense a little bit. Who in your opinion, who's the top dog on defense, in your opinion? Who's the standout performer?
Yeah, I think we've heard pretty much every player and coach say they love Chris Jenkins' game. He's starting to get some first-round draft buzz by different national publications and just a forced run stopping in the middle. His dad and his uncle were star NFL tackles, kind of middle of the defense guys. And he was really good last year, Chris Jenkins, at 285 pounds. Well, now he's up to 307, 308. And so there's just been a lot of buzz about him, his pass rushing. I know he was I think he was sixth in the Athletics annual freak list. So, really good athleticism for his size and just really good balance, leverage. He isn't used to being this big, so it'll be an interesting transition to watch. But at the same time, I think it's kind of like a basketball player who was playing point guard and then they had a growth spurt, and now they're a guy on the wing. So it's a similar deal where he's got all the hand placement, leverage, balance things that a smaller defensive tackle has to have, and now he's bigger. So he's probably the main guy. And then hard to talk about the defense and not mention Will Johnson, 5-star guy, started to make some really strong plays. I think he had 2 picks in the Big Ten championship game. So those are probably the two that are on the All-American short list in my mind. That can really be the not not just best player, but, among the best in the country at their position.
Yeah, the cornerback, Will Johnson, and, of course, Chris Jenkins steps into that Mozzie Smith role in the middle, making things happen. Of course, Mozzie drafted by the Cowboys. Hey, Zach Shaw with us, covering Michigan, covers the beat for 24/7 Sports and does a great job. Only 16 points a game allowed last year by that Michigan defense. What about Jim Harbaugh? Because there's the Jim Harbaugh that's built the program, but then there's the Jim Harbaugh that's going to serve a 3-game suspension to start the season. He had a news conference this week where he sounded off on the state of college athletics. Revenue sharing was a theme for Coach. Where is Harbaugh? What about all the off-field conversations that are going on surrounding him and the program?
Yeah, I think in terms of the impact on the field, I don't expect it to be that significant. Part of the culture change that Michigan has talked about the last couple of years was really making this a player-led team, and then also delegating more to assistants. Harbaugh, I think by nature, wanted his hands on everything and wanted to control everything with the program. And the past 2 years, he's kind of, let other people, I guess, take the reins and have that ownership of the team. So I think, players, they just keep talking about how it's more fuel to the fire. I think everyone kind of laughs at when Alabama and Georgia do this, but, there's that whole, you want the nobody believes in us, or the outsiders want us to fail. It seems to work with teams, even when they're ranked highly in the preseason. And so I think Michigan, they're kind of looking at this as, the NCAA wants us to fail and things like that. In terms of the big picture stuff, it'll be interesting what kind of impact this has on Harbaugh. I mean, it's no secret he's interviewed with NFL teams the last 2 off seasons. This year, it's a very senior or upperclassman heavy team, and so he might be losing. They talk about they returned 15, 16 starters. He might be losing 15, 16 starters after this season. So I think the 3-game suspension, we'll see what the NCAA does in addition to that after this season. But I think the bigger question will be, does Michigan get Harbaugh on a contract extension? Because that will tell us a little bit about where Harbaugh, where his head's at. Is he annoyed at the NCAA? He sounds annoyed at the NCAA, but is he annoyed to the point where he would leave? Or is this something where he's standing up for the, kind of fighting the NCAA, thinking that this will be, he wants to control the college football landscape that he's going to be coaching in for a long time. So I think there's 2 ways to read it. But in terms of the actual on field, I mean, you know their schedule, you know who they're playing.
Right.
It's not going to make a huge on field impact. If anything, it'll probably give the players motivation and kind of the inspiration to become their own leaders and kind of run the program the way Harbaugh would without him. So probably not an impact on their win-loss record or their season outlook.
Hey, Zach, appreciate that, man. That's what we needed right there, the overview for Michigan. Not a lot of question marks. Check a lot of boxes. Quarterback is back, and if he takes a step forward, this could be a team that plays for and maybe wins a national championship for the first time since 1997. Thank you, Zach. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Thanks, Zach.
Zach Shaw. If you're a Michigan fan or want to be more of a Michigan fan, you can watch that at you can find him on Twitter. He works for 24/7 Sports. He's really, really good on all things Michigan. And there you go. Michigan beat reporter. He's @_Zach Shaw. @_Zach with a CH. We'll come back when we do, Rod. You ready for Who Said That?
Who said that?
That's coming. Oh, another round of Who Said That on a Thursday morning. Hey, listen, we've got some breaking news, sad news from the world of the NFL with word this morning that the legendary Gil Brandt.
Oh, no.
Gil Brandt has passed away at the age of 91, the godfather of modern scouting.
Yes, he is.
Helped build the Dallas Cowboys and that pro organization into what became America's team.
Yep.
Gil Brandt. I've had many a conversation with Gil at NFL combines and Super Bowls, and wasn't a more delightful guy to just sit and talk football with.
Yeah, no, he was awesome. I had a couple of conversations. I was honored to have those conversations, privileged enough to have a conversation or two with Gil Brandt. The few times he came down for like pro days and stuff like that.
Yep.
He was awesome. Always made you feel like, you had all of his attention, even though, he was a busy man being pulled in a lot of different ways. I mean, he gave me about good 5 to 10 minutes. We had a great conversation about football. Even talked about me as a prospect. So he was still.
And he would probably, up until his passing here, would have probably remembered you as a prospect.
No, he did. Yeah, he even talked about me as a prospect when I talked to him. And I was blown away. I was like, I cannot believe it. So very sad. A man who lived a full life, but more of a celebration of life, because the whole point is that you want to have a positive effect on other people and other people's lives. There's no doubt Gil Brandt did that. He changed the NFL forever. Changed the scouting combine, all that stuff.
Yep, along with Tom Landry and Tex Schramm, they built America's team. Quarterback Roger Staubach, Tony Dorsett, Drew Pearson, Mel Renfro, all brought in under Gil Brandt's scouting and techniques that changed it.
I'm going to do a deep dive on that. I might have to have a little Raj rant about that tomorrow. I'm going to do a deep dive on Gil Brandt.
Well, and there's people in sports who change the game, right, and change things dramatically. I always think about Branch Rickey, who helped Jackie Robinson.
I watched that movie yesterday. 42. I watched it
and
yesterday.
Of course, he was the founder of the modern minor league system, and never before that's how they develop players. And then you think of a Gil Brandt, changing the way scouting and how that all taking what had been done in football and taking it to a different level. And you're right. I mean, change the game. He's 91 years old, so very, very sad. All right, who said that, Rod? Do you have something for me?
I got a couple for you. The first one is actually from someone who was on the Rich Eisen show. He was actually on Rich Eisen.
Oh, you hear Rich Eisen every day 2 to 5 here on the Horn.
So shout out there. But here is the player, and see if you can figure out who said that.
I'll tell you this. I've been around and seen what it takes. Obviously only won one championship, but been in that atmosphere to understand how a team most likely wins it. And I don't think that there's a piece missing here to where this team can't be competing for a championship.
Is that right? Okay.
I texted Harves the other day. I was like, you run a world-class operation around here. It's been very refreshing. It's been a breath of fresh air for me. It's definitely not just going to be all run game. I'll tell you that much. I won't give away any game plans, but I'm truly excited, man.
All right, Harge, who we got there? You got me.
It's Odell Beckham Jr.
OBJ.
Talking about the Ravens and the Ravens organization, how excited he is, and things are going to change around there. Mostly the offense, but other things are changing too, the culture too.
I'm sleepy high and bullish on the Ravens.
I really am. I'm really Todd Monken offense.
It's hard for me because I like the Bengals and I like Joe Burrow. He's back and healthy. I like the Steelers. And you heard OBJ come in last play. He was in Cleveland. That place was a mess. And he was in L.A. and they won a Super Bowl. And now he's in Baltimore. I'll play this for you. This will be a tough one for you. I'm going to play this on. This is someone who does not have a high opinion of the Colorado Buffaloes, who Deion Sanders will lead into battle against the TCU Horned Frogs. He's a national college football writer and covers national college football, Rod. But listen to this guy with his prediction for what's coming for the Buffaloes this year.
I think we're gonna finally see, for all the hoopla and all of the hype going into the off season with Deion Sanders in Colorado, it does not mask the fact that they don't have any players on that roster. And you thought UMass was the worst roster in college football? It may be Colorado's. Now I say that, do they have a quarterback? Yes. Do they have 2 starting corners that could be NFL guys and one of them plays both ways? Yes. They are so devoid of talent up front on both sides of the ball. I don't know how they're going to keep their quarterback upright.
All right, do you have a thought on who that might be?
I don't know who that is.
That's Tom Luginbill.
Tom Luginbill.
Long-time recruiting and then college football commentator. does not think they're going to have much of a shot in Fort Worth. And that's why I said earlier, if Sonny Dykes gets a chance to hang a big number on Deion Sanders, he's going to.
He's going to. Just because everybody wants to see it?
Yeah, well,
everybody's
going to tune in, and Sonny Dykes can use that interest to say, don't forget about us. We run the DFW Metroplex.
Yeah.
In the Big 12 when
You're
Texas and
that.
Oklahoma leave. All right, what else, Rod?
So one more clip I want to play for you. This is fitting. We'll just play the audio, see if you can guess who it is. I think you'll get it.
Here we go.
Hurricanes like myself.
Yeah.
And you're a Knoll, my friend.
No. Actually, do you know where I graduated from? Yeah. Who said that?
Who said that?
Everything. She didn't know that. They didn't know that. Tell them again, where did I graduate? I graduated from HBCU. So I'm a who?
Well, you're still a Knoll.
I'm a who? I thought it's where you graduate from, isn't it? How you keep calling me that and it goes to where I graduated from? I'm an HBCU grad.
All right, there you go. That's Deion.
That's Deion. They're trying to give him to claim Florida State. He's like, no, I don't claim Florida State like that.
So I can't be a Longhorn?
No. Well, no, I think.
Neither can you.
I never claimed to be a Longhorn.
Yeah. If you want to be a lifetime Longhorn, I always say lifetime Longhorn, like, yeah, you went there.
I'm going to go get my master's.
Yeah. If you went,
does that count?
That'll count.
If you went there, you paid some money there, I guess you can claim
That'll count.
Yeah, lifetime Longhorn. But hell, man,
What if I got like a certificate?
You can be a Longhorn fan. Longhorn fans, like Longhorn fandom is a family in it. That goes deep. And that includes lifetime Longhorns and former student athletes and all that kind of stuff too. So you can just be a fan. It's all good.
Okay. How about this one? You know who's a fan of Texas this year?
Who that?
He's a player who did not play high school. He played high school football in the state of Texas, but did not play college football here. And now he's a rising analyst and commentator on ESPN. Give me this one there, Ty.
Sorry, I was talking to somebody. What was it?
Okay, well,
going to be very popular at the Big 12 conference office. I got the Texas Longhorns over the Oklahoma Sooners in the Big 12 championship game. Texas has the best roster. I don't think I need to convince a whole lot of people of Texas getting the job done. What I think I need to convince people of is the fact that Oklahoma has improved drastically in the front seven defensively, which was a significant issue. I think Brent Venables bounces back in a big gear this year. They still have talent at wide receiver. I think they have an excellent quarterback in Dylan Gabriel. I think the offensive line has a chance to be just as good, if not maybe slightly better than they were. And I don't think they're going to give up as many big plays because they're going to have a better understanding of what they need to be defensively as far as structure is concerned to be able to get to a 9-3 or an 8-4. And I think at 8-4, 9-3, that could get you into the Big 12 championship game.
Who's that? Who said that, Rod?
That's Greg McElroy, and he's high on the Longhorns.
High on the Longhorns.
He's not the only one.
And as he said, won't be popular at the conference office, but I like Texas and Oklahoma to play for the final Big 12 championship.
I'd be surprised if Oklahoma actually got there. Wouldn't surprise me if Texas got there. Oklahoma would be a surprise pick. People are not that high on Oklahoma.
But to his point, his math's off. If they lose 3 or 4 games, they're not getting there. Because they're not going to lose a non-conference game.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, you're right. That means they cratered during conference play somehow.
Like they did last year. They were 3-0 and then went 3-6.
Unless the rest of the conference cannibalizes itself.
But I don't think a 3 or 4 loss conference team is going to make the Big 12 title game.
No, I don't think so either.
I don't think that's ever happened.
Yeah.
That's Greg McElroy. He likes Hook 'em Up. He likes Boomer Sooner. Tom Luganbill, we heard from Deion.
Well,
all right.
Brett, your mark is hoping that is not the case.
I got some more sound for you to play coming up at the top of the fabulous fifth hour, Rod, because Nick Saban, among things he doesn't like, depth charts. Doesn't like depth charts. And he doesn't like our media infatuation with depth charts.
Okay. No depth charts.
No depth charts.
It's old school.
Wipe your rear end with a depth chart. We'll hear Nick Saban coming up on Ian Rod B. The fabulous fifth hour, sometimes freaky, sometimes just outright outrageous. But the fifth hour, 5 hours a day, 5 days a week, E and Rod B. Austin's only local morning sports conversation, carrying you all the way up to the Jim Rome Show at 11 o'clock. And remember, Rod and I be out this afternoon. We'll be out at the Lavaca Street Bar in Rock Rose there in the Domain, 5 to 7 during the sports complex with Patrick Davis. We'll be joining Patrick and helping to get you ready for the football season, and some Bud Lights and good old times. Great food there. My buddy Matt Lucky and the team at Lavaca Street Bar in the Domain, Rod.
Oh, yeah.
Look forward to seeing you there.
It's about that time of year where we got to get out amongst the people. We got to be out there. Whether
you're going to become like my
pre-gaming.
You're going to become like my wife, Rod. You're going to be very tired of me because we hung out last night on the Inside Texas on Texas stream. We're in the show for 5 hours a day. Now we're going to Rock Rose today to get ready for the football season. Just let me know when I get super annoying.
That's a lot of time together. Yeah, you're right about that. I didn't think about that, but you're right. We're about to become
let me know.
Kinfolk. About to be real close.
Kinfolk. Yeah,
right.
And then we're going to be back together on Saturday morning, or Saturday at lunchtime.
Oh, that's going to be
down
fun,
on campus. It's game day, and everybody's like, well, where are y'all going to be pre-gaming? Well, we're going to be pre-gaming at the Mockingbird Saloon.
Yep.
On Guadalupe, right there before 27th Street, or if you're coming from the north to the south, it's just after 27th Street. But you would want to turn on 27th because parking's in the back if you can find it. I've also been told, T.Y., you can park on the street behind 27th.
The whole West Campus area is behind right there.
And you can park.
And there's
street parking.
There's street parking.
We're at the Mockingbird Saloon. There's kind of a rear entrance if you want that, or front door.
I
right
love
off
a rear entrance.
Hey now, welcome to the fifth hour. Welcome to the fabulous fifth hour.
No, okay, first of all, that's not how I meant it. I swear, it literally just dawned on me. My bad.
You're gonna get memed again with that one.
No, what I meant was because of the Irish goodbye. Like you can kind of slip. You can slip out.
You're a very good Irish goodbyer.
Yes, I just want to be able to I socialize. And they were like, "Where'd Robbie go?" Like, I don't know. I think he's hanging out here. And in the back door. That's what I meant by that, even though I know it has a double meaning. Because, yes, yes. Okay. Anyway, continue. Sorry, fifth hour, fifth quarter.
And you can come like Rod right through the rear entrance.
That's where I like the exit, too. I like the exit to rear entrance, too.
It's two-way for some people.
What'd you say?
Now, listen, down on West Campus, as Ty just warned you, be careful. There are a lot of one-way streets in West Campus. A lot of one-way streets. Now. Because for a lot of people, the rear entrance is one way, not two way.
Oh, y'all gotta stop.
Oh, I know, but that's where we're gonna be. Mockingbird Saloon. Oh man, the fifth hour is cranked out already.
I meant that.
We're gonna get it back on the rails because Drew Sanders will join us, the head coach at Vandergrift.
Yes, we'll keep it classy with Coach Sanders.
We're going back to high school.
Oh man, that's good. Okay. Did you see the new uniforms for U of H that everybody's getting excited about on Twitter?
I did not.
They're basically Love Your Blue Oiler uniforms for U of H, for the Cougars. Oh, they got the Love Your Blue.
You know what they're doing? Us proud, Rod.
Yes, the Love Your Blue scheme, brother. They got the Oilers, like the helmets and everything. And they have it's the same, it looks like the baby blue jerseys, except it has Houston across the front. And man, and they got the red outline on the numbers. I mean, it looks just like those Love Your Blue jerseys pretty much, except it's a U of H jersey. And the helmets too, it's clean. It's clean.
I mean, at that point, they gotta do like a screwed up, purple drank uniforms.
Yeah, that's a great point for the SUC.
You can get some recruits.
Bro, you know what? You would sell the hell out of those jerseys in H-Town. You would sell out immediately. Matter of fact, these are gonna sell out.
That's very smart. Whoever came up with this idea, I don't think it's Dana Holgerson who came up with this idea. No, because this is a really good idea.
I want one of these jerseys. I'm not gonna lie, I want one of these jerseys.
Oiler fans like you and me who grew up Love You Blue. And because we know the Tennessee Titans were the Oilers, they're now the Titans, and they're going to wear those uniforms against Houston, the Texans this year in a couple of games.
Oh yeah, it's gonna hurt.
It's
disrespectful, man. You got to win that game, D'Amico.
Come on, dude.
When they wear the Love Your Blue uniforms versus the Texans, you ain't got to win any other game. We really don't care. You better win that one. That was one you got to win, bro. That's disrespect.
Hey, and and that's good. Give the U of H. They're in the Big 12 now, and they're like they're backing up the city. I mean, they're Houston's team, and I like that because the Titans are now gone.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's I think that's a smart move. Actually, obviously there'll be a lot of Cougars who are like, wait a second, we're the Cougars, and we're red and blue, red and white.
That's clean. Yeah, they're gonna sell out of these quick. I guarantee you. I mean, like I said, I would want one. My brother's probably gonna get one just because it represents Houston. That had nothing to do with U of H. Nobody cares about that. It got Houston on the front.
Jersey, yeah.
And it's love your blue.
Well, that's
Yeah,
right. They're gonna sell a ton of
colors.
those. Yeah, no one's gonna know.
Nobody's. You wouldn't know. You have no
That's smart.
idea.
That's smart.
What game are they gonna wear it? I wonder. That's the question. They went for the
Against
Texas
Rice?
game
Against Rice.
Yeah.
Maybe Rice.
Yeah,
Same city school.
That's a good point.
Like we are in Houston.
Yeah. Good point. That's probably what they will. But man, what if they broke it out against Texas?
Says no. Someone needs to dig up Bud Adams and kick him in the nuts. That would be morbid, but I'm with you.
Yeah, a lot
somebody
of text,
said, "Hey, don't park in a spot that is T parking. Anything that says T, West Campus will tow trucks." Quickly, daughter got towed twice.
Oh, I've been told.
Well, when I was at Mockingbird Saloon, kind of formalizing our deal with Brian and the team over there, I told him where I parked. He's like, "Oh, go move it. And I'd only been there like 5 minutes, and he was like, "No, they tow quick. They hunt." And I was like, "Okay, let me go move my car."
There was one time across the street, that little FedEx, we're across the street from Fiji, right there in that little parking lot. I had to run in and grab I left my wallet there or something. Ran in less than 60 seconds. I was in and out. Came out. My car was gone. I thought I got stolen. It was
What?
that fast.
They were that fast?
Yes.
Dang, this is like a reality
I called
show.
the cops. I called the cops first. I was like, "Hey, I think my car got stolen. Like, it probably got towed." Yeah. And then
Are
sure
they a
enough,
NASCAR pit crew? Like, what the hell's going on? How do you hook it up that fast?
There's videos on Instagram I watch sometimes.
Do they do it that
somehow in my
fast?
algorithm of just tow trucks, they get content, they film they on Instagram or TikTok Live or something. And it's just of them picking up people or repo people.
Dang.
They're really good at it.
That's one of those jobs where you're disliked by everybody when you're the tow truck man
But
because
yeah, it's like almost $400.
It's
Is that right? Is that right?
Oh no, it's expensive.
Well, because now they have those.
It's expensive. It is always from UT. Always something like close to UT where they do a lot of that towing.
Well, I saw it's like that repo guy because remember they can just back in and put that thing under you, pop it up, and go. That's all they got to do. See you.
Dang,
you
you're
ever
right.
see those Repo Man shows where they take cars out of driveways because it's been repossessed?
I don't watch those shows. Those shows are sad.
Yeah, guy's getting his car jacked.
His car jacked.
Well,
and they come out like
listen.
Tyler, like, where'd my car go?
Okay, listen. We want people to come to Mockingbird Saloon. No one's getting towed.
Nobody's getting towed.
Park in the right
Just
places. Uber
That's how
in,
I'm
walk
Ubering.
over from your parking garage.
I'm Ubering.
And don't worry about the rear entrance. Just come in the front, the back, wherever. Come on and see us. 12 to 2 on Saturday. Yes, and someone said that U of H is wearing those jerseys in the home opener against UTSA.
Oh,
because you got Houston against San Antonio.
I bet UTSA might have some funky jerseys too, representing San Antonio and Saytown.
The 713 and the
210.
210.
Ooh,
I like it. I like it.
that.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Okay, so before we get to the quick
UTSA's
timeout,
win
and
that
then
game,
we're going to
UTSA's gonna win the game.
I know that's one of Ty's big.
So
picks
my
of the
thing is you're
weekend.
wasting those cool jerseys. Oh, in the game you're going to lose. There you go.
Says the tow truck drivers all live in a mansion on West Lake Austin.
You know why? Because everybody will pay that tow truck driver cash, and he would just give them their car back. And I bet sometimes some negotiations are made. Like, hey man, I'll just give you cash.
If I take it to the yard, it's going to be $400. I'll do it for $250.
Exactly. I'll give you $300 on the spot right now. Can I not have to go to the tow truck yard to go get it?
I like it.
And they bang up your car and everything in the tow truck yard. They're not being very careful with it. They don't
tow
care.
truck mafia. Remember, you've seen all the Texas players complaining about the UT police mafia and the ticketing.
Oh man,
Yeah.
Make it a part of my NIL. That I don't get tickets, man. That's part of my deal.
I was under the impression that you didn't have to pay those UT tickets if you didn't go to UT, though.
I don't know about that, man.
Because
I don't know about
I
that.
definitely did not. I never paid.
Yeah, what are they going to do? Bring you down to UT jail?
I guess you're right. I mean, it's a state school, so is there some way that state-wise it can affect you?
My credit score is probably getting dinged every month for this. But no,
Well, I will say,
I've never paid any of those.
Well, bless my wife. We went to the PBR on Sunday.
Yeah.
And we were, there was no one on. When you walk up towards where the new practice facility is going in, up towards Gregory Gym and Bevo Boulevard, there's all those parking spots right along that main drag that goes up to Bevo Boulevard.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no one parked there. It's a Sunday afternoon. There's like a handful of cars, but every sign says T parking, no permit. And so I'm like, wonder if we can park here. And my wife said, no, don't do it. So we went and parked down by Schultz Garden.
Yeah, you go.
And we came out from the bull riding. Every car that had parked there, ticket. They just came along and
They knew
every one of them.
Yeah, and they waited. They were like, wait till the show starts. They'll all be there parked, and we'll just
Like
make it easy.
50 cars.
Easy money.
Ticket.
No, I was once told by somebody in the know over there that they're parking and transportation, on the UT parking and transportation people, that there's basically, as a revenue source coming into UT, they generate millions.
Gall.
Millions. Between the parking garages, the tickets, towing, and then, parking passes, millions. Like, it's just, and it makes a lot of sense, too. It makes a lot of sense. You got to pay it. You go to Texas, like you said, Ty, you don't pay it because you to go to Texas. They keep your degree. They don't let you get your degree. You don't even let you get your degree. No.
At Texas State, I parked in a parking garage and never paid for a parking pass and never got a ticket.
Dude, you're
awesome.
You're a scammer. I
That's
love
awesome, man.
Go to the top
the
floor.
loophole. It says it's correct. Parking ticket incorrect. Parking tickets go to the state. If you renew your driver's license, you won't be able to renew it.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
So you pay your ticket.
State institution. So I know it probably takes them a while to transfer because everything with the state takes a while. But you might need to do some research on it. They might transfer it over. No, that's just a ticket. Period.
I'm gonna have a rude awakening at the DMV one of these days.
The DMV. Who goes to the DMV still? Can't you renew your license online? And stuff?
Unless you got to do it.
Unless it
can't be expired.
Can't be expired. If it expires, you got to make an appointment, right? Dude, don't let it expire.
Don't let it expire.
You don't want to go down there. Come on.
You're talking to Mr. Procrastination over here. I mean, it's going to expire me.
Oh, yeah,
me.
Ty.
I was like, me too.
Oh, you talking about you too?
That's what
Both you're talking about men.
gotten better.
You're talking about just men, Nick. I think we all thought we were talking about each other.
Yeah, we are. That's just men. The male species.
That's just being a dude.
It's the male species. Yeah, because then my daughter will call me sometimes and she's asking me a question about something that's 6 months away. I'm like, Mare,
exactly.
what are we doing?
I'm thinking about today.
Yeah, no, that is such a guy thing. Women are.
And she's all worried about it, and I'm like, what are you doing?
They're like planning way in the future.
That's in January.
I'm not worried about that right now. No, we're worried about that in January.
But that's how her mind thinks. She's worried about stuff in April, in September that are January problems.
What's the book? Men are from Mars, women are from Venus.
No question.
It's so true.
No question. All right, can I play a couple pieces of audio for you, Rod, here in the top of our hour? We're going to we'll go behind the burnt orange curtain. Actually, you want to go behind the BOC here, and then we'll talk to Drew Sanders?
We can do that. We can go. We'll talk a little Rice defense real quick.
I'll save the Nick Saban sound for tomorrow or next week. It's good stuff, but it's not as time-sensitive as Texas and Rice.
Let's do it.
Let's get it.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right, talking about the Rice Owls. And shout out to Taylor McCarrick, who lives here in Central Texas. Former, where did you end up going? Vista Ridge, they said?
Vista Ridge Rangers.
Former Vista Ridge Ranger came on to talk about Rice. He's now a college football analyst. He did a great job. He actually, and we'll get to some of his, some of the points he brought up in the interview. If you missed it, we'll get that posted for you so you can help. You can go there and help yourself and preview the Rice Owls. But one thing about offense, I talked about offense yesterday, so we're not going to review that. I just want to bring up one little quick nugget that I did not talk about yesterday. I meant to bring up, and I think I missed it. Man, I don't think people realize this, and I haven't heard a lot of people talking about it. The Rice Owls had 32 turnovers last season. 32 turnovers last season. They led all of college football in turnovers last year. If Texas has been emphasizing takeaways, and we know they have, right, because that's been one of the huge talking points for PK and Sark, they want to be able to turn the football over more. I mean, take away the football is what I mean. They want to be able to force more turnovers. And last season, they were 9th in the Big 12 in takeaways. Only 9th in the Big 12 in takeaways. Even with Jalen Ford being probably the most havoc-minded defender in the Big 12. They only had 14. They had 14 in 2021, too. And that was 9th last season, like I said. So they want to generate more takeaways. If they can't get at least 2 takeaways in this game, I'm going to be concerned that maybe Texas isn't going to be a real havoc-minded team in that regard, that maybe they won't be as opportunistic this season as we would like them to be, because Rice, 32 turnovers, 20 interceptions last year, 12 fumbles they lost last season. That's the most in the FBS. You heard Taylor McCarrick say they had the second most interceptions thrown in college football last season. Texas should be able to at least get 2 turnovers. If they don't, I would be concerned. There you go. That's a reason to be concerned. They should get at least 2 turnovers, and they should get at least 2.5 to 3 sacks. Because last season, Rice allowed 2.69 sacks per game, and they had the most turnovers, like I said, in the FBS, 2.46 turnovers per game. You should at least have, I would say, 2 turnovers and 3 sacks would be the goal.
How much is that
board.
mitigated by, last year they rotated 3 different quarterbacks in there, that if they can keep JT Daniels in the game.
Agreed.
As a veteran quarterback, even though he's on his 4th spot and he started his 3rd game at DKR in his career, but that can mitigate some of that. But at the same time, you do want to see havoc wreaked by the Texas defense.
You're right about that. I mean, for Rice, it's just been Mike Bloomgren has had some really bad luck. He has used at least 3 different starting quarterbacks. Each year he's been there at Rice. Each year. It's unbelievable how they just come cycling through quarterbacks, and Scott and Taylor McCarthy brought that up too as one of the reasons why they're so excited about JT Daniels. And just like you said, if they can have stability there, and by the way, JT Daniels, highest rated signee in the history of Rice football, in the history of the program, and they're hoping JT Daniels provides stability at that quarterback position and continuities to consistency, and avoids injury, so I'll knock on wood for him. And on top of that, that's when the turnovers will come down because he isn't as careless with the football. He's a veteran. He's familiar with the system, that kind of stuff, and just makes better decisions. So they're hoping all of that ends up becoming a reality as a result of just implementing JT Daniels into that offense. Let's talk about the defense really quickly. So the defense, and we talked about this with Taylor, he says this is going to be the best defense that Rice has under Mike Bloomgren. That's what he said. Said the best defense that they're going to have under Mike Bloomgren. And the reason I think the defense is good is because of the secondary. They are legit. I'm a corner, and I like their corners. Jordan Dunbar is probably the best of their corners. He's number 3. He's the most consistent. I also like Sean Fresh, but he was a small guy, 5'8", 177, actually out of Austin LBJ. He had 7 penalties last season, too. So maybe he got benched because of the penalties, but he started every game, I thought, for the entire season. But I didn't see him in the bowl game. In the bowl game, they used a lot of other guys, I think it's Treshawn Devanis, and also they use another guy, Miles McCord, who I think has graduated at this point. But their corners are the real deal. They will play bump and run, press coverage, even in predictable passing situations, because they really trust these corners. They're more preventative than playmaking, but they're legit. They're real deal, and they will trust them to hold up in-man coverage so they can manipulate the pre-snap show disguise, moving their safeties around. That is going to be the test for one Quinn Ewers, because can he diagnose the coverage when they start moving those safeties around? And one of their safeties is Gabe Taylor. He is the younger brother of the late, great Sean Taylor, the safety out of Miami that played in the NFL for Washington. He is the playmaker in that secondary. 2 interceptions, 6 PBUs, 2 forced fumbles last season, along with 60 tackles. That's coming off from the 2021 season where he had 2 interceptions, 1 forced fumble, 1 fumble recovery, and 5 PBUs. He's a playmaker, and that secondary is their strength. So, what they're going to do, and Ian Boyd of Inside Texas, it was kind of his hypothesis, and I agree. I think they're going to invite Texas to throw the ball because they're going to invite Texas to take advantage of their one-on-one matchups on the outside. They're going to let their corners and even let Gabe Taylor in the slot, let them guys hold up one-on-one coverage. And yes, they may end up getting beat, but that's a better alternative than Sark and the offense deciding to just run the ball down Rice's throat, which they could do because Rice last year allowed 5.3 yards per rush, 8th highest among opposing rushing averages in college football, 181 rushing yards per game. That's also a really big number. And Texas could just play bully ball because Texas needs a slump buster in the run game. Only averaged 2.8 yards per rush versus Washington in their last game in the Alamo Bowl without first game post Bijan and Rojo era. So this could be the great slump buster for them, but Rice does not want that to happen because that'll just they'll basically take the air out of the Rice's sails, and they'll bludgeon them if they decide to just run the ball 45 times. To keep Texas from running it 45 times, I think they're going to invite them to have the numbers advantage on the back end, which means they're going to load the box up. If Texas wants to run against a stacked box, that's great, but they're going to allow Texas to have one-on-one matchups on the outside because they trust their corners, their strength, going up against Texas' strength, and hopefully invite them to throw the football, and then Texas can, maybe they'll make some mistakes, maybe there'll be some miscues, maybe they can get home in the pass rush. That's a better option for Rice than allowing Texas to run the football.
Absolutely. Or you trust it because it's your best chance, better than the alternative. But Texas will see if they can win those one-on-one battles. But you're right.
Yeah.
It's an interesting. They're good on the wings. They're not very good in the meat and potatoes. No. We come back. We'll talk with Drew Sanders, head football coach of Vandergrift. We carry Vandergrift every Friday night or Thursday night if they play here on the Horn. Check in with him and his program off to a 1-0 start in a rivalry game this weekend.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. We all know Austin is a beautiful city. That's why we all call it home. And one of the reasons for the aesthetic beauty of Austin is the good folks at Ironworkers Local 482. They've been helping shape Greater Austin for a long time, since 1935. And you see the labors of their
All right, it is college football season. Really cranks up tonight. Had a smattering of games last week, but the full Monty's coming. But boy, we had a full slate of high school football last week, and that picks back up this weekend with week 2, coming off of 0 week. And with that in mind, you hear Vandergrift football every Friday night or Thursday night, if that's where it is, and on the weekends as they head into the state playoffs. Will they get there? Vandergrift, our team, right? We're the home for Vandergrift football. Thrilled to be it, and we're also thrilled to be joined on our Vaqueros hotline by the head football coach of the Vandergrift Vipers, the only coach the program has ever had at the varsity level. He is Drew Sanders. Drew, good morning.
What's up, Coach?
Hey, good morning, guys. How are y'all?
Man, we're doing good.
Thanks for joining us, Coach.
Hey, thanks for being with us, and we'll talk about your big win last week. Let's start with the fact that game was so early. I mean, Rod and I were like, man, they're already playing. And then I saw where it was the earliest start to a high school football season in maybe 50 years. How was that for you guys to prepare for? Do you just speed the clock up a week, or what'd you make of that?
No, it was normal. We just started earlier, as far as our practices, but we had our normal 2 weeks to prepare. But it seems like summer gets shorter and shorter every year for sure. And then kind of now we work with our kids year round. It's almost college-like now what they allow us to do.
Yeah, it is. Well, 27-7 over Dripping, and we missed our conversation with you last week. We apologize for that. But, man, you guys really put it on Dripping. At Dripping, a lot of prep went into that one. It was such a nail. They beat you last year at your place to start the year, and you guys got the revenge game. How was that, and what were you proud of about your guys?
Yeah, I mean, it's always good to be able to go 1-0 to start the season, and then to go over to Drip and kind of return the favor from last year. They came into us and beat us at our place, which is, that was a surprise, and so it was nice to go play well. I thought, we jumped out to a 27-0 lead in the first half, and so I mean, just be able to go out and do that. I mean, the first game, what are you worried about? It's like, can we snap the ball? Can we catch? Can we kick? Can we do all those things? Like, this is the worst nightmare for coaches, is like heading into the first game. You just think everything's going to go wrong. And so it was nice to see us come out. We scored first drive. Deuce Adams threw to his brother Eli on the third play, long pass. And then defense was salty. The year before, they kind of ran all over us in the playoff game. Now, we won. But they ran on us. So it was nice to see that we stopped the run. I think they had less than 200 yards offense. So both of those things were exciting for us.
Hey, Coach, you made there are a lot of additions to the team over in the offseason, and it seems like now that you may have some new leadership on that team. Now, can you talk about some of the additions that were made in the offseason, guys who came into the program who are making a big impact?
Yeah, Well, Deuce and his brother Eli, I mentioned those guys earlier. I hired their dad, a guy named Mike Adams.
Yes,
so
sir.
Mike used to work for me back in 17. Was he a teammate of yours?
No,
Right,
not a teammate, but I know Mike really well. We played. We hung out together a lot.
Yeah. No, he's you know him then, so you know what a great guy he is.
Yes.
And so he used to work. We used to work together. He used to work for me at Vandergrift, and his boys, when they were younger, went to 4 Points Middle School, and then they went on and kind of moved around. And so I was just so happy to had a receiver opening and was able to hire him, and so happy to have both his boys. They're just great young men, and of course, in addition to those, good football players. So, and they're doing a great job, and did an amazing job just assimilating themselves into the culture of the program, and wonderful young men. And then we had a move in. Jacob Henry moved in over the off season, and he's playing O-line for us. Now he plays some defense too, but right now, as we kind of get everybody into shape, he's playing O-line. So I'm really pleased to have him. He's such a big, strong young man. I think he's 300 pounds, and just kind of like his dad, he's one of the strongest guys I've ever seen.
Yeah, and playing the interior guard, and competitive, good genes there. Tell us how I covered Mike Adams, and when he was playing at Texas, he was an electrifying player, and now a receivers coach for you. Tell us about Deuce. He played quarterback at New Braunfels Canyon last year, where his dad was, and now he's for you. I mean, you had Braden Buchanan last year, who we got to see, and boy, what a hard-nosed, tough. I mean, this is a great leader. I just loved watching Braden play. He was a good quarterback, but he's a baseball player. But man, this brought so much leadership to your team. What about Deuce Adams is standing out to you as a quarterback?
Man, just Deuce, the way he moves is just so effortless. It just is. He's such a great athlete. Has a great arm. And then, in addition to, he is a true dual threat guy. In addition to being able to, have some great arm talent, he can move around. There was one play in the game. I don't know if you guys got a chance to watch or not yet, but we had a bad snap. Once again, first game things.
Yeah.
And so we have a bad snap, and he picks it up, and there's guys. He's surrounded by guys. He picks it up, scoots kind of right side A gap for about 50 yards, just scoots past everybody, and everybody has the wrong angles just because he's just, that heady and that fast. So that was good to see, and he's doing a great job. But his ability to move in the pocket, and then the run game, and then his arm talent is just tremendous.
Hey, Coach, I want to ask you about your defense. Obviously, you got some star power on the offensive side of the ball, but your defense played really well. Only gave up one touchdown. Who are the impact players you're expecting a lot from to lead this defense this year?
Well, our best returner is a guy named Alex Foster. He's an Air Force commit.
Yes, he's a monster. I love that kid. He's great. He's fun to watch.
Yeah, it's funny because everybody, and coaches, they talk all off season, and we'll see each other or whatever, and they'll be like, "Is number 8 back?" And I'm like, "Yeah," and they all get depressed because he just makes play after play after play. He had 22 tackles in the Dripping Springs quarterfinal game. He just goes everywhere, and he just doesn't miss a tackle. It was funny. He missed a tackle against Drip, And he comes up to me on the sideline. He had such sadness in his eyes. He was just like, I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm like, there's nothing wrong with you,
You're
Alex.
human.
You're not a robot. So you'll make the next one. Don't worry about it, And so I gave him little coaching points to try to help him. But he doesn't need me to coach him. He just goes to run around and hitting people. So he's back, and he's kind of the do-all. We run that broken stack, the 3 high safety stuff. We've run that for a while now.
Nice.
And he just sits in the middle and just patrols everything. Secondary wise, we're kind of all new, so we're figuring out who we are there besides Alex. Linebackers, I got 2 of my 3 linebackers back, and another guy that started multiple games. The guy that played the best this past week was Diego De La Vara Vasquez. He had 14 tackles, big 6'2", 215-pound linebacker, had a pick 6, and was just a man all over the place. And he had one play on 4th and 3 that he took on a tackle with one shoulder and tackled their big back with the other arm. Wow. It was a man style play. And so, I'm really proud of that. And D-line's doing well. I got several guys I'm rotating through. My nose tackle's back. He's just a junior. And so his last name's Witt, and both of his brothers played for me, and so doing a great job. But yeah, I'm excited about the defense. We got lots of things to figure in the secondary, and so that'll be figured out hopefully by district, but we're still figuring out, where everybody is and how to get them going,
He is Drew Sanders, head coach at Vandergrift. They're 1-0 and have a big rivalry game this weekend with Cedar Park, who was also 1-0. Mm-hmm. They were impressive in their first game. We'll preview that coming up. Coach, tell me about that 3 high stack. We talk about it a lot just in football theory with Rod, and a lot of Big 12 coaches using it. And you've been a defensive guy your whole career, and that's your baby. What is it you like about that 3 high stack? What does it do that gives defenses trouble that you've adopted that as something you kind of major in?
Man, what a cool question. I know I don't have limited time. I could literally talk 2 hours on this defense.
Go ahead, Coach. You all right? Go ahead.
But one of the things that's beautiful about it, I was a 4-down guy. I got videos for sale on the 4-down. I was a 4-down guy for years, and everybody's so surprised I went to this. But it's so multiple. The launch points are endless. And really, we can play everything we think of from that same 5 shell. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of our philosophy, is to have the same 5 shell, and we move like barely before the snap. And so my philosophy is, let's make the quarterback make decisions post-snap, because everybody's smart. Everybody has good coaches. But when you're making the quarterback make decisions live, that's as good as you can get. Yep. And so that's kind of our philosophy there on why we do that. And then other than that, man, we can trap the corner and play strong in the flat. We can middle field closed coverage, and we can bring everybody. And so really it's just because I just think a big part of defense, besides lining up right and running around hard, giving great effort, is make them guess. Like the easiest thing for an offense is just to line up and go, that safety is going to be like there again and again and again. So, you just can't, that's just my belief. You just can't do that. Yep. And so we change pretty much every play if you were to watch us, like just to watch our structure and what we do defensively.
Love it.
It's awesome. That's awesome. Hey, Coach, we talked to Todd Dodge recently in his retirement, playing golf out at Horseshoe Bay, and boy, we were just glued. He was talking about his goal board at Westlake and how they lived by the goal board. Because I asked him, how do you win 3 straight state titles, and how do you stay that consistent with your program? And he went into a deep dive about his goal board and everything that the program believes in. I'm assuming you guys, and you've been doing this long enough, have a goal board. Do you guys have something similar that your players play to? Not just a scoreboard, but goals that you have for each unit, each side of the ball, each positional group.
We do. We have goals that we'll meet each week, and they all align according to our hallmarks. And so for me, my biggest thing is our 4 hallmarks of discipline, effort, toughness, and honor. Yeah. And so everything is structured around those 4 things, because I believe that our talent level, and that's true right now, we're a pretty talented bunch. But there's been many years that you've watched us that there's not one college signee on either side of the ball, and we still find a way to win, and we still find a way to have some playoff success. And I think it goes back to that. And then we go into each one of those, and we kind of say, all right, discipline, we do things exactly right. And so we hold guys to that because we think that there's a big difference between nearly right and exactly right. And so we hold our guys to those kinds of things. And then, for example, we have 6 penalties is our goal, and we know 6 penalties or less, we're going to really have a great chance to win that game. And so this past week we had 8. And so we talked about that, and a lot of them were like, once again, first game things, false starts. My goodness, we could not line up in the second half. And so, we'll figure that out. We got new starters, and that's all part of it, right? That's part of the growth. But, that kind of stuff, and we have a penalty accountability. So basically every Monday we go over the good plays, the bad plays of every game, win or lose. But the first thing we do is penalty accountability, and the entire team's in there. And if anybody got a penalty, I play the video of the penalty, and then they've got to stand up and say, this is what I was thinking, or this is, I messed up. I didn't, I false started, whatever. It won't happen again, guys. So making them accountable to their teammates, and each penalty, and like, if you get a personal foul, there's some kind of physical punishment with that, because we just can't get personal fouls. It's unacceptable. And so that's one example. If, kind of talking deep out, that's one example of things we do on a weekly basis.
It's great stuff.
Hey, Coach, Cedar Park. I mean, the familiarity, the rivals. This thing goes way back when you guys came in as a program. So it won't be hard to motivate your guys. The fans will be fired up. They're 1-0. They were very impressive in week 1. Kicks off at 7:00, and boy, that's what it's all about to have an early season game like this.
Yeah, for sure. We go from Drip, this huge game there. We played them 3 times in like a year, to now going to Cedar Park, who's our big rival and who we came from. That's where we originally started. Some people listening may not know that. Yeah. We broke off of Cedar Park. And, like you said at the beginning, I've been the only coach at Vandegrift, and I've taken many a butt whooping from the Cedar Park Timberwolves, And so, lately we've kind of had their number, but I'm telling you, that's a proud program, and it's going to be a great game on Friday night. I mean, we started working out. I mean, I started in the auxiliary weight room at Cedar Park High School with the Cedar Park Timberwolves walking by as we were working out, the guys in the black and silver. Pretty cool experience, actually. And they're really good. They got their quarterback back. And he slings it and runs around, and he's never out of the play. He's never down. He's always going to find a way to get the ball out of his hand. And then defensively, they've had a great tradition of that, and it looks like, they shut Cedar Ridge down to almost nothing. Yeah. And so we're excited. We're going to host them here, so we're excited to have them come into Monroe Stadium, and it's already we already sold out tickets. We sold out our home side in 2 minutes, they said. Wow. And so it's going to be a packed place.
It's awesome. Friday night lights. That's what it's all about. Hey, Coach, we look forward to these visits all season long, and the great progress of the Vipers, hopefully deep into December, much like last year. Thank you, my friend.
Thanks, Coach.
Hey, thanks, Rod. Thanks, Aaron.
All right, Drew Sanders.
Somebody on this text line said, I want to play for that guy. Yeah, I agree. He does have that, that aura about him. Like, man, I wish I'd have been able to play for Coach. But I love that I love the question you had, E, because I was going to ask the same question.
Sorry, buddy.
No, that's great. We were thinking alike. After you said, we run a 3 high, 3 stack, and I was like, 3 high. We've talked about it so much, and I wanted to ask him about it, and I'm glad you went down there too. But you say the reason basically he likes it is it's so multiple. It makes you more
multiple in disguise. Yeah.
Yes, it makes you so unpredictable as a defense, because guys like Quinn Ewers, who know all the single high beaters, and they know how everything looks out of cover 2 and with a single high safety, because they've seen it over and over again
their whole lives.
Their whole lives, right? And every coach that they know have seen it their whole lives, so they can tell them exactly how to beat it, where the safeties are going to be, what the rotations are going to look like. Guys, the 3 high has been out since 2016. That's the earliest that we can actually find a team. Actually, it was Oklahoma State. It's the earliest I can find a team in the Big 12 that was running the 3 high. Guys, it's like 8 years old. It's like 7, 8 years old.
It's still confusing quarterbacks.
Yeah, because they don't have natural baked in beaters, because they ain't been around long enough for everybody to have these beaters.
There's also the uncertainty of what it's going to look like post snap. I love the way that he said that, because there are really good quarterbacks at pre snap, and when people the darn football
theorists
like yourself, or even just like the casual football fan, when they watch a football game and you see the quarterback look over at the sidelines and they're holding up the cards, and it's a look at me offense. Mm-hmm. They're trying to read the defense for the quarterback, right? They're trying to say, okay, this is what they're in.
The check with me
mm-hmm.
thing,
right? Well, That's what he just said. We don't want them checking with you because they're not going to know what we're in. We're not going to move before the snap. Everything happens once the ball is snapped. That's when our disguise begins. That's when, and then he's got to figure that out in real time. He's got to fly that, he's the jet fighter now, and he doesn't have any predetermined of what that's going to be.
Everything is post-snap.
He can think it's going to look like this, and then all of a sudden it doesn't.
Yep.
And, you just said the name. Think Quinn Ewers, right? Quinn Ewers in most of his career, he's got the biggest arm. He's a 5-star player, but he's a 1 or 2 read quarterback. He goes through his progressions because the coach, he pretty much knows how to beat X, and then he can make a throw that can beat it. Well, now you got to bring your cerebral side in, your processing side. I got to do this as the ball is snapped, and I got to read what I see.
You can't cheat it.
Yes.
You can't. The whole point of pre-snap is to get you a little cheat code. You're like, okay, I see that safety's there. All right, so I can anticipate this route combination is going to be open because that safety's going to be right there. The linebacker's going to be right there. And like he's saying no, we're going to make all your process. Everything will happen post-snap, which means you got about 2 seconds to process everything, coverage, the pass rush, the pressure packages, and your receivers. That's a lot for some quarterbacks to process. And you're right, it separates the men from the boys. So that's why I would run it too. If I was a defensive coordinator, I would definitely run the 3 high, 3 down, just because it gives you such an advantage these days.
And it's something that Dan Quinn is majoring into with the Dallas Cowboys, right?
He's running 3 safeties more than everybody else, and he uses 3 safeties now. He won't. I don't know if he'll say he runs a 3 high necessarily like everybody else, but some of the principles are the same because you're just utilizing 3 safeties.
And you don't know which playing safety, which is playing linebacker.
And by the way, and you're so right that it is essentially at its rudimentary level the same because Dan Quinn has not Dan Quinn, but Dallas's defense has led the NFL in takeaways the last 2 years, right? First defense since the Steel Curtain to lead the NFL in takeaways in back-to-back years. And how does he do it? Deception. Nobody moves their safeties and rotates their safeties more than the Cowboys. Nobody plays 3 safeties more than the Cowboys. So as E and I just talked about, that's confusing for most quarterbacks because they're used to single high and 2 high safeties. And the safeties are the ones that the quarterback is reading. And so when those guys are moving around, it changes the picture for him completely. And then on top of that, he uses more twists and stunts up front with his D-line than anybody else in the NFL in the last 5 years. You combine those things, and what does that mean, E? That means the pass protection has a chance to be wrong more oftentimes than not because our defensive line, where they start, is not where they're going to finish. And as Coach just mentioned, most of the time the pre-snap diagnosis of the quarterback will also be flawed and inaccurate because everybody that he read pre-snap is going to move post-snap.
Which is also why he likes the bigger linebackers / smallish safeties, right? Or the littler linebackers and the big safeties.
Yes, exactly.
The DeMarvion Overshones, the J-Ron Curse.
Yep.
Because then they can play run support. They can come after it. And that's why the Cowboys were so high on DeMarvion Overshown.
Yes, they were. Still are.
And still are once he gets healthy. We come back, we'll hit some What's Poppin', including a piece of audio that will dovetail off of that conversation about DeMarvion Overshown and the Cowboys' affinity for him, plus What's Poppin' tonight, including college football. We're coming back. What is poppin'? Including Ty Henderson's.
Oh, yeah.
Poppin' pick of the night, the Sex Panther pick of the night.
They've done studies, 60% of the time, it works every time.
Yeah, baby, and sometimes less than that even.
Yeah, I like it. That makes no sense.
He's been studying rigorously back there. He's got a pick tonight because we've got college football to watch. He hasn't been so hot in baseball because yesterday he gave us the New York Yankees to get beat by the Tigers.
I don't even know if that happened.
I don't even know.
The baseball season for my gambling.
That's why
it's off season.
Yeah, see, I think
it's a real deal now.
I think his brain now is focused on football because it's so close, and now his baseball awareness is, slowly declining.
The Rangers, just like the Rangers.
Well done.
Yankees won that game 6-2, so you took the L. You took the L 6-2.
We'll start fresh.
I see what
today.
Ty's trying to do. He's trying to play the odds. We will start fresh because football season here. Water under the bridge, Ty. It's just money. It's just money. For our people out there. But before we get to that and the other things we're popping on today, including Rod and I are going to be live out with you people. You people.
That's right.
This afternoon or this evening. We're excited about that.
Street.
But we're just talking on the way to the timeout. And thank you to Drew Sanders. That was a fun high school football conversation, Friday Night Lights, but also
awesome
football theory conversation, which led us into that conversation about the Cowboys and the Marvion Overshown. I wanted you to hear this. It's been out there with the Cowboys, but so this is that from that new Roku documentary, a little clip from it that takes you behind the scenes of 3 different teams in their war room on draft night.
Okay, I want to watch that.
And let me play this for you. So this is Jerry Jones. They're in the war room, and you can't see this because it's radio. But so he's got one of his grandsons behind him because this is the family business. And he tells him, "Hey, get so and so on the phone." And you'll hear the conversation with Jerry Jones and his grandson Paxton. It started with a talk with his other grandson.
Shy, get Paxton on the phone.
Yes, sir.
Have you got the speaker?
Put on speaker.
Just a minute. Hey, Pax. Hey, Pax. Overshine. We think we may do something here, and tell us anything we need to know.
Want to or not? We find out if the guys. What did you have in mind?
Like every time I see him on the field, he's making plays. He can cover sideline to sideline. He's a monster. He's making plays all over the field.
Does he practice that way?
Yeah, he's always practicing hard.
Not that this isn't anything, but Paxton said he's ridiculously athletic. He's a monster at practice. Said every time you look up, he's in the middle of it. Said he's everywhere. Okay. And is he a good locker mate?
Oh, yeah. I've talked to him every day.
Okay. Talks to him every day.
Right, there you go. Then the pick was in.
Also, hey, Jerry Jones getting that scouting report.
Scouting report from the grandson.
Who
was on the Longhorn team as a walk-on last year.
I wish I could have Jerry Jones narrate my life.
You like Jerry Jones's? You like his tone?
Come on, Paxton.
Pax. He said, Shy, get Pax on the phone. We're calling Texas. We're calling down to Austin.
Hey, screw the scouts.
Overshot.
What does Paxton say here?
Yeah, Jerry Jones is one of the people that gives everybody a nickname in his life, too. I like that. He would definitely give you a nickname. Hey, Pax.
He would be look again. I have a promise against Jerry. He shouldn't be the general manager of that team, but that's a standing promise. But he wouldn't be a bad grandpa. I'm going to tell you that.
Oh, he'd be what? You talking about a billionaire that owns the most popular sports team in America?
That's a pretty good grandpa.
Oh, he'd be he's an awesome grandpa.
I mean, we've seen it where the grandkids have been able to take that yacht out, like for spring break. They can use the yacht. Super yacht. That cost more than the team did when he bought it.
He's a great grandpa if he claims your parents.
Oh,
yes, be honest.
Well, that would be his daughter.
Huh? That's what I'm saying. Like if he claimed your parents, which would be
he won't even claim the one.
He won't even claim isn't that his daughter, like the love
That's his
child?
daughter, yeah.
Right. So he's not claiming her. If she had kids, he would not be a great grandfather to those kids.
No, and he's not a great father to her.
Exactly. He's not claiming her.
On the downside of that, what's not popping is that we've lost Gil Brandt.
Nah, that's sad, man.
Gil Brandt, 91 years old.
Great football mind. One of the great football minds of our time.
Revolutionary when it comes to football and scouting. Really changed the game of how you scout and develop players. And that led to he, along with Tex Schramm, Tom Landry, the Cowboys of the 70s. America's team was born with the evaluations of one Gil Brandt. So started
looking at data points that nobody considered in evaluation and scouting at all.
Yeah.
Simple ones that we think about today, like simple things,
Well,
like,
and
the arm, like wingspan, stuff like that, like looking at, really considering that in evaluation.
And the one common thread you'll hear with people that have known, you just said it to me again, and I hadn't heard that story before, that he remembered you as a prospect 20 years or 10 years later.
It shocked me. I went up to him, I was like, I think it was by the Texas weight room. I was like, hey, Mr. Brandt, big fan, just want to come up as just a fan of football and just tell you I admire what you do. And he's like, what's your name? I was like, Rod Babers. He's like, Babers.
You got your whole scouting report.
Yeah, he actually broke down a little scout. I was like, oh, man. I was flattered. I was like, that's amazing.
Well, that tells you he's got a mind like a steel trap.
Exactly.
Even to his late age, he could do that.
Still quick-witted with it,
and so in his prime, man, that guy, he didn't need all the paperwork like you, Rod. He had everything in his head. He's like, yeah, we're drafting this guy because he runs this and he jumps this and he's this tall. And that's good stuff right there. It's sad, though. But as you said, celebrate his life. And that will be celebrated by the Cowboys and all of football.
Let me be sad when somebody accomplished that much and had such a positive effect on that many people. Lived 91 years, so not taken totally prematurely. Obviously, would like to have more time with him, but man, the impact that he had on the world made it better. That's what you got to leave. You want to leave it better than you found it. He definitely did that.
So passing our what's poppin' prayers on to the Gil Brandt family. This is Paxton is on the Texas football team as a tight end. Now we said he's on the team. I didn't know his position. I wonder if the Jones family is contributing to the NIL fund.
Probably Arkansas, not Texas. But that's a good.
That's probably true. Probably true.
I mean, they got a lot of connections, man. We still, we still don't talk enough about Tom Landry being a Longhorn, legendary lifetime Longhorn. Remember at DBU? DBU, baby.
Aside from you and I hanging out at the Lavaca Street Bar between 5 and 7 tonight, Rod, there in Rock Rose, what are you popping on today?
Probably going to watch Hard Knocks. Got to watch the latest Hard Knocks. And there's a show on Paramount Plus called Lioness. Have you heard about this?
That's Tyler Sheridan.
Yes, with Morgan Freeman. Yeah, Morgan Freeman's in it. I think Zoe Saldana's in it. Is it Kim Basinger? Not Kim Basinger. What's her name? My
Lioness.
Brain. Lioness, I believe is the name of it. I'm going to start watching. I think it's like 6 or 7 episodes in it.
And that is Taylor Sheridan, correct?
Yes, it is. Well, everything on that damn network is.
On Paramount Plus, yeah.
Yes, it is. It is Paramount Plus. I might start diving into that.
Well, I need your intel, and then I'll
give you my review of it and tell you if it's worth it for you. But it's supposed to be pretty good.
Supposed to be pretty good. Well, we will do that. So, and we'll see you at Lavaca Street Bar. Ty, what is your what's poppin' Sex Panther pick of the night?
We're going to go with under 46 in the NC State UConn game tonight.
And do you have a pick on Utah, Florida that you're not giving out? I like the Utah side of that. What's the line, 4.5?
It's 4.5. I took Utah, and I bought a point and a half, -3.
Nice. I'm just going to take Utah. They're 14-0 in their last 14 home games.
Agreed.
Florida's 1-7 in their last 8 road games. They're not sure who their quarterback is. Oh, no, it's Mertz. Grant Mertz.
Graham Mertz.
I like Grant.
Grant will be better than Graham because
Mertz.
I'm not high on Graham.
All right, Rod. We'll see you at Lavaca Street.
See you later, brother.
We'll also see you back here at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. Good guest lineup today. If you missed Drew Sanders, Zach Shaw was talking Michigan football. Also, we had go way back. We had Taylor McCarg talking Texas Rice in the 8 o'clock hour. Great guy. Used to play quarterback at Vista Ridge and played quarterback at Rice. So it's all real good intel on top of everything we had to say. 5 hours in the can. Go enjoy it if you missed it. Jim Rome is next. Have a great Thursday.